Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 27th, 2024. We are in the JATC South building and we have all 7 board members present with us tonight. I would like to excuse our attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen. He is in the middle of a jury trial. He'll be joining us later on electronically. So we have a very full agenda tonight, so I will try to keep things moving along and appreciate everyone's help as we try to get through a lot of stuff tonight, a lot of important stuff tonight. And we're starting out with one of our fun agenda items, and that is a report on the survey results regarding the naming of the new elementary school in Harriman. So Ms. Gaydosh will welcome you to the table, and Mr. Barnett, if you'd like to start us out there.
Okay. I have the results from the survey. We sent out 3 names. In the second survey, we had a little over 1,000 responses to the survey. The weighted score, so we let the respondents choose 1, 2, and 3. They would, for each of these 3. What was their first preference, second, and third preference? The weighted scores came back with Juniper Elementary in first place, Sentinel Elementary second, and Beacon Ridge Elementary third. Juniper weighted score was 2209, and Sentinel was 2181. So 28 points maybe difference, kind of evenly split there. So if we want, I guess let me ask a clarifying question. Am I supposed to say what we're going to name it, or do we discuss it?
We're looking for a recommendation from you.
Okay. That was my...
We might laugh and go another direction, or we might say, I love it, and go that way.
That was my impression, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Someone should have warned our new board member what it's like to name a school.
Some of us don't know.
So based on the 2 surveys that we sent out, my recommendation is Juniper Elementary.
Okay. Any discussion to that?
I know this wasn't one of the choices, but I added Ridge to Juniper, and I thought that sounded nice.
Yeah, I think Daryl mentioned that he had a little bit of feedback from some of his constituents that they didn't like the name, but they would have possibly liked a second name with Juniper. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so I represent about half the school because they're on the west side of Mountain Ridge. They don't like the name Juniper because it's their area that's named Juniper, and they would like to save that for the Horsley property school if they were to build it there. So that's one of the resistance there. But I also heard a lot of them that said they didn't like the single word, the Juniper and Sentinel. They didn't like that they would rather have had something with it. But again, that's not a sampling of everybody. That's just a few people that reached out.
Yeah.
Explain what area is that you were saying is called Juniper.
It's the west side of Mountain. It's the west side of Mountain View corridor, up where the Horsley property is. That's the Juniper Point area. Now, an argument can be made because the university, Salt Lake Community College, is the Juniper campus, and it's on the east side. So whoever owns that name, and we're not naming it after a certain area anyways. So I'm good either way. I think you could do a lot with either, but...
Yeah, and I'm fine with Juniper Elementary or Juniper Ridge.
Can I just clarify? There are no communities named Juniper, right? It's like Juniper Point or Juniper something else. So Mr. Dunford's concerns wouldn't apply specifically, right? I just want to make sure.
There is developments that are coming up with the Juniper name, but it was named after the area in which it resides.
The area was at one point called Juniper?
It still kind of is. It's the Juniper area. So it'd be similar to naming a school Oker because it sits at the mouth of the Oker, or the base of Oker Mountain.
And it was probably the Juniper area before Mountain View Corridor was even built.
It
So
was
the
the
whole
Juniper area
was
before
just
Harriman was
Juniper.
created. So.
I like Juniper, just Juniper.
So the problem too is now we named the last one Oak Leaf, and now it's Juniper. So are we going to get accused of naming it after plants?
Yes.
Just wondering.
Yes, we are.
How come you always name your schools after plants?
We didn't
An aspen. Yes, we have a trend going again.
Dairy farm, right? If that's the worst they can come up with to accuse me of, I'll take it.
Then it's good. I like it.
Okay, so this is on the agenda to vote for later on in our business meeting. So is everyone okay if we stick with that?
And so, I can't remember, did you say Juniper Elementary School or just Juniper School?
Juniper Elementary.
Okay.
It always has to include elementary.
Good, that's a good clarification considering this is a flex model. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, both Mr. Burnett and Ms. Gadosh, for your work on this. Our next agenda item is continued discussion on fee schedule for the 2024-25 school year. In our business meeting, we do have the opportunity for public comment on that, but we wanted a study session item to get some answers to some of the questions we asked last time. So we'll welcome Mr. Sorensen and Mr. Curtis to the table.
Well, thank you and for having us, and we're happy to answer whatever questions you have or had, or any discussion we can go from here.
Okay, next subject.
I do have one question.
Uh-huh.
Someone was looking at one of my constituents was looking at just our fees on the very front page. There's a little graphic of, the fees, and so much goes to the school and so much goes to the district. And then there's an arrow that says that the district portion is equalized back to the school. Wondered what the word equalized meant. How does that work? The money going to the district, how does it get back to the schools?
Yeah, I'll let John answer that. He
Please,
sees that
John.
flow.
The district has a few different allocations that we provide schools, and most of them are on a per student basis. And so regardless of the amount of fees that a particular school collects due to fee waivers or something else, the school receives an equalized amount per student back from the district, which is a lot more than the registration fee. So it's just the registration fee is part of the way to fund the operations of the school.
So the money is going back to the schools on a per pupil basis. Yeah. So if a school has a lot of students on fee waivers, are they getting extra money out of fees, or is that coming from a different budget?
We pay, so if a student is on fee waiver, then the district pays that fee for them. That's the allocations back, or regardless of whether or not, or the numbers of fee waivers they have. So we just pay as though kind of the district's paying the fee for them, and then we bring it back to them. So as an example, $25 on the registration fee for high schools. I'll take a real wild guess. Going back to the high school, there's probably over $200 per student of allocations.
More than.
Significantly
Right.
more than, yeah.
And
It's
it's
just an
based
offset.
on enrollment, is that correct?
Based on enrollment,
Just
correct.
entirely?
Yep.
I would just add that on the website there are examples of how that money is reallocated to the schools listed. There's about 5 or 6 categories that are listed on that same website of where that money goes.
Now, let's be clear, there's a loss there. And that loss is coming from our general fund. So if anyone thinks that we're taking in the amount of fees that we're spending in fees, we are not. We're adding to the money the schools get for fees, and it's coming out of our general fund.
Yeah. Fees were just intended to be a bit of a user fee for parents to pay a portion of those costs, not place the entire burden on the taxpayer.
Okay, are there any other questions?
I have a suggestion. We've done a significant amount of work since I've been on the board with school fees in reducing cost and making sure that this year's money is spent on this year's students and those kinds of things. And I would love to have that be one of the highlights in our board memo that goes out. Just, we've done a lot in this area to make fees better for everybody and effectively use our fees. And so that's just a recommendation I have. I thank you for doing a great job and doing a great job on the website to explain it. I think we're getting less and less questions because I've explained it very well. I know I've directed this week several different people to the website, and it's really a good help. So thanks for not only what you've done this year, but what you've done over the years.
I would add is we've had discussions with fees at the legislature, directing them to that website. Every time I've done that, they've been very impressed with it as well. It's just helped explain what we do and why we do it and how it kind of generally flows and functions.
I did have a question. I just remembered in our finance committee meeting Friday, we talked a little bit about fees. And I was curious from the administration side, how do we encourage or train the school administrators to more closely spend what they've been allocated? Because I saw that there were some swings. You know, some were spending less than they should have, and some were spending more than they should have. And ideally, we want that number as close to exact. I know it's not going to be exact, but rather than, you know, thousands of dollars over or under, hundreds maybe. What do we do as a district to try to improve that?
Well, yeah, I think Cody and I can both tell you, I mean, we do spend a lot of time. We're monthly meeting with our principals to kind of go over these budgets and look at those things as we prepare for the upcoming fee proposals that we put together. We spend a lot of time, not just with our principals, but with our head secretaries at each of our locations as well, to kind of provide and get feedback and have lots of conversation about what we're seeing across each school and where they're seeing those swings. But ultimately it is, you know, and just sharing ideas of how this school is spending it and what they're using, and helping another school realize, oh, I didn't think that would be a way I could use that. So it's just a lot of conversation, discussion about how fees are being used, at least at the high school level.
Yeah,
So
agreed. I think that's a lot of it, is helping administrators understand the purpose for each of the budgets, right? And what that money can be spent for. I think early on there were some misconceptions about this activity fee money and what it could be used for. So educating, you know, how they can spend it. We have the annual budget meetings, you know, our business meetings where we review with all administrators, you know, how to oversee those accounts. And then these monthly budget reviews that we have individually are also helpful. But yeah, it's educating and then getting everybody on the same page, including the administrative assistant who's punching in the codes of how the money's being spent, make sure that they're all on the same page.
You also have, when you request a fee, the form you requested on is really well, how much do you have? Is this the right amount? So there's an initial discussion every time a teacher requests a fee about where they stand on their budget.
My understanding was that the fees are one of the most highly restrictive fund or monies that we have. They have to be spent a certain way, right? And so that's maybe part of the confusion sometimes, is they don't know whether they can spend it on this or not.
Yeah, for sure. I think there, and that's a lot of our discussion on asking this. Hey, I'm looking, this is what our department or our group or organization is looking to do. So then we dialogue back and forth about, whether that's an appropriate expenditure or not. And so a lot of that, I would say weekly, we're having conversations, to be honest, with one principal or another to just kind of reconfirm. And our assistants at our office also have a lot of those same conversations with their administrative assistants as they're trying to budget code correctly, to ensure that it's coming out of the right budget. So
One of the charts that John had prepared, I guess we haven't been, we switched software at some point and we only have data back a couple of years. Is that right, John? As far as, yeah. But going forward with the couple years of data that we have as far as how fees are being used and which schools are using them properly or too high or too low, my hope, my expectation is that as we see this data, as we see trends, if there's one or two schools that are not performing well or aren't spending enough, that those are the ones that we would focus on, so that, over the next 2, 3, 4 years, we're all pretty close. You know what I mean?
I would agree. That's our goal as well. So those are the conversations that we have with them when we notice they're not really kind of around zero, if that makes sense. So we want to bring them to that. Yeah.
You must remember too, Mr. Barnett, that we have a turnover sometimes in administration. So they have to be retrained and brought up to speed for that school. And so we always have that too.
We have that here too.
Oh, we sure do.
I'm still learning.
Okay, great. So we'll have another public hearing this week, and then at our next meeting we're voting on this, or our March 19th meeting we're voting on it.
Yeah, I think we're going to have, this public meeting, then one other, and then the March 19th will be the one. So I think we're going to add a special public session on a study session night.
Got it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next agenda item is summer 2024 project review. Welcome Mr. Thomas to the table and Ms. Richards.
And Mr. Ostrom, please.
Yes, thank you.
You all have a copy of the updated bids on your board documents, and if you would make sure you take a really good look at that, and we can answer any questions. Mr. Ostrom and Mr. Thomas are here to do just that. So,
great. Well, I'd like to start by thanking Dave and his team for an amazing game of dart throwing. It doesn't get much closer than this. So
that's true.
It was very well done.
I was very pleased. Thank you.
You bet.
Any questions, comments, how you want to proceed?
So these are all on our agenda for bids tonight to be approved, right?
Correct.
So this is just helping us know
if we want to go ahead or put a stall on that.
Fitting within our budget or not.
Mm-hmm.
The Kari Sue ones are not to bid because they're under our threshold.
Correct. You just
Right.
wanted to make sure you was aware that we did have those expenditures, as we did the design for the original canopies and then got authorization for snow removal equipment.
That's great. And again, just really appreciate the efforts that went into finding a solution that would work for that school that was also good
fraction of
on
the
our
price.
budget.
I'd like to hear from the Finance Committee, Chair.
We recommend all of these go forward. They are well within the budget that we recommended. This is delightful news. So we're not used to, at this point, having such easy decisions.
Usually we have a whiteboard discussion after
So-
this.
Not sure what to do with ourselves right now.
We
are
had a
very
lot of
thrilled.
whiteboard discussions earlier on.
Yes,
so.
Yes, we did.
It is our recommendation, since this does not alter in any way this is well within the budget we recommended. We just recommend we move forward with all of them.
Mr. Ostrom, are these all doable?
They are, yeah. It's actually going to be a fairly pleasant summer for us there.
What are we gonna do at Bingham High School this summer?
Finish,
Like we're gonna play
finish
basketball.
what we're
this
doing.
summer.
Yeah,
Finish it up. Still have a couple.
that's
things.
right.
The Riverton Elementary's the more extensive one on here, but is that something that will get started before school ends, since it's more of the office core area?
Yeah, we'll typically try to do the a little bit on the addition portion, you know, where we kind of fill in the sides. So there'll be a small amount of work prior to school getting out, but it'll mainly be on the exterior of the building.
And that will complete that that prototype. I think there was Bluffdale,
Jordan Ridge.
Ridge, and Riverton. So those were those three designs. So we'll be done.
Any other questions? Thank you to the Facilities Committee and the Finance Committee for your fine work, and especially thank you, Scott and Dave and your team, for all of your work on this,
Well, thank you for your support.
and
I
for
like
coming
your
in so close on those estimates.
We get lucky once in a while.
I like Dave's forecast of a good summer.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, our next agenda item is a boundary update. Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. Want to acknowledge speaking of team and team effort, I want to acknowledge my team led by Mr. Hamblin and specifically Mr. Feston, whose hard work behind the scenes and crunching numbers and forecasting has been instrumental in this. And so we're happy to be here today to give you an update and present with you some options that to be considered for the area known as Aspen, the boundary of Aspen Elementary and the new area considered as the Village 9 area. And so we're here to have a discussion today. We will present some options, and I just want to say up front that these options, they're all viable, but we're not asking at this point, the board we're ready to survey on them if the board is ready. You'll see some options on here that might generate more discussion. And so we want to just preface that. These should be up on board docs at this point. Just a little bit of background. In November of last year, the board did approve the construction site area for what's known as Village 9. And we, at that point, sent messaging and notices out to the schools listed there that they could be involved in a potential boundary change. We wanted to give them ample heads up. On January of this year, we had a discussion regarding dual language immersion. And at that point, we had been surveying and developing, began the process for developing boundary options for the new Village 9 school. We came back to the board last meeting, and the board approved a notification for Butterfield Canyon. As we got into the process, we realized that we could balance things a little bit better and look at more options, broader options, if we included Butterfield Canyon. So we've done that as well, which brings us to our discussion last board meeting as well regarding boundary priorities. Recall the board passed these a few years ago, and last meeting, you asked us to consider a couple of things in this. One was taking into account DLI, and then also considering major roads, specifically 118th South, and including that in a boundary option or more. And we've done that tonight. Want to talk just as far as baseline numbers go, reminding you that this is the area of Aspen Elementary's boundaries, and these are the forecasts for the next several years, which demonstrate the need to do something in the area. So that's just you can see the numbers trending upward there as growth expands.
Yeah, these are the numbers, if you'll recall, that were in the forecast presentation back in October.
Right. And these are in your booklets as well. So when we talk about, before we present actual options, I want to go over a couple of factors to consider. First, the board asked us to consider dual language immersion. We did do a survey of the constituents, not only in the Aspen area, but in surrounding boundaries, of people willing and able to participate in the DLI program. Specifically, we surveyed people who had first graders and asked them a question of people who would have first graders next year if they would be interested. The survey showed a robust interest in the DLI program, and so we went out and the registration has taken place over the last several weeks. Unfortunately, the registration process has not yielded the results that we anticipated. There were only 32 applicants for the dual language immersion program in Aspen Elementary. For an DLI program to be viable, we need 56. So at this point, it's a DLI program at Aspen in that area is not ready for right now. So in considering these options, DLI is, we are anticipating not having a DLI program for now at Aspen Elementary. Yeah.
Did the word get out to all of the heritage speakers as well?
We sent surveys in language. We did have some level of interest with those whose primary language is Spanish in the home, but not enough and not what we had hoped for.
That surprises me.
Yeah. So with that, factors to consider, of course, DLI. A reminder that these two schools are relatively close in proximity. They're both within each other's walk routes. This is not new in our district. We have several schools who are within walking distance of each other. Some that come to mind are Black Ridge and Foothills. We have Midas Creek and
Daybreak.
East Lake Daybreak. Midas Creek's right in there as well. A lot of our West Jordan schools are in close proximity to each other. That's just my way of saying that drawing boundaries when schools are in close geographical proximity to each other is sometimes challenging because you got to thread the needle between the two and you got to draw the line somewhere. So factors to consider there. We did take into consideration 118th South. You'll see in the options that we present for 118th South that it's a hard line as a boundary that doesn't allow for a lot of enrollment growth in either Aspen or the Village 9 area. So just keep that in mind as you see that. You might be surprised by the low enrollment counts in those schools. It's because of the 118th South boundary. We have boundaries that don't include 118. We do have boundaries that do as the boundary, as the changes. And then finally, just the growth in the area. This is an area that takes in, and when I say this area, it's all of the schools considered. It takes in Olympia Hills and other developments. It takes in what's known as Downtown Daybreak, the project there. And in our discussions with the developer out there, they have taken resources and allocated them to the building of Downtown Daybreak, which might have an impact on growth in the area because they've shifted resources and allocations to that project. So that has the potential to slow down housing and developments in that area. Anything else you'd add there, Mr. Feston?
Just in my discussions with the developer out there, the Downtown Daybreak is going to be their primary focus through the next few years till they get the ballpark done and the supporting housing and building around that. The housing honestly is 300 units. So it's not going to have a huge impact on our enrollment. What it will do is it will take those resources from out where we would normally see single family development, and those resources will be put into the office, retail, and apartment construction in downtown.
Thank you.
So what you're saying is it'll slow down there quite
Yes.
a bit.
Yeah.
It
Quite a
has
bit.
that potential, yes.
Okay.
Picture's amazing though.
Yes,
Right?
it is.
Thank you to Larry Miller for the photos.
Yes.
So.
Yeah,
This is our future.
exactly. It's
Yeah.
kind of fun to think about, isn't it?
No.
Especially like that baseball stadium.
That is exciting.
So on to we're getting to the actual options now, and in these options we have 6 viable options. We've named them A through F, and each option impacts up to from 1 to 5 schools, and extending. Speaking of ballparks, we have small swings and we have big swings. The small swing would just split basically the current boundary of Aspen Elementary School into 2. And big swings involve students at multiple schools and takes into account all of the future growth that is potentially there, not only with Olympia Hills, but other future developments. So with that, let's get into it. Our first boundary, or our first area, just to kind of orient you on the map here, you'll see maps that look like this throughout. You see the solid blue line there is 118th South, and you'll see downtown Daybreak there where the B is there. That road that kind of curves through the middle of it is Mountain View Corridor, and Mr. Feston has put up Olympia Hills subdivision in the general area that is set to be. So with that in mind, you look at option A. Again, orienting yourself here, the dark red or maroon lines are current boundaries, and then you'll see the options for the new schools boundaries are in shaded colored areas there. In option A, Aspen Elementary School is basically divided in two using, what was it?
Prosperity Road. And
Prosperity
6400.
Road. Thank you. Prosperity Road cuts right down the middle there between the two schools. The Village 9 school is the yellow dot. Aspen Elementary is labeled there in the maroon dot. And this it doesn't touch anything but the Aspen Elementary boundary. As far as what this does for the numbers in Aspen, you can see currently they're at around 850. Next year, or in the fall of 25, I should say, Aspen Elementary would be at 755 or thereabouts, and Village 9 starts smaller at 330 with room to grow there. This is probably the simplest of all options, where it simply takes the current boundary and splits it. As I said, there it takes one school. Aspen enrollment stays a little higher. There is still a crossing here where kids would be crossing 118th South in this option. There are minimal transportation savings because everybody that's being bused currently would continue to be bused. And this is a more short-term addressing of the issue. Okay, that brings us to option B. Option B also involves only Aspen's current boundary. You can see here on the map, if you go up there, where we expanded the Village 9 map a little bit to go just to the south of 118th South, and Aspen picks up a little bit to the north. What this does, in essence, and the next one is splits the schools evenly in terms of enrollment. You can see there they're both in the 500s. Village 9 in this case picks up a majority of the growth, and Aspen continues to stay in the 500s for now. All of these with the caveat that if current trends hold true and housing and all the developments stay within the trends that we're seeing currently. Okay. Summary of option B would be that, again, one school boundary is impacted here. There are some transportation savings in this option because students that were being bused to Aspen in this boundary option would now be within walking distance to Village 9, but not all students are walk eligible. In those apartments near Harriman, for example, some students would be eligible for busing, others would not be. This boundary option also includes a crossing of 118th South in the new boundary option and is more geared for addressing short-term needs. Feel free at any point if you have any questions or want to go back. Don't hesitate to stop me.
Do you know how many buses currently go to Aspen?
4 or 5,
There are 3 in the apartments, I believe, and then a couple others.
and then a couple others from the south part of their boundaries.
Okay, so this B would be less busing.
Correct.
Less,
A would
less
be-
busing, but not completely eliminated.
Okay, and then A,
We estimate, we haven't checked final numbers, but we estimate A being just about the same in terms of bus needs.
okay.
Brings us to option C. Now, here's where we get into more school boundary areas. The thing to highlight in option C, you can see the boundaries for Village 9 are similar to option B, but they don't take in anything south of 118th South. That becomes the line of demarcation, the new boundary. You can see Bastion inherits some of that area, and Oak Leaf takes in some of that area. Down to the bottom, if you recall, the solid lines are the current school boundaries. The colored areas, the shaded areas, are what the proposed boundaries would be. And you can see every school except for Silvercrest that we've noticed is impacted here. if you take a look back and you look just at the shaded areas, this is probably the cleanest boundary option, if you will. It uses major roads as dividers. It looks clean, it looks neat. And as we go to what it does for numbers, you can see that the current, once again, in the first column are current enrollments, the second column of what it would be in the fall of 2025, and you'll notice that both Village 9 and Aspen are quite low in their enrollment. That is because of the line that's drawn there with 118th South. The other schools are more balanced. The trend lines there at the bottom, you can see most of them, three of them trend upwards and then kind of level off. And that's what we anticipate happening for the next 5 years, given the current trends. In summary, option C, there are 5 schools impacted. This option does use major roads as boundaries, including 118th South, so there will not be students that cross that road, which incidentally is also the boundary line between South Jordan and Harriman. There are transportation savings in this option because it takes students that were being bused to, say, Oakleaf or other areas and now puts them within walking distance of their new school. That's especially true in the Butterfield Canyon, Harriman area, Harriman Elementary School area of Oakleaf's current boundaries. And as you can see, Aspen Elementary maintains a lower enrollment, but this option does consider future growth, where you can see, 4 or 5 years out that all schools are within a manageable enrollment range. Aspen stays small. Now, because this is an issue, we recognize that in 2019 we went through these boundary processes for Oakleaf opening up, and at that point, kindergartners that were boundaried into the Oakleaf Elementary School boundary could see when they were 6th graders being moved again, and there would remain a possibility for 6th graders that wish to stay in their current schools to permit. Most of these schools would have the capacity to do so if their parents wanted them to. So those are the kids that could be moved twice within this period. If they started as kindergartners, they could have been moved to Oakleaf or another school, and then they could be moved again back to their kindergarten school in most cases.
Mr. Anderson, can
Yes.
I point one thing out? On this boundary and going forward, the trade-off between using 118th South as the boundary is Village 9 and Aspen have small enrollments. That's just the two sides of the coin. So that I just wanted to get that out there, that those schools would be smaller.
And we will see that as long as we keep that 118 South boundary. If that's an option in the boundaries, then you'll see those lower enrollments. And we see that in option D, in fact, as we move on to the next one. Option D is similar to C, except it takes in the 3 schools and the southernmost schools, Oakleaf, Butterfield Canyon, and Harriman, and tweaks areas there, here and there, to create boundaries, most of which are walkable for those neighborhoods. They're adjacent, they're within close range of the schools that we're sending them to. But that's what option D does. And you'll see in option D, the enrollments at Aspen and Oakleaf, Village 9, are the same because they are not touched in this option, but you can see what it does to Butterfield, Harriman, and Oakleaf, respectively. So the summary for option D would be similar to C again. The school is impacted. It does use 118 as the boundary. There are some transportation savings in this one, as we've noted, that a lot of these students are now walk eligible. It does balance future growth. And the same goes for the 6th graders that could be moved twice within their K-6 experience.
You say that only 5 schools were impacted, but Bastion is in there as well.
Yes, when we say 5, is 5 current schools, 5 current school boundaries. Thank you for that clarification. And even though we noticed Silvercrest in these options, as we looked at Silvercrest, their boundaries they've got pretty major roads surrounding the school, and they're pretty stable in their enrollment. So we didn't consider them in any of these options. But 5 current school boundaries are considered here. Which brings us to the next, option E.
On all the options, Silvercrest is not.
That's correct.
Yes, yeah, we did not consider Silvercrest in these. Just as we looked at it, we looked at ways to do it. It just didn't make sense because of the major roads that surround them. They're they've got a stable enrollment, and it didn't quite add up as we looked. We looked at iterations that did involve them, but ultimately decided not to.
Good call.
So E is again a kind of a continuation of what we did with D. You can see there Aspen and Village 9 don't get touched in this one, but the 3 southern schools of Oakleaf, Butterfield, and Harriman have different iterations there. You can see Butterfield Canyon annexes an area of Oakleaf, and as does Harriman. And Oakleaf goes up into a little bit of Bastion and picks up some area up there in the pink that kind of bleeds into the blue there. Now, this option is probably the most sustainable long-term for Oakleaf when you consider the Olympia Hills development. You can see there what it does over the course of the 5 years. Oakleaf stays lower. We anticipate Olympia Hills. Right now they're in the process of moving dirt for roads. They'll be providing infrastructure with sewer, water, etc. Mr. Feston believes in the next year,
probably
2 years,
2 to 3 years before we see homes in earnest there. The first 1,100 units have been approved at the city council, so that is on the books and moving forward.
Mr. Feston, what is that northern boundary of Oakleaf that juts up into Bastion?
That is the Copper Fields development. If you're familiar with that area, it's a development of all.
Is it by the cemetery there?
A little bit farther west from the cemetery. All the roads in there are Boston Red Sox players. So,
if you're a Red Sox fan, that is a development you should go see. Yawkey Way, Pedroia Lane,
yeah,
Boggs Drive.
Yeah. The reason we put that in this option is, according to the city, the roads connecting Olympia up to 126 South will be completed by the time this boundary goes into effect. So that would make those students and the ones on the south side of 126 walk eligible to Oakleaf.
Is it? My fear is across the street, kids will be going to another school. Is that going to be the case?
In this option, no, they would still go to the same school.
We do have, again, in this area of Harriman and a lot in the West Jordan areas, we have kids that are very close to a physical school, but go to another one, and that's one of the challenges with schools that are built in close proximity to each other. So in summary of option E, it's very similar to what we said before. This one is really just the main takeaway from this that is different than the other 2 previous options is that Oakleaf enrollment is lowered for future growth, considering the Olympia Hills development that Mr. Feston just described.
So on option E, I have a question. You're adding a lot to Butterfield Canyon,
yes,
but it's not a straight line. It's like a jagged line. Like, are those bus kids?
Currently, those on the west side of Butterfield Canyon, those students are currently bused to Oakleaf.
So it's like, then Oakleaf would be a walkable route. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those students that are annexed from Oakleaf, I believe, would be walk eligible there as well, to the west of Butterfield Canyon. Which leads us really to the question as we looked at this, and you've noticed in the last 3 options that Village 9 and Aspen Elementary's enrollments are very low in those options, which led us to question and wonder, well, given that we're moving and tweaking boundaries in the other schools south of there, is there a need, really, is there an option that we can do where we don't build a Village 9 school right away? And that leads us to option F, which incorporates option E, but puts off building a Village 9 school for now. You can see in option F, it combines Village 9 and Aspen's boundaries from E into one. Aspen's boundary looks really large, but is stable because is more stable because of the 118th south line that we drew there. This option is long-term, addresses Olympia Hills and much of the growth that goes into the area of Aspen Elementary. Now with that,
Kind of came out of nowhere, but wow.
I know.
it was something that required, I mean, we saw it and we just kept thinking, man, those enrollments are so low, and it brought up the question, do we really need a school right now if we're willing to do tweaks and boundary changes to the schools south of there?
We're putting a lot of faith in the fact that they said they're gonna put all the money into the ballpark area. What if that changes and then we don't have a school?
If current trends continue, and we know they'll change, they've changed since October, when these numbers first were presented. So you're right, we're banking on promises that we don't, or indications that we don't have any control over.
I want to emphasize, though, that, I mean, there are resources being allocated to downtown Daybreak area. That doesn't mean that they're just pulling everything off construction sites.
no.
It's just their reallocation of resources could slow housing down. And even in the projections that you see for option F, in the next 3 to 5 years, those, how many homes are there in the Olympia Hills development in the next 3 to 5 years, do you think?
1,000.
Which would yield.
At current rates, about 300 students.
So even with Oakleaf, we designed Oakleaf in this boundary option with, the estimates are in the mid to high 600s, they could absorb 300 more students without major impacts to the school.
I just want to say thank you for putting option F in there. I mean, that was a brave decision, but I think it was a really responsible one. As I was reading these numbers, I'm like, why are we building? Why are we building? So thank you for seeing that.
Yeah, you saw the same things we did in that, and that's why when we discussed it with members of cabinet and Scott's team, we needed to do that. Now, as you can see there in our talking points for option F, that does have implications for what we've discussed over the last couple of months in terms of lease revenue bonding, timing. We did work with the developer in the area to tweak some of the boundary or some of the property lines in there. That was a mutually beneficial decision. So those are things that we would need to just be aware of moving forward, and Mr. Larson would be able to explain and clarify what that has, what the implications are for lease revenue bonds.
I have a question too with option F. How, you might have already said this, but how does that affect the number of parents and families who are hoping for a DLI program? I mean, participation in a DLI program.
Well, it would be something we can survey on again. Right now, we surveyed all of the schools in the surrounding area of Aspen Elementary, and although interest was high in the survey, intent is different from actual action sometimes, and the actual numbers that we got back just didn't quite add up. And so it doesn't preclude us from doing a DLI program in the future. And there may be some people that are waiting to see where the boundary lines fall and how they're drawn before they make a decision, so it might be worth another crack at it at some point.
Does option F put us behind? So when we did the last bond, we were behind. Like, our schools were packed. We felt a lot of pain because we had overcrowded schools, possibly because we had a failed bond before that. Does kicking this can down the road potentially cause us to get in that same kind of situation where when the housing market picks back up, all of a sudden we're scrambling to create a bond or a school? Does it make it so we're not being proactive in addressing housing needs?
I think my answer to that would be this board has been proactive and beyond in keeping their finger on the pulse of growth and looking at the forecast. We come annually to the board with updates, and we tweak things as we need to in between. And if there were in the next couple of years, we know in the next 2-3 years we're going to be okay in this area. If we see things pick up and change and alter, we would be able to have a discussion at any point about options. The good news is in an option like F that we have the property there and we know what boundary options could look like if we needed to build a school there.
During the legendary Moab period, the board actually did build, I believe it was Antelope Canyon, because the alternative, it was making some dramatic boundary changes that you knew you would just have to undo because a school would be necessary ultimately. So you built that school so that you didn't have to do the painful boundary changes and then undo them and then build a school anyway. That was the type of foresight that I think you're talking about. So this is a similar situation, a little bit different numbers, but similar situation.
What would be the ramifications of doing an option G where we just leave everything the same for another year or two?
That's an option. As you can see in the numbers at the beginning, we can stay, Aspen can stay for another year with portables, maybe 2, and we could take a wait and see approach for that as well. It would require portables at Aspen. They would become large, but it's not unprecedented, the size of the school.
What's an ideal range of students at an elementary school? I mean, if you were to ask the principals of the elementary school, what range of students make it a manageable, good environment?
Yeah. I may lean on my good friends that are in the elementary ranks to help chime in here. We did ask that question because when you saw those enrollment numbers in the 300s for Aspen and Village 9, in order to have an elementary school that has at least 2 teachers or 2 classes in every grade level, you need around 350 students. Now, that doesn't mean that it's optimal. That just means that you have 2 grade levels in case kids can move back and forth with teachers and so forth. That's the very minimum that you would need.
I would also say that ideally you have 3 classes. 2 classes gives students a choice. 3 classes means you have a more meaningful PLC where you have 3 teachers. So I would say that more in the 500 student range to have that, but that doesn't mean that we can't.
And what they're saying behind me, I'm having, getting inspiration, 750 to 800. Yeah.
500 gives you 3 students, or 350 gives you 2 teachers per grade. 500 gives you 3, and 750 gives you lots of options.
And how much is too much?
When you are a 5A high school size, like Ridgeview, that is too much.
And Aspen will be knocking.
They've
on the
done
door.
a great job of it.
1,500 is.
They're doing a great job of it.
What's a number?
But a number?
Yeah.
Once you go over 1,000, you ought to pay very close attention to what's going on there.
Ridgeview
Comfortably
Elementary
away
is
from
larger
that.
than most high schools.
What's that?
Ridgeview Elementary is larger than most high schools in the state of Utah.
Right. That's some districts. It's larger than some districts.
Yeah.
So, question on Butterfield Canyon. They have 9 portables right now. Am I looking at the most recent capacity document?
Yes.
And they have 733 students. So they would grow 200 students. And they already think they need 9 portables. And according to our numbers, they wouldn't need any more portables.
Right.
But they might feel a huge pinch
We went
if
and
they're already
visited.
filling out all those portables.
Yeah, we did go and visit Butterfield on Friday with Ms. Gadosh and walk through the building with the principal. They have half a dozen classrooms that are not being used for instruction at the moment. Either school programs or storage.
But they always
or
find a way to
offices.
use them.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. Programs will expand to fill the space provided. We in our discussion with with April and with the principal, we felt comfortable that they could absorb that growth with the 9 portables that they currently have.
Frustrating because I hate ping-ponging people, and we said as a board, this is our only time to take care of the overgrowth of Butterfield Canyon Elementary School. So we're actually being ping-pong these guys back to the school that we should probably never have moved them from, because the information we had was this school would continue to grow out of control. But if the growth picks up and building more up there in High Country Estates and otherwise, then all of a sudden,
I asked similar questions because I was concerned about that. And the buildings or the homes in the High Country Estates, they're typically very large homes and yield low student rates. Also, at the time, we needed to move some of Butterfield Canyon that might be moving their 6th grader back and forth at least once in their K-6 experience, is that when we brought Oakleaf on in 2019, when we were doing these boundaries, we anticipated Olympia Hills and other developments to come online much faster.
that's true.
And then we had something called 2020 come, and it just put a halt on a lot of the projects, as we've discussed here previously. Mr. Feston's updated us on that a couple of times. So we looked down the road, we saw what we thought at the time was coming, and it did change somewhat. So that's kind of the nature of looking down the road a little bit. You can't always see around the curves and the ridges or the junipers.
So, and my other concern is there needs to be considerable other boundary discussions in my area, specifically Black Ridge Foothills. If we make moves now, does that prohibit us from making the right moves later when we have to other schools? And again, avoiding the ping pong effect. It's kind of rhetorical, but
Yeah.
Well, I might add to that that's one of the benefits perhaps of being able to answer that question a little bit better in the fall when we have more data available for those kinds of discussions.
I guess I'm just asking myself because I think outside. Is if a future, sorry, that question choked me up. If a future boundary change is probably in order also, if it's better just to hit pause on this and do a more broad one. But again, I'm just asking. Sorry.
And we are doing this boundary change earlier than normal.
Yeah.
Can't push pause too long unless we build the school. We have two options: build the school. We can push pause as long as you want for a while, or we move forward with where that growth is going to go. So there's an urgency at Aspen where there isn't necessarily an urban urgency in the rest of Harriman. So if we're not going to build that school, we need to move forward immediately with at least some of this to alleviate that growth at Aspen. That's not fair to the students at Aspen.
It still won't take effect this fall, though. It won't take effect till the next fall. So we could put this off, but only by a few months.
Can I
Like till the fall.
clarify what you were just explaining? Build the school, but don't boundary students into it? Is
Yeah.
that what you were suggesting?
No, I'm just simply saying,
Bit
if we're sitting there saying, wait, we need to make all these adjustments in Harriman schools, the reason we're doing that is because we're not building the school. So if we're saying, let's not make changes in Harriman schools, then we better build that school.
Are you, in terms of the timing of the boundary change, and I may be putting words in your mouth here, if you decide, having looked at these numbers, we're not going to build, then we need to get started right away on the boundary changes because they will be significant. If you know you're going to build, then you could do that later in the fall because fewer schools will be impacted.
That's what
Do
I'm
I
saying.
understand you correctly?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, these boundaries wouldn't take place next year anyways, right?
All of these proposed boundaries are for would take effect fall of 25.
So either way, I think we can hit the pause button on the boundaries. First of all, we got to decide if we're going to build the school, and then we could hit pause on the boundaries and say, let's take a broader look at the other schools. Because I do know that like Black Ridge is significantly dropping in population. Why not have that discussion together?
And I think the point that the two of you have touched on is an important one. It's not just the need for the school, but it's also the timing of the boundary discussion. Partially showing you these options maybe brings that into focus, whether the fall gives us some better numbers and gives us some time to look more broadly. So that's another consideration is, do we still build the school on the same timeline, and do we still discuss boundaries on the same timeline?
Because we typically make boundary decisions in the fall, in November, we moved this up because of the DLI program so that parents would know what the boundary is.
Which we're not
Now
going to have
there isn't a
anymore.
DLI program.
So, question on building a new school, is that out to bid right now?
Mr. Thomas is out to bid. Doesn't mean that we can't push pause. We do have the design done. It is out to bid, and we can push pause.
And Mr. Larson, are you prepared to talk a little bit about what that means or doesn't mean for lease revenue bond?
If you don't move forward with the construction,
Right, obviously we don't need the bond.
no lease revenue bond. If you do move forward with construction, you can do the lease revenue bond along the way. Some considerations you might think about in there is that we have seen significant construction inflation. I'm not trying to talk you into
No,
one
it's
way or
true.
another,
It's
but
true.
construction inflation, if interest rates, a year from now, interest rates could be higher, they could be lower, like how I hedge my bets there. We just don't know. So there's a lot of unknowns for a year from now if it were delayed a year or so. There's some risks. Both directions. I mean, we could build it and have two really small schools. You could postpone and then it costs more to build, but have right-sized schools.
Mr. Ostrom, how long is that bid good? That makes sense?
Say it's currently out to bid now, and we're planning on bringing it back to the board at the March board meeting for approval or denial on that one. If we postpone it, though, we wouldn't be able to, even if we postpone it a month, because we're about a month behind what we typically are. When we start a new school, it would be difficult to hit our date for the fall of 2025 if we do postpone it.
But if anybody can do it, you can.
But is there an urgency
Careful, babe.
to bring it on in the fall of 2025? Could we take our time a little bit and bring it on in the fall of 2026 and build it slower? Would that change the cost if we build it slower?
I don't believe so. Because a lot of times when you extend, that's about the right amount of months to build them. If you extend it for another year and they have to have staff on site for a year, then you pay some more general conditions, they call them, for security, for heating the building and, doing that type of work. So
there's really three choices we can make: build it, not build it, or delay it.
And my question initially was, the bid, when it does come back, how long will that be good for us? How long of a timetable would we have to accept that bid?
typically 30 days is what.
Just 30 days, okay. That was my question, thank you.
That would make opening August of 25 difficult.
But we're 11 months ahead if we open August of 26.
If we were to shoot for an August of 26, there's some implications on a lease revenue bond as well. Timing of when it would go out, interest payments that would happen. Tonight's motion wouldn't, the document for the lease revenue bond wouldn't be impacted, but we may want to relook at timing of when the lease revenue bond is issued and then just cover some of the costs on our end and reimburse ourselves later from the lease revenue bond proceeds so that we don't have a bond out there accruing interest for another year.
Bottom line is we could get by without a new school for 5 years. Butterfield Canyon and Harriman would be a little tight,
But within capacity.
but still within capacity. What happens in year 6?
Well, we would keep the rolling 5-year plan on the forefront of our minds, and we would have updates as every fall and
Olympia would
I'll tell you
probably
in
be the more
October.
likely quote.
Correct.
Yeah, I'll tell you in October what's going to happen in year 6.
So if we delay a school, would we want to expand the number of schools we're looking at for a boundary change this fall?
We could certainly do that, and that's what I think Mr. Robinson was referencing earlier. Is
Looking at Black Ridge's declining enrollment.
That's what I would rather have. If there's not an urgency to make a boundary decision right now, some of the factors that cause us to move ahead aren't there anymore.
Yes, in the fall we would have a clearer picture of what it looks like in the future of what we're experiencing, and we would go through the same process that we started in November of this last year, where we come to you with proposals for schools we want to notify that could be potentially impacted by boundaries. We'd notify the patrons of those schools, the parents, and so forth, and then come to you with new options in the fall. Under that scenario.
The urgent decision now, though, is whether or not we're going to build a new school, because we have a bid coming back to us and we have to move forward on a lease revenue bond.
That's the question at hand.
And how urgent is that decision? Like, do you need to know that tonight? Do we have a few weeks?
So from a lease revenue bond standpoint, there is no urgency. If you wanted to, tonight's document, I would recommend you move forward with, because it does not bind the board in any way. It just provides extra options for the board. The plan was the contractor's bid be approved in March, and at the same time, a lease revenue bond conversation and approval take place. But you could separate those two and do a lease revenue bond, say in April or May, because of the approval, tonight's approval. I think the bigger decision is not the lease revenue bond as much as the contractor's bid.
But that decision is at the end of March, right?
That's the end of March.
So there's another meeting. You could discuss it in your next meeting, and I think our March meetings are only a week apart. But you could discuss this in your next meeting, determine whether you want to move forward with the school in the following meeting. But I don't see any advantage to waiting on the lease revenue bond. If you decide in the second meeting of March that you want a new school, you should probably vote to fund it in that same meeting. So, but you do have a meeting between now and when you need to make that decision. Is that accurate?
Yes. Okay, may I offer one other thought here, is that while we're discussing and while these bids are out, if the board does choose to not move forward with, I would not reveal any information on the bids to protect the bidders. We wouldn't want to risk some companies and relationships. If we're pulling back on a bid process, I don't think we would want to reveal what everybody bid for something we're not going to do. And now they just revealed some of their costs or whatever they're doing. I just want to think about the other end of this as well.
Well, and I think there's another end to this too, as far as, is there any signage up at Village 9 about a future school in 2025?
There's a sign about
There's-
future school. It doesn't give a date though.
Okay.
And there's a sign in the wrong place too.
That's
so.
what I thought. That's what I've been told. There's a sign, but it's not actually on the school site.
Okay.
Oh, well, small.
And it's not ours either, so.
Right.
But that's another important consideration, is just communicating with the
Hey,
developer.
Rick, yeah.
Pulling back on the need of this school, does that also kick us into other areas that we might need a school at the same time? So I'm thinking of the West Jordan area. Then all of a sudden we're scrambling to build 2 schools at the same time, where if we space them out, it's probably easier to absorb, especially in a lease revenue bond process instead of going out to bond.
It's occurred to me as we've had discussions with the facilities committee, and we're going to have the broader discussion about the continuum of options that we have, that could come into play in terms of a broader discussion of where we need buildings and what are some options. And we have discussions ready to occur with everything from high build and high boundary changes to low build and high boundary changes and everything in between. So we could have that as part of the broader discussion at that point as well.
I think your point's well taken, though, that it's much easier to eat an elephant one bite at a time than all at once.
And remind me if I'm not right or wrong, the West Jordan Elementary School that we bought the property has to be built by 2029?
August of 29.
If we delay this, that's button up to it. And certainly by 2029, we probably need this school. 28?
Or 29. We'll look at it.
So we have this option F, where we don't build a school. And if you look at the numbers of the 5 other schools, all of them are in that ideal range, pretty much, all the way out to 2029. They're all in the ideal range of size of elementary school. We don't spend money on a new elementary school. Why isn't that just the no-brainer?
Because it doesn't take into facts a lot of stuff. Like a year ago, if we looked at this chart, it didn't show these numbers. So a year from now, in October, it might show different numbers. The growth might pick up like we were anticipating before. And the other thing that I was trying to point out is now all of a sudden we're going to be put in a situation where we have to build 2 elementary schools at the same time, which is a lot harder than building 1 elementary school at a time.
You've done it.
We've done it, but usually with a bond.
But with a bond.
With a bond.
Without a bond, it's very difficult to build 2 schools at the same time.
Well, and if current legislation goes through, we wouldn't be able to do that with a lease revenue bond for both of them.
Incidentally, that's being heard.
Heard right now.
Right now?
Referendums are being heard right now. I'll give you an update.
But yeah, it's all just hypothetical. It's just what if. This is the data we have. This is the best data we have in front of us right here. So why do we care about all these other what ifs?
Because you have to build a school in that area. There's no ifs, ands, and buts. We will build a school in that area
In
because
Village 9?
yeah, look at all the land around it that has houses that are projected to go in there. Whether or not they go in this next year because the housing market slowed, or if it picks back up, all the economists say that it's going to pick back up. And so what we don't want to do is get behind like we did last time. We don't want to have schools that are overcrowded, like Harriman High School, in terms of like not having space for them and suffering a bunch of other consequences because our schools are too full.
Someone mentioned in a meeting, maybe it wasn't an official meeting, maybe it was just John and I talking at one point, but the idea was we don't build a school and then hope that the communities around it develop. We let the communities develop and then we build a school. Am I remembering a conversation correctly? You don't remember?
Not that I recall. In fact, I'm remembering a lot of neighbors teasing me about how the school district seems to build a school in the middle of nowhere where they think is nowhere, and all of a sudden the next year it's all developed. And that's because we're anticipating that growth, and we're out ahead, and we have things in place.
But we're not anticipating that growth. These numbers aren't showing that anticipated growth, right?
1 year numbers though. A year ago it showed the growth.
I mean, if we don't trust the numbers, why have the numbers?
I don't trust the numbers.
Well, I think
Well,
it's
yeah,
important to remember that we have cash on hand for just such an occasion. That if West Jordan developed really fast and Olympia Hills at the same time, we could lease revenue
Cash.
for one school and pay cash for the other.
Very good point.
And that's why we strategically chose that amount to keep in reserve.
Can I address Mr. Barnett's point about the numbers? We watch these numbers religiously. Every week, we get new building permit starts from the cities. We watch these numbers religiously. We do the best we can for the forecasting, but we're also working with developers. We're working with cities, and we're working with the economy at large. We're working with birth rates that all are in flux and all change from year to year, month to month. You're right. These are the best numbers that we can give you at this point. But the one guarantee I can make is when I come back in October, they will be different. Will they be higher? Will they be lower? I can't tell you right now. But they will be different. And that's why we do it so frequently, is to keep our finger on the pulse of what is really happening with residential development. And like I told our principals recently, just because there are houses being built does not guarantee that there are students coming out of those houses like we used to be able to assume. Because a lot of the development right now is just so unaffordable that you might get 1 or 2 students where you used to get 4 or 5 out of a house.
But yeah, I appreciate that. I guess my point is, our best bet, it seems like, is to make our decisions based on the best data that's available, which is what we see right here in front of us. This is the best data. And some of us might think, I don't trust the data, or I think it's going to go up. Someone might think, I think it's going to go down. But this is the data we have, and this is what we can go back on and say, we built that school based on this data. We didn't base it on a hunch that 2 or 3 of the board members had, or some insider information that someone had. You know, we can back up our decisions based on the best data available. And I don't understand why that's not, like I said, it seems like a no-brainer to me.
Let me make a proposal here. I would say we, as a board, we're not going to move forward with the boundary change right now because our urgency was a DLI program, but since there is not going to be one this year, we can put off that boundary change and put it on our regular time schedule where we have our October numbers in and make that decision in November. Because there still will need to be a boundary change whether or not we build a school. And then we bring this back to our agenda at our next meeting to have further discussion on whether or not to build a new school and give board members time to digest this new information. That's my proposal.
Okay.
Comments?
I'll second that.
And by that time, we will have met as a facilities committee, and we'll know a little bit more on that end of things.
And by that time, the bid will have come in. Ish.
Ish.
Thank you for putting that into perspective, because the urgency was about the DLI program, right? And so now the urgency is not there. So thank you.
Okay, so is everyone okay then if we revisit this at our next agenda? What questions or information do we need brought back?
So
That was my question.
can I, I'm hoping I convey some thoughts here. The bids are due back about that same time. Can we maybe get some instruction not to look at them? and wait until the board's conversation on the 12th.
I move that we keep the bids sealed until the board decides to unseal them.
That help? Oh, there we go. I love that.
Okay, I move that we extend the bid till after the next board meeting.
Until after the board meets again. I thank you. I think that will help us and help several companies as well.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And we can be ready with information next board meeting for discussion. In between now and then, please let us know if we can answer any questions about areas or numbers in certain areas. We're happy to answer that. We appreciate the discussion tonight.
But Mr. Larson will go ahead with the lease revenue paper tonight, correct?
Yeah, it makes no decisions, just gives you options.
No harm.
No harm, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson and your team for putting this together in a rushed manner. I mean, when I say that, I don't mean in not careful, but you did it quickly, and I feel like the options you brought us really helped us have a little more clarity on this whole subject. So thank you, because I remember the discussion beforehand about, well, how quickly can you do this? And I feel like you did a rush job, but not a rushed job, I guess I should say.
We
So
expedited.
thank
as
you
we could.
very much.
Thank you. We appreciate that, and kudos to Mr. Feston and Mr. Hamblin. I did ask them to reprioritize a few things, and they did so, and just appreciate their work on this.
I had no idea it would end up like this, though. Getting into this meeting today, I had no idea that this would be the result.
That would be a curveball. Going back to the base.
To keep the baseball going.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, take a deep breath. On to our next agenda item. Our next item is discussion on the kindergarten start date adjustment for 2024-25. Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you. I have some information to share, maybe some historical information on why we are even at a point of talking about this issue. And then I just have some thoughts about where we may go going forward. And I'm happy to answer questions as well. I don't know that tonight is, well, let me get into that and then we can talk at the end. The KEEP test has been required by the state for all kindergarten students. And in association with that test, there were 12 days on the calendar given for testing in kindergarten. So the academic year was 12 days shorter for kindergarten students, while teachers had time to work individually with those students. For next year, the State Board of Education no longer requires KEEP testing. And as a result, the option to use those 12 days for testing has been removed. So the state no longer allows for testing on those 12 days. I worry that there may be some confusion around that was a district decision as opposed to a state decision. The decision on those 12 days was made at the state level. So our calendar was adjusted to align with that new requirement of the state that we provide instruction for kindergarten students on those days. The board has received, and I have received, significant feedback from the vast majority of kindergarten teachers. And as a supplement to that feedback, I've also had the opportunity to go out to 6 different schools and visit with kindergarten teams. And so I've just gone to their school and talked with them. I've talked with a group of kindergarten teachers at each feeder system. And just kind of talked about this issue because we're trying to, I know that as a district, we need to look at ways that we can mitigate that impact of losing those 12 days. And I've always seen great value in what happens in kindergarten, of course. High school graduation rates are predicted by third grade reading scores, and third grade reading scores are predicted by, you guessed it, kindergarten outcomes. So investing in kindergarten as a district is very important. And this is a big shift in the time that has been given to kindergarten teachers. And I was able to talk with teachers who are first-year teachers, teachers who have taught for decades in kindergarten, people who have worked in half a dozen different states and districts. And so I heard a lot of ideas, a lot of ways that those days are used. And it really does vary by school, how those days are used and how kindergarten teams are talking about adapting going forward. I loved talking with the kindergarten teams, and if there are any teams that are listening that would like me to come and visit, I would love to come visit you. Shoot me an email, and I'll come before or after school.
They are as an incredible a group as you'll ever gather.
Honestly, they are efficiency experts, I'll tell you that. They know how to organize a classroom, get the most out of it. I would stop in after we talk and talk with kids at a couple of the schools, and it was just, they are making the most of that time with students. And I've said it 2 years in a row, our kindergarten scores, our kindergarten scores are better than they've been in over 100 years. So it's not an abstract concept for me that our kindergarten teachers are doing an incredible job. They're teaching kids how to be in school, and they're teaching parents how to have kids in school. One school called them the paparazzi, the parents at the beginning of the school year taking their pictures as the kids go in. I just loved talking with them, and our kindergarten teachers are doing a tremendous job. And we need to invest in them, and the board knows that. The board feels that way too, I know. And we just need to look at ways that we can mitigate the impact of losing these days. But there are a lot of different options, so I think whatever we do, we need to provide a lot of flexibility for individual teams to structure things the way that they feel like they need.
Tell me the baseline. What do we have to do? As we lose these days, what do we have to do?
Well, kindergarten teachers need to be able to meet with parents and students before the school year starts. And I think there's a notion out there that we as a district have a choice of whether those days are instructional or not, and we don't have a choice on whether to provide instruction for those 180 days. So what the board could consider doing is paying for additional days up front. There is tremendous value in spending time with students and parents in advance of the school year. Can you imagine? Now, in some schools, a sibling will just bring a kindergartner that the school wasn't expecting, and they'll say, oh, my mom told me to bring my little brother for kindergarten. It just depends on the feeder that you're in and the school where you are. Some schools use days over the summer so that they can balance out needs within classes, and the better they can get to know the students and the parents, the better they can balance needs in a class. So we need to give kindergarten teachers some of that time that they've lost. And there's a price tag to paying. If you paid the average, if you averaged out the cost of a day for a kindergarten teacher, it's and you provided that for every kindergarten teacher, that would be $50,000 approximately, weighted, with the benefits added.
Per day.
Per day for all kindergarten teachers. Now, I would suggest that if you're considering doing that, and this is a timely discussion because budget discussions are coming up for the coming year, and I would just suggest that we consider that as part of that budget process. So it would be approximately $50,000 per day to provide that for all kindergarten teachers. Now, I talked with full-time teachers, I talked with part-time teachers. Some teachers still have a morning and an afternoon session, so that's double the kids you're trying to connect with. So whatever we're doing, I think we ought to provide some flexibility, and if we give a certain number of days, maybe it's that number of days per class that you teach, so that if you're teaching 2 sets of kindergarten students, then you get those additional days to meet with parents and students. But that's really the conclusion, that we really need to look at a way, and schools are creative. They're finding ways to, they're doing some acrobatics to try to find time. But to the extent that we can consider that in our budgeting process, providing some additional time, paying teachers for some additional time, since we do not have the flexibility of shortening the school year any longer, adding those days, I think, would be an essential investment in the work that our kindergarten teachers are doing.
But as of right now, legally, we'll be required to have the whole set of kindergartners there on the first day of school.
Oh, when you said, what do we have to do? I thought you were saying, what moral imperative do we have to help support our kindergarten teachers? That's why I kind of got passionate about speaking on their behalf.
That's great. I'm just saying we have to have all kindergartners in class on the first day, like every other grade. There's no leeway. There's no day 2, day 3.
There's no leeway from the state level on changing the first day of school for kindergarten. Now, as I talked with teams, there were several teams that pointed out that they see, although nobody wants to lose the planning time, the timing of the first day for kindergarten students, there are kindergarten students who want to start school with everyone else. It does work better for families to have kindergarten students start on the same day. They get the red carpet and the balloon arch and the mascot and the other really cool things that happen on the first day of elementary school if they start on the same day. But I will emphasize once again, nobody thinks it's worth it to start them on the same day if you're losing those planning days. But that's a decision that's out of our hands as a district. We don't have control over that. But what we can do is consider, as part of the budget process, funding additional days before the start of the school year.
How many would they need? Bare minimum to what they would really prefer.
And do they want to work them?
Did you say bare minimum too?
Bare minimum. I have to have a week. I have to have 2 weeks, but I'd prefer this. Give me a range.
Well, the preference is 3.
3 weeks.
3 days.
3 days.
3 days. Yeah. 3 days. No matter how much time you pay teachers for, they always work more than the time we've paid them for. That is a universal truth. But I think from the feedback that the board received and from my conversations, 3 days is ideal. I had some teachers mention 2. I really think 3 days would give some flexibility. Now, that's teachers having to work 3 additional days.
But it's also paying 3
But it's
teachers.
compensating for those 3 days, and it means that it doesn't swallow up the additional hours for prep that are paid by the state and the preparation days at the beginning of the school year. So if you're saying, so to summarize, we don't have flexibility on the 180 days. The board can choose to fund days beyond that so that teachers are paid for additional days. I would advocate for maximum flexibility on that. I think that would be the way to go. And 3 days is the predominant number that you hear as you talk with teachers. And I think that varies depending on, we need to consider how many classes a teacher is teaching when we're looking at that. So that's, and I know that the board is very supportive of kindergarten as well. We talk a lot about kindergarten, and I brag about kindergarten all the time and the scores that they have. So it's an investment.
So you might give me additional days if I'm teaching AM and PM, because I have twice the case.
If you've got twice the kids to connect with, you're going to need more days in order to accomplish that. with more of our teachers teaching a full day kindergarten, then they have that one
Half the
set of
kids,
students.
Dr.
Is maybe
Godfrey?
why 3 days can work.
Dr. Godfrey, sometimes we have some leeway on how long a day must be. Do you know what I'm saying?
Now, that's why I said that you can
In order
have-
to count as a school day, an instructional day, sometimes we
right.
have some leeway. Is
Yeah.
that a possibility?
Now, that's why I said that we have 180 days that we have to provide instruction in response to Mr. Dunford's question. Now, you could have half days, and then that second half of the day is time for conference time with a student, with individual students. So you could do that. Technically, you could do virtual days at the beginning of the year. You could do virtual days all year, based on the state board rule. So that's flexibility that a school could consider. There are busing implications, there are lunch implications, there are other complications there that come in. So I'm not ruling those out. And I don't know that a decision has to be made tonight. But I just wanted to report back on my visits to kindergarten teams. I wanted to discuss, kind of clarify that 180-day requirement. But in fact, in the public committee meeting, when the state board discussed this change, they did discuss that possibility of holding morning or afternoon class and using the rest of the day for individual appointments. Like I said, the transportation is an issue on that, and but those are options that we could give schools the flexibility to access. If that's something that the board chooses to do, and we could look at the logistics of that.
And from the kindergarten teachers that you've talked with, how many of them are willing to do these extra days? Are they real keen on it or not?
I think that I hesitate to try to represent all 125 teachers or so. I didn't hear any resistance to that idea. I didn't hear anyone say, but I wouldn't. I think a lot are putting in that extra time. Like I said earlier, that extra time is being used anyway. I don't think that would be an objectionable option. I think there are those that would prefer to start the school year later. And I think that's what we've been used to, and I think that there are many who would like to do that. But like I said, some that I talked with saw an advantage to starting on day one with everyone else. And those literacy goals for November 1st, some said to me, hey, I get 6 more days now to try to meet that November 1st goal of knowing letters and sounds and hitting those other benchmarks. So I think, as with anything, with a group that large, you're going to get a mixed bag. But I didn't get I didn't get a negative reaction to the idea of being paid for additional days. Starting the school year later just isn't an option. Flexibility in the way we provide instruction on those 180 days is an option.
We could do a virtual day where everyone was expected to come together on a Zoom call that lasted a little bit, and then the rest of the day could be time with teachers or time with parents.
Yes, that could work. I think technically that would meet the state requirements. I don't know how popular that would be with kindergarten teachers. I don't know how popular that
Or
would
parents.
Or-
Can you imagine kindergartners who've never even been to school neating to
Sitting still that long?
get
Well-
their Chromebooks checked out and home and onto a virtual call?
Well, you're not required, they wouldn't have to be on the other end of the call. You just have to have the meeting.
It's true.
You hold the meeting.
It would be like a snow day.
Yes. You hold the meeting. No one shows up. You've met the requirement. Then you could meet with parents. I'm just trying to explore what are the options, and could we follow the same procedure we've been we've been using, but those days are virtual days instead of non-instruction days. or testing days.
The 180 days is not negotiable.
Right.
The way that we provide the 180 days is, so virtual or half days would be an option.
Okay.
And paying for additional days before the first day of school for teachers to use however it was best for them, approximately $50,000 per day, maybe a little more, maybe 55, to provide that before school starts. Now,
We're looking at approximately 3 days, roughly 3 days.
right.
What is this requirement that you're talking about that this meeting would fill?
What he's suggesting is that
it's an
you can
instruction
have
day.
virtual instruction and it counts as an instructional day.
Right, but he said just holding the meeting, and even if no one attended, it would fulfill the requirement. What requirement? are we-
180 days.
Provided instruction for the day.
So I'm interested in what scenario kindergarten teachers would prefer. If they would prefer to have the 3 days before the regular start of school, or if they would prefer to have the virtual meeting in the morning and then meet with students individually. I'm curious, was there any input given of what kindergarten teachers would prefer when you went and talked with the teams?
I didn't offer anything specifically. I was cautious to say, hey, here's a thought, but it's not something that we've talked with the board about. What I would suggest is that the board discuss, and it doesn't have to be decided tonight, what options you think would be palatable and affordable, and then give teams the choice. So say you can choose 3 days before, you can do virtual for 3 days, you can have 3 half days if we can manage the busing. I mean, I think with the half day, we'd have to just decide that we're doing that or we're not doing that. I think the busing gets too complicated if you try to do it for individual schools. But you could say you can do 3 days before, you can do 3 virtual days, or you can do a combination of those two and give the flexibility to the schools. So rather than choosing one or the other, I would give the maximum flexibility. Now, if the board didn't approve additional funding, then you could say you can start on day 1, or you can start on, day X. You could choose how many days you would approve virtual instruction. Does that make sense? But I would just say, I don't think we could come around one option and say this is going to work best for everyone. I think if you gave
2 or 3
the
options.
greatest flexibility that you're comfortable with, that would be the way to go. Now, the virtual instruction, that doesn't require district level coordination. You may have bus drivers and nutrition service workers that are not serving as many students as a result of that. So routes, that I'm trying to think of what the impacts might be there. But I didn't hear a lot of negativity around the additional days. But I'm not sure that a wide range of options has been discussed. Clarity around what your choices are, I think, is going to be really helpful in getting a beat on that. And that's why I'm hesitant to say this is what kindergarten teachers are looking for, because you really need to understand all the options. So I think, I'm repeating myself, but giving as many clear options to kindergarten teachers as possible and as much flexibility as possible is the way to go.
How long have we been required to do KEEP testing?
A long time. I don't know exactly how
My
long.
31-year-old did, so.
It's been going for some time.
Okay.
So it's a pretty abrupt and dramatic change to lose.
And I'm guessing that when it first started, someone or a group of people thought this is a good idea because it helps us analyze the needs of all the different students, kind of gauge where their learning is. Is that what KEEP does? It kind of tests the kindergartners to
Right.
see where they're at.
Right. And it's, many teachers have adapted. Teachers I talked with, some teachers were less worried about the KEEP test itself than they were about providing an assessment that they've developed over the years that they think gives them the most useful information, and getting to know the students' needs, getting to know the families, helping with the child's anxiety,
So it
helping
was
with
a
the
time-
parents' anxiety.
it was a
That's
time
how they
for
put it. The child's anxiety and
parents.
the parents' anxiety both need to be addressed in those individual meetings. There's tremendous value in those individual meetings. And some value the KEEP test. But others, I saw a binder that was really cool. They had this binder for all of their kids, and it was pages on every student and assessments throughout the year, so that students saw at the very beginning of the year how they could write their name, what numbers they could identify, what sounds they could identify, uppercase, lowercase letters. I never knew lowercase was harder than uppercase, but it is. And then the child could see through these assessments how they'd progressed and how much better they had gotten at these skills. So that particular teacher, I don't think will continue to give the KEEP test, because over 18 years, she knows, hey, these are the things I need to assess. I talked to whole teams that have developed different assessments. I'm not sure that's your question. I just get excited when I talk about it because
I
it's
can
really
see that.
fun to see their creativity. They've just come up with these great ways of just knowing, okay, I now know what you need, child who is new to public education.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to understand is there was a time when KEEP wasn't done.
Right.
And a group of people, the state board, decided we need this in our kindergarten classes. They implemented it, and they gave us 12 days to get to know the students, to set some benchmarks with them, to ease some anxiety of the student and the parent. And our teachers have loved it, and we've seen good results. And now a group of people are saying, we don't want to do that anymore. Am I understanding this right? The state board is
Well,
saying...
you can't do that anymore is more what they said, but yes.
So at one point, they said you can do that, and we see a great benefit in it. Now they're saying you can't do that anymore.
And we can give the test, we just don't have the days. Right.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that that was clear in my
Yeah.
mind, that
Yeah.
that there's that the state board, whom we serve under, we have to follow their direction. They've told us you can't do that. You can't do that anymore.
Right.
And they originally gave us 12 days. And we're saying we can probably do it in 3. Is that what we're saying? Probably accomplish that same purpose in about 3 days.
Well, that's the feedback from kindergarten teachers. And part of that is because many have half as many students, because they're going to be teaching full day. And that's why I suggest that if you are still teaching 2 classes, you ought to get, if we give 3 additional days, we ought to give more than that to those who have 2 sets of students, maybe an additional day. I don't know. But yes, so it was 12, but part of the 12 is to assess for next year at the end of the school year. And there are some schools who said they use those days at the end of the year to assess incoming students, and then they know how to distribute them into classes. But then others said, we don't use those days at the end of the year, and it's not useful for me to have information at the end of the school year because I really want to know how they're doing by August. Others assess at the end of the year, and then they give parents some tips on how to boost skills between the end of the year and the start of the year. So those days are used in lots of different ways. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm getting away from your question again.
Marilyn mentioned different people, different times.
Right.
Do we know the motivation for this change? What was the criteria they used? Did they go talk to kindergarten teachers and find out how they felt about it?
It was about the test more than about
the days.
It was about the test and the emphasis on the KEEP test.
And just, this is a crazy question, and it's not a real one. I'm just curious. What happens if we as a district still use those 12 days like we've always used them?
Then we could hope that we were not audited. And if we were audited, we would be found in violation and would be hit with at least a loss of funding and maybe much more. And I think John would probably have a stroke.
I vote no on that then.
It just, it's a little frustrating when there's something good going on and it's beneficial for teachers, students, and parents. And then the state board or the legislature says, sorry, you can't do that anymore.
Welcome
I mean,
to
you're just
education.
tempted to just, we know what's best. We're going to do it. This works for us.
Welcome to school board.
Well,
Welcome
I think,
to every year.
I think the way they would describe it is we no longer require the test, so you can no longer use instructional days for that testing that's no longer required. But I take your point, and I think that's why we have to have, it's important for us to have this discussion to lessen the impact on kindergarten teachers, kindergarten students, and kindergarten families to the greatest extent possible. And so the flexibility that remains is not in whether we give 180 days of instruction, but in how we provide those days and whether we choose to pay for some additional days outside of that 180.
I wish we had
I feel
the-
better now that I've got that.
It does.
I wish we had the ability to make that decision instead of other people. But at the same time, I think this decision should be made at the school level rather than the board level. And with our blessings of allowing those days. But I would want the whole school to decide. Like, I wouldn't want one teacher to take 3 days so they can interview theirs, but the other teacher doesn't want to do it. I would hope that it would be a school decision, and try maybe one school wants to do a virtual kind of thing, and let's see how different things do it. There's a lot of changes that are happening in kindergarten right now.
The 7 teams that I ended up meeting with, I think they work very closely. Like I said, they're efficiency experts. Kindergarten teachers work very closely together. You have to be connected to each other. You have to have support when you're, on a team teaching kindergarten students. So I don't think it would be a problem for the team to develop a plan together. I think that's the only way it would work. I think they would agree with you on that.
I think as a board, we would need to, do the budget to approve money to pay for the 3 extra days, if that's what.
Is that our decision or is that yours?
That's a budget.
That's
that is
your
a budget
decision.
decision.
That's your
We
decision.
decide that now then?
I think we would need to decide that as we go through our budget process in about a month. We'll be starting that process soon, and we would just have to work that into our budget. that
Can
we
you,
approve.
John, can you add that to that spreadsheet as an option?
Yes, that's exactly where it will be. Yeah.
So add that I saw heads nodding, so John's adding that to the budget consideration spreadsheet,
The worksheet.
the worksheet at 50,000 a day. And we can talk further about the flexibility in the way that instruction is provided over that 180 days. And
Could you, in the meantime, start gathering their proposals? I know they'll be I know they're listening now, and if we say we're very interested in hearing what your proposals are, so that we could begin to see kind of a common request, I'd really like to hear from them to say, here are the 3 options we like the best, or here's a 4th option you're not even considering.
Well, just to hear the brainstorm from.
They're brilliant, and I know they have thought this through, and what I'd really love to do is open the door to say, I, for one, am very interested in what would be your proposal to solve this issue.
I think as a part of a survey like that, we would want to, like I said earlier, I think clarity is going to help here. And as happens generally when things, it's kind of a game of telephone from the state to the district to the school to the team. There are some, there's the opportunity for misunderstanding. So I think, let me see if I'm capturing what you're requesting and then see what the board, if that's what the board wants to do. It would be the idea of putting out a survey to get ideas about how to address this. As part of the survey, we could clarify the number of days being fixed, that's not optional, and then put out some of the options we've talked about so far. I need to look at the logistics of what is the impact of virtual, what's the impact of a half day, and how much can we accommodate that from a transportation, nutrition services, and other standpoint. But if we can accommodate those, then we would put that out there as part of the survey. And you would say the 180 days is fixed. The board can choose to fund additional days before the start of the school year. How much would you like to have those days, and how many days would you like to have if given the option of starting the school year with virtual instruction? How likely are you to do that? Maybe we'd ask them to respond as a team. Would you like them to respond? Anyway, we can look at that. Actually, as individuals is better, because then we can hear the individual ideas. But then beyond that, say, what other ideas do you have for addressing the issue? And then we can respond, because some ideas may not meet state requirements, others may, and then we can bring back all of those that would meet state requirements. The thing I kept hearing is just time. We just need time. And if you can give us that time and you can give us some flexibility, then we can make the most of that time.
President, are you okay if I request that?
So yes, you can request it. I have a question though. So I'm a little worried about a survey. Like, I want to get feedback and ideas. I don't want a survey on things that we can't provide. I mean, if you asked me what I needed, I'd say, well, I need all 12 days. It's like, do you want a trip to Disneyland? Sure, I want a trip to Disneyland. Well, it'll cost you this much money. Okay, well, never mind then. It's like we have to make budgetary decisions about what's even an option and what's available. So I'm nervous about a survey. I want feedback and I want their ideas. I want our administration to look into some things and come back to us and let us know what is feasible and what the cost will be. Like even like the half day option, well, that would involve some busing, and that's probably some, can we do it? Can we not do it? How much will it cost? So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, there's something to be said for an open-ended question that brings ideas that we would not be able to implement. I do worry about the frustration that can cause.
I don't want to cause that. I just want to somehow open the door to hear their creative ideas that we're not even considering, and keep it within the limitations of what we could offer.
I think the creativity would come, most of the creativity would come in how they use the time that they're given. If you gave 3 days before the start of the school year to every kindergarten teacher in the district, you would see a wide variety of ways that was used, and all of them creative and focused on students. I think there are certain parameters in what we can do in terms of how those days of instruction are provided, that there are parameters on what we can do and still meet state requirements, I guess is the way I would put it.
So I guess I'm hearing only 3 options. Pay them for more days, somehow do a virtual day or a half day. Or just jump right ahead and do a full day like we do every other grade. Are you seeing any other options that we could at least?
What about having a substitute for a couple days?
Not at the
Beginning of the school year in kindergarten.
Well, I feel the same way about virtual as you do about substitutes. So
That's probably
So
true.
do I. And can I just make a couple of requests with what we've asked so far? If we are looking at making our budget decision based on the number of students that a kindergarten teacher teaches, So if, so
Number of
I've
classes.
heard, yeah, classes. Is it possible for us to break it out by class instead of, because I keep hearing 3 days, except for if you're this person, then you get 5 days. I don't know how to mitigate that in my mind.
I think there are very few teachers next year who will be teaching 2 sessions of kindergarten. But you could just say, if you're teaching 1 session, either half or full day, you get this amount of time. And if you're teaching 2 sessions, then you get this amount of time. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, but I'm more asking Mr. Larson on our spreadsheet, is there a way to represent that number? So I don't know. It's 50,000 a day, but for this small amount of people who are going to need an additional day or two, is there could we assign a number to that as well?
I think it's going to be a handful of people. Oh, you want to know how much it would cost to provide that additional?
Yes.
We can provide that.
Okay, and then just to put my 2 cents in, I love the idea of giving a lot of flexibility. I do not love the complications that come along with saying it's a half day for kindergarten that's already a half day. That really takes away from instructional time, and a virtual day seems really messy, and substitutes feels really messy. I personally would be a lot more comfortable saying, here is some time for you to use flexibly during the summer months as you see fit, and not survey and not set up a set of expectations that we may or may not be able to meet in our budget.
And that would be another approach, is to say kindergarten starts on the same day as everyone else. It's a full day, but we will pay for X number of days before the beginning of the school year. And you can wait for the budget process. Technically, you could decide that in this moment. You've generally not made a decision about an individual item. This is also small compared with the overall budget. So it's, you have that whole range of options, from surveying and getting ideas to saying you can have 3 additional days and use them as you see fit.
So there's 2 things I don't know that we've discussed is what's the ramifications to other teachers? Or they're looking at their peers in kindergarten getting 3 more days, and your 1st to 6th grade aren't doing it. They could use that time too, 3 days of talking to parents. That's number 1. Number 2 is parents. You know, if we're doing a virtual day or a half day or any of these other options, many people are rushing to full day because the reality is parents are working, and that causes an undue burden on many families. And so those are the things I'd like to keep in consideration also.
In terms of the 1st through 6th grade impact, and even secondary impact, you know, that kindergarten teachers get more days. Kindergarten teachers are in a very unique circumstance and are meeting very unique needs and essential needs. It's an investment in teachers that are doing a unique job. They're launching students for the next 13 years of their public education. I think that there's such a distinction in what kindergarten teachers have to accomplish before the school year that I think there is always some feedback, but I think there would be little.
Their peers would understand.
I think peers would be understanding of that, so I don't anticipate a lot of backlash from that. And the parent impact on what the start of the year would look like is something to consider as you look at whether to start the school year later. Again, it has to be either virtual or a half day in order to meet requirements. So
we have flexibility to wait until we see what WPU is and look at our budget on a good timeline if we don't try to make a calendar change. But if we're planning on making a calendar change, parents, you need to adjust your work schedules because it's a half day for this group of students on these days. I think that word needs to get out immediately, and I'm personally not comfortable making that decision yet. I would really like to know what money I have to work with before I tell how I'm spending it.
Okay, so how do you want to move forward?
It sounds to me like we don't need to ask right now what options we can provide. The matter of deciding that, and then once we've decided what the options we can provide, then we allow them the creativity to adapt it to their circumstances.
And I love that idea, letting them decide, but we have to tell them what their choices are. So can we ask superintendent to explore what the viable options are? And you've brought us a price tag for the one, but if there's price tags for others, bring that to us, and then when we have our budget discussion, we'll figure out what we can do.
Certainly. So do you want me to bring that back next time or just as we talk about budget? I mean, to Ms. George's point, if kindergarten parents need to plan on virtual days or half days at the start of the school year, do you want that discussion to be rolled into the budget discussion, or do you want that to happen earlier? Or do you want to make a decision about that now? I mean, that's the...
I don't know that this needs to be part of our budget discussion. It needs to be a need discussion. We'll find the place in the budget to put it. I personally think that's my feeling. I mean, it will be part of our budget discussion no matter what. But I don't want it to be contingent on our budget, whether or not we're offering or not. I want it to be based upon need. If there's a need for this, I think we find the budget.
So do you want to come back next time? I guess the outstanding question for me is whether or not the half-day thing is an option or not.
Yeah, I want to know more about that too.
Okay. Just logistically.
Yes.
Okay.
And virtual, if that's an option or not.
And the cost, potentially.
Okay.
So next agenda item or next?
We'll bring it back next time.
And then I'm sure if there's some solutions out there that we haven't thought of, our kindergartner teachers are listening and will email us.
And I already got one invitation to come visit an additional kindergarten team, so I'll be in touch.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone.
I just hope they understand that I, for one, understand the situation they're in and would like to find a solution that is best for them and the students they teach.
Absolutely.
Well said. How long's the next agenda item going to take? More than 5 minutes?
Let's see,
It's
which
the
one
conference.
is that one?
Conference attendance.
Oh, I don't think it will take long. The conference attendance in the past, pre-COVID, there was funding for administrators who are working with the Chinese dual immersion program to travel to China. That opportunity has come up again with a couple of different groups funding that opportunity. The only cost would be the flight, and administrators who qualify for that trip, there are 3 of them, 1 district administrator, 1 elementary principal, and 1 middle school principal who've expressed interest. They all have travel budgets that could pay for this, so this is not additional funding. It's just the cost of the flight is the only district cost, and because it's international travel, if the district's paying for that, then that has to come to the board. But everything else is paid for by 2 charitable foundations. So the question is whether that is something that the board would approve. Of course, there would also be leave time for that. There are visits to schools, there are visits to businesses, there are that's a trip that a number of administrators, I think most administrators associated with Chinese dual immersion in the past traveled to, but that changed with COVID, and now that opportunity has returned.
So you need the board's permission.
Board's permission to use existing travel budgets to pay for flights for those administrators to participate in that program.
Nothing in the policy really dictates whether it can be international or not. Is that correct, as I read it?
We just generally don't approve that, so we
Right.
want to talk with you so you're not surprised that we're using district dollars for international airfare.
Is everyone okay with that?
What do these people get out of the trip? How does it benefit their schools, their students? Yeah. Why would the taxpayer want to fund someone's trip to China, I guess is what I'm asking.
The trip to China, let me pull up
I guess just the airfare, right? Yeah.
it's just the airfare.
Yeah.
It really allows for, it helps with a cultural understanding as administrators are working with teachers. When you are working with teachers from China, then you see the system that they're coming from, and that's valuable. It helps you to promote the program here. So it really, it bolsters the administrator. It's really professional development for the administrator so that they can make sure that they're providing a quality program at their school, so they're interacting effectively with their teachers who have come from China. And I think there are a lot of benefits to that. So we've seen that over the years, that they're just a more effective leader over the program when they've been to China and experienced the culture and the language at that level.
That's something we offer to all DLI administrators, to visit a Portuguese country or a Spanish country, or is it just specifically right now for Chinese?
It's specifically for Chinese because of the outside funding. There's not outside funding for other groups. There have been recruiting trips on rare occasion where a foreign government has paid for administrators to come over and recruit and promote that language and find candidates, that sort of thing, but that's rare. Really the determining factor is outside funding, where we're only paying for a flight as opposed to the entire trip. So
Okay, so is everyone okay moving forward with that? I am. Yes.
I am.
Okay.
okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we will take a break and start our business meeting at 6:30. So much for working through this agenda quickly.
You know,
We had the whole
started out
boundary
really
thing
well.
that threw us for a loop.
The beginning was
before. Ceremony and presents by the West Jordan High School drill team, followed by the reverence by Antonella Cavedo, who is the student body officer over communications, and then we will have celebrating schools by Abby Homer, who is the student body president at West Jordan High School. So drill team.
Please stand for the presentation of the colors. Now please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Hello, I'm Antonella. As she said, I'm communications for SBO at West Jordan, and I'd like you all to join me in a prayer for reverence. Our dear Father in heaven, we're so very grateful for having this opportunity to all come here today to be able to discuss what our city needs and what is best for all of us. We're so very blessed for all of our wonderful attendants that took their time to be able to make this a better place, and our witnesses here today, that they can all help us and unite. We ask thee that you can fill us with peace and guidance, that we can make good choices, and that we may have a wonderful, safe night. I say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Abby Homer, and I'm student body president at West Jordan High School. And I'm just going to talk about some of our achievements. So my biggest and my best achievement that I feel most proud of at West Jordan High School is our level of involvement. I love the involvement we've created not just within our school, but within our West Jordan community. This has really helped to make West Jordan High School feel like a family. A goal of mine this year that I communicated with our student gov and got them on board with too was to be more mindful of how we can involve as many people as we can for every event we put on. Our advisors have helped us to stay really accountable with this goal as well. So during homecoming week, I love that we found ways to involve our community. I went around with a few of our gov members and we put flyers on the doors of the homes in West Jordan to notify them about the upcoming events the community was invited to. My favorite event we did during this week was our community night. This was an event for the whole school and the whole community. We had groups like Latinos in Action, Poly Crew, Dance Co. perform, and then to follow the fun performances, we burned the Dub J and had fireworks. We had a great turnout, and that night will forever be a memory for me and so many others at our school. It was the first time I truly felt like those around me were my family. We also did another community night during our school's charity season. We did a similar thing as we did during homecoming week. So during Odd Jobs, we would drop off flyers at all the West Jordan homes, notifying them about the event. My friend Emily and I were the ones heading this event up, and we had the girls volleyball team play the boys basketball team in a game of volleyball. In between each set, we had different groups from the school perform to increase participation and get more people involved in the event. We even had the Poly crew gather donations and sell concessions. I love that we were able to involve all of these people because it helped them to know that their help was vital to our school and the success of our charity season. I also knew that the more groups involved, the more families that would come out to the community night to watch their students participating, and that meant getting our community together again and helping West Jordan to be more united, and overall the event was a huge success. Apart from the involvement between our school and community, we've also worked to improve involvement within the students in our school. For example, this month alone, we've had Spirit Week, FFA Week, Kindness Week, and Multicultural Week, all planned by different groups and increasing engagement throughout the school. As I mentioned before, a big goal we had this year was to increase engagement and participation in our school, and hopefully that would result in students feeling like they truly belong and have a place at West Jordan High School. This goal was a little bit hard for me and the rest of student government because we tend to want to do everything ourselves and plan it all the way that we want. We're very type A. But we've been determined to involve others and even to delegate some of our events to other clubs and groups, even when it's hard. So one example of this was we delegated our winter waltz dance to a group, Sources of Strength, or SOS. They were super excited to get to do this, and it was super nice within Student Gov to not have that responsibility and to be able to put our efforts elsewhere and to not spread ourselves so thin during charity season, which is super busy. So SOS did a really amazing job putting it together, and I loved seeing the members of SOS at the dance, and even seeing people that don't normally come to the dance come because they had a friend encourage them to come. So they came, and it increased diversity and involvement within our dances. Another favorite thing we did to increase involvement was having clubs and sports teams sign up for days to come to Odd Jobs. If you don't know what Odd Jobs are, it's a huge part of our charity season where we just go to the homes in our community and offer to do jobs for them in exchange for a donation for our charity. Each of the clubs, teams, and other organizations in our school signed up and came and helped. And because of this, every single day was filled with at least one organization at our school that came and helped, and I loved it. I loved getting to see all of them and be in different groups with them, which helped my connections and friendships improve with the people at our school. And because of this, we were able to finish every map of every house in West Jordan. And so I hope each of the groups that came to Odd Jobs know how important their contribution was to our success. I saw more passion behind our charity season this year because so many people had their own experiences helping and participating in the fundraising. We even had a better turnout than normal at our closing charity assembly because people were so excited to see what their group had done to contribute to our final total. This was our most successful charity season yet. Not only did we raise over $41,000, which is amazing for West Jordan, but we were able to better the involvement of those in our school throughout the season. I've also loved our efforts in representing the voices of different clubs and organizations throughout our school. Once a month, our vice presidents get together and plan a meeting with representatives from each group or organization throughout our school. We call this Principals Roundtables, and it gives us everyone a safe and equal environment to talk about the things going on in our school, the things they want our support in or that we want their support in, or just changes that we want to push throughout our school. And it's been super successful, and I've loved getting together and seeing so much diversity within our school. Besides West Jordan's wonderful activities, it's proud of its academic programs. One unique thing about West Jordan is its IB programs. IB stands for International Baccalaureate. In our IB program, students take charge of their education and participate in learning that prepares them for their futures by developing skills that will help them to be successful in today's world. IB classes are for all students of diverse backgrounds and interests, which fits perfectly in with West Jordan's diverse makeup of students. I'm proud of not only my efforts, but the efforts of the rest of my student gov and our advisors and so many of the other student leaders that we have in our school who help to better the involvement and help everyone feel and know that they have a place within our school. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. It's so great to hear about all the good things going on at your school. Can I get everyone with West Jordan High School students, parents, teachers, or administrators that are here to stand up. And then students, we'd like to shake your hands and give you a pin. I don't know if drill team has left already or not. That's right, left. But students, if you'll come and start down at this end, we've got a pin for you. I want to shake your hand. Thank you. Nice job, West Jordan High School. Thank you for being here. Next, we have our resolutions of appreciation. Ms. Richards.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends: Linda Ann Ballard, Secretary and Registrar, and Howard Lloyd Besant, Teacher.
Our next agenda item is our board member recognitions, and I am just going to start out with one. I just, as a board, want to express our condolences to the Canyons School District Board of Education. They lost a board member over the weekend, Mont Millerberg. He's their current vice president and longtime member of their Board of Education. And many of us had the opportunity to know him and work with him. He was a great community leader and a fierce advocate for children in public schools. So as a Jordan Board of Education, we want to express our condolences to the Millerberg family and to the Canyons Board of Education. Now I'll turn the time to Nikki for a happier recognition.
All right, we are so excited to have our Copper Hills girls wrestling team state champions here tonight. We would love for you to come up to the podium and let that awesome trophy wave. While you're coming up, I thought it would be fun to tell you just a little bit about this successful program. I wanted to especially welcome our coaches. Coach Pace is out of the country at the moment, but we have Jay Hatch and Cheryl Fowers here with the girls, and we're so excited to have them here. So Copper Hills has had a wrestling program for girls for the last 4 years that is a accredited high school program. Sanctioned high school program, sorry. Got to read my script better. And out of those 4 years, we've had 3 second place wins, and so this is really exciting. We're really happy. There were 22 girls that went to state, and 10 of 22 placed in the top 6, with 2 earning individual state championship titles. Brooklyn Pace. Brooklyn, do you want to give a wave? She's here. Was named MVP for the lower weights, and Coach Scott Pace, who is not here tonight, was awarded Coach of the Year honors. So we are so happy to have them and their administration here tonight for us to help celebrate them. Coaches, if you would like to go to the mic and announce your girls, you're welcome to, your winners. If you're not prepared to do that, that's okay. So, all right. Yeah.
Hey, at least it's short enough for me to get to. Yes, hey, for the board and for everybody here, we are super excited. It's been, like I said, 4 years we've been building, and taking second place is great, but it's nice to finally bring home the state title that we brought home this year. We've recognized the top 10 10 of our girls who place in top 6 and were able to achieve state placing medals and so forth, but I also wanted to expand on that just really quick, briefly, and in that it takes an entire team, not just 10 girls, right, to win a state title. And so we had a total of 41 girls on our team this year. 22 made it to state through the divisional rounds, and it took that entire team to win the state title, not just those 10 that placed. But up here we have Maya French. Raise your hand, Maya. She took 3rd in state. We have Coach Alyssa. And then we have Osotone, who's one of our freshmen who took 4th in state this year as a first-year wrestler. Then we have Brooklyn Pace, who is a 4-time state champion, one of only about 2 or 3 girls in the entire state that's done that so far. Then we have TT, who's holding our trophy for us because she's just so good at holding trophies. Then we have Kara Noyce, who's been a multiple-time state placer. She placed 5th this year in state. Then we have Elizabeth Lemon, who placed 3rd in state with us. And then we're excited to have Lena with us. She's one of our foreign exchange students who decided to come try wrestling this year from France. And so she competed very hard and almost placed in state, but did extremely well. But as coaches, we could not be more happy for our girls. They not only represented themselves, but they represented their school, their administration extremely well. And what I mean by that is, one of the things that we value as coaches, we've taught our girls over the years, is make sure that you win and lose in style, right? You do it the same way. Sportsmanship is the #1 thing that we preach in our room, and all of these girls know how to go out and how to do it with dignity and make sure that the other opponent feels the same way. So thank you very much for your time.
Congratulations. We're so excited for you. Also, it was fun to have the city of West Jordan roll out the red carpet. So thank you, Mayor Burton, for being here today and for the way that you welcomed them home from state. All right, we would love to have a minute to shake each of your hands. So if you want to just come down to the end and come across the board, we'd love to shake the hands of champions. And then don't leave, and we'll gather for a quick picture.
Stay right up here because we're taking a picture.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yes, thank you.
For coming and doing this. That was really good.
Okay, board members, just really quick around.
Good job, you guys. Good job. This is awesome. It's so good.
All right,
Okay,
sorry, you
Ms.
have to keep
Ms.
hearing
George
from
and
me.
Ms. Richards have a recognition they need to do.
We do. One of my favorite things is having opportunities to really see the talents that exist in our district. And we have had some of our JATC students creating a really special treat tonight. So if we can bring that in, many of you know that Dr. Godfrey has led our district with a motto that has kind of become a guiding light for us. And so we wanted to recognize his leadership in that motto, and also kind of spiff up this room a little bit. So we'll let them have a minute to roll it out for us. So much anticipation.
We've been working on this for quite a while. We did add the racing stripe around, which kind of makes the room kind of come together. Painted this nice wall, and now we have something to add to it.
So our welding students and also our auto shop students have worked together to create some really cool artwork for us. The Jordan Shield, and then of course our guiding principle, be curious, be intentional, and be united, that leads us, that Dr. Godfrey has brought to our district. So these items will hang in our boardroom and be a constant reminder. So thank you to the students who have worked on this. Aren't they amazing? Let's give them a hand.
The Jordan logo, this J, will go up here behind us, and then the other one will go on this wall over here.
Very cool. Pins and a picture?
Yep. Come around, guys.
So many, yeah, just come on down. Yes,
So one
please.
thing that they failed to mention, anytime you're putting up a quote from somebody, you need to tell who is saying that quote. And so we want to make sure that everybody knows that this is Dr. Godfrey's inspirational leadership. And so we have this signature board that all of the students that have worked on this have signed on the back, that we need him to sign on the front so we can finish the sign.
No pressure. Get the signature right.
How big do you want? You get the whole top. I get the whole top? Ooh, this feels great. I feel like I need to practice.
Good job. That's amazing. What part did you do? The blue. Okay. Good job. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right, another picture.
Put Anthony in front of the sign. Yeah.
We got to make sure they know who he is.
We need to know all of this for meeting together. That was the point of all of this.
I'm going to jump ahead to a superintendent's recognition, and then we'll come back to do some other board member ones.
I'm stunned. That was so fun. Oh my goodness, that was fantastic. Thank you so much, and they do incredible work. Yeah, that's beautiful. That is gorgeous. It's one thing for something to be set in stone. It's another for it to be carved out of metal. So that is. I wasn't going to change the motto anyway, so it works out very nicely. We have various dignitaries from the state and region PTA that I'll have come up to the podium right now. I'll let them introduce themselves. And they are here to honor one of our reflections winners from Region 6. So I will turn it right over to them. But before I do, each of these individual women worked very hard on behalf of students, on behalf of our district, on behalf of our state. And I really can't thank them enough for the effort that they put in. They support us in ways that we could never fully appreciate. But I have a greater appreciation than ever getting to serve with them at the state level and getting to work with them in the region level over the years. And tonight's award is just further evidence of how they support our students and help provide unique, enriching experiences that we could not provide on our own. So thank you very much for being here tonight. I'll let you introduce yourselves and take it away.
My name is Julie Clough. I am the Utah PZA president-elect, and I'm the only one here not from Jordan School District. So forgive me, I'm from Canyons, but I love you. I frequent West Jordan often, so thank you for letting me be here today.
I am Karen Beebe, and I am the state treasurer of Utah PTA. I was the region director here in Jordan before, and I was not ready to leave because this is my home, but now I'm the state treasurer.
And I'm Sonia Delaney, and I'm the current director for Region 6, which for public's information encompasses our whole school district, Jordan School District, so I'm trying to fill Karen's big shoes. So we love this district. We appreciate our board and our administration, our superintendent, the support they give PTA.
My name is Jessica Navarro, and I am, for the bigger regions like Jordan, we have an associate director, so that is my position. And I just enjoy going and visiting lots of schools and helping them, and it's fun.
We would like to invite Naomi Rumba and her teacher to come up here because she's the student that we're recognizing tonight. Come on up. So thank you for letting us be here today. We really appreciate this time. We would like to celebrate a remarkable collaboration between Utah PTA and our esteemed educational partners. This evening's recognition is a testament to the power and unity, community, and the profound impact educators have on the lives of our students. This year, in collaboration with various educational partners, Utah PTA organized a unique and inspiring video essay contest named Because of an Educator. The goal was simple yet profound: to provide students with a platform to express in a 90-second video how their teachers have made a lasting impact on their lives through guidance, education, and mentorship. In a world where educators often go unrecognized for their tireless efforts, it is heartening to see the impact that they make etched into the fabric of our students' lives and experiences. Our winner today has beautifully articulated how her teacher has gone above and beyond, serving as a source of inspiration, knowledge, and support. This teacher, like so many others across the state, represent the backbone of our educational system. They are the unsung heroes who, through their passion and dedication, shape the minds of the next generation. Today, we have the distinct pleasure of recognizing one of your standout students in the Jordan School District, our first place winner in the middle school junior high age division, Naomi from Golden Fields Elementary. And she recognized her teacher and coach, Miss Summer McNeely. Will you please play the video now?
Sometimes I just don't want to wake up for multiple reasons. Either it's the weekend, or I'm lazy, or I just don't know what's gonna happen today. At school, at home, or anything. You can get angry for losing a game or making a mistake. But don't give up. That actually would want to make me keep going. And I thought the opposite about that until I met this teacher. She's very funny, smart, athletic, and she changed my mind about things. She's very inspirational. And that person would be my PE coach. She's very inspiring. She taught me a lot about staying athletic because it's just good for you. I don't want to grow up being insecure about myself or feeling like I'm overweight. It's always good to stay active. The end.
So through the support of our educational partners, we are able to offer tonight Naomi a certificate of recognition, and we also have a $500 check for her first place entry. So congratulations. We also have a check to give to Miss McNeely as well, and we're thankful for her service to her students. So congratulations, Naomi. We are so excited to celebrate you tonight. Thank you, Jordan School District Board, for allowing us to come and to celebrate educators in our community. Thank you.
Yes, and can we shake your hand too? Thank you. Okay, do any other board members have recognitions tonight?
I do. And I just wanted to mention too, since West Jordan was here and they mentioned their community nights, I went to the charity season 1 and the volleyball game. It was wild. My husband kept saying, I think that people are paying the refs to make bad calls. And they were. So it was part of the fundraiser, but we were a little confused at first. Anyway, it was really fun. Okay. Also, I have been harping on this a lot, but I'm just going to repeat it. Joel P. Jensen Middle School, Jordan School District's 4th middle school, was named in honor of a beloved Bingham High School music teacher and principal. He was also the first principal of Hillcrest High School and Jordan School District's Director of Secondary and Adult Education. He also served as president of the Jordan Education Association and Principals Association. And I say that to say this. Joel P. Jensen Middle School celebrated its 40th birthday in a amazing gala, bash, not necessarily gala, and even superintendent did a Supercast episode about it that was outstanding. It was just fantastic. So happy birthday this year to Joel P. Jensen Middle School. Also, during the month of February, the Utah Symphony holds exclusive invitation-only concerts at the beautiful Marisa Bravenel Hall, where Utah fifth graders have the opportunity to hear world-class musicians perform. And this experience is enhanced by the way the musicians tie their music into the Utah State curriculum. Also, the Utah Symphony participates in a professional outreach program to schools where musicians visit schools throughout Utah. And I just wanted to thank Utah Symphony and the state legislature for funding this program for so long. I have loved going with my fifth graders, and I say that because my fifth grader went yesterday and loved it. Also, I love to shout out the art teachers and music teachers of the school district that really help make our children's education a well-rounded experience. I was able to attend an art show at Rosamond Elementary School that was held in conjunction with their parent-teacher conferences, and it just really solidifies the great work that these teachers do to help our students express themselves. And also I was able to attend West Jordan High School's production of Why Bump Off Barnaby. It was a play, kind of funny, actually really funny last night. And I just love that we're able to offer these opportunities for students to engage creatively. And then also one more thing, last week, some of us were able to ride the bus with some SBOs from the school district up to the state capitol while with student body officers from the school district and students from South Valley School, and it was outstanding. I am so proud of how well our students represent our school district. And anyway, that was a really great experience. And even West Jordan SBO was able to be up on the dais with the, is it assistant speaker? What is Representative Dunnigan? Is it assistant or vice speaker?
He was acting as Speaker Pro Tem, but then she stayed up there when Speaker Schultz returned to the dais, so that was extra special.
Yeah, it was really nice. Anyway, thank you.
Yes, I had the chance to attend several events, and I'll just kind of highlight a few of them. But I was able to go to the Elk Ridge Middle School Musical of Oklahoma, and it was outstanding. It was outstanding. I'm just so amazed at the talent of these kids. I also went to the South Valley Around the States event, and that was so fun. They highlighted several of the states in our union and talked about the culture and the food, and it was just amazing. I loved it. The other thing I went to was at Bingham High School. It was Women in Sports event where they brought student athletes, women student athletes from across the state in to enjoy several breakout sessions on nutrition and getting involved in the community and that kind of thing. And they also had an Olympic gold medalist speak to them. And it was a really great event. It's the first one, and I think they're going to try and expand it every year. But it was at Bingham High School this year. I don't know where it will be next year, but it was really, really well attended, and I enjoyed it. It was informative and really well done. Thank you.
Other board members?
I'd like to share. A few weeks ago, I took the opportunity to go to Majestic Elementary, and I met every single student in the school as they came into the library, one grade at a time, and I read them a book. It was the same book, so I got to read the book 6 times or 7 times. But yeah, I was. There were a couple things that impressed me that I wanted to share. One of them was I was impressed at the well-behaved children during a 15-20 minute span as I was reading to them. They all paid attention. When they had questions, they'd all raise their hands. So that was something that stuck out to me. And then afterwards, I went on a tour of the school, and it was very interesting how the arts have been woven into the curriculum in all the different subjects. There was some form of one of the arts involved. Very impressive.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will just add a couple of ones quick. First of all, happy Chinese New Year to all of our Chinese DLI programs. I attended the Monte Vistas program that was fantastic, and then also Harriman High School's program. Actually, it was at Harriman High School, but there was the feeder schools into that, East Lake, and I think Mountain Creek Middle were part of that too. So fantastic job to them. We also had our unified basketball teams participate in a tournament recently, and I love that we have so many unified teams within our school district. And then finally, it's like a State of the City time of the year. First, I attended South Valley Chamber of Commerce's State of the Chamber, Riverton City's State of the City, and South Jordan City's State of the City. And all of them, it talked about just the partnerships that with Jordan School District and with education. And Dr. Godfrey actually even spoke at South Jordan State of the City about our partnership that we have. So just appreciate our chambers of commerce and our businesses and our cities for all of their support for Jordan School District. Okay, now it is time for patron comment. And we've got several agenda items that will have public comment, but then we also just have general public comment too. So I will just go over kind of what our protocol is for that, and that will apply to all patron comments. So we're glad you're here. We welcome patron comment. We really value the input that we get from you. Just as one of the rules is we do not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. So if it's about one individual, we just ask you to contact us separately for that. Comments must be age appropriate, and the board doesn't discuss items that aren't on the meeting's agenda. So if you have something that's not on the agenda, we may ask staff to follow up or discuss it down the road. We will take in-person comments first and then followed by online comments. Everybody gets a maximum of 3 minutes, and we ask that you be respectful of the time because we do have a lot of people that want to participate tonight. I will call you up to the podium, and when you get to the podium, I will ask you to state your name again so we make sure we have the right person at the podium. So we're going to start with items that are not on our agenda tonight. So our first person will be Michelle Foote, and then on deck will be Ashley Judd.
Hi, I'm Michelle Foote. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Oker Elementary, and I came with an entirely different expectation from myself. I was prepared to have to defend why we needed time to test our students. And I just really want to thank Dr. Godfrey for his supportive words in the study session. I was not expecting to hear what I heard. And I really appreciated the kind words of support that you offered to kindergarten teachers. I'm excited to hear that the board is looking for, in Dr. Godfrey's words,
ways to mitigate the impact of losing the testing days that we've had. Thank you so much to Dr. Godfrey and to all of the board members. I was really pleasantly surprised by the study session, and I'm excited to see what options you come up with so that we can continue to build those relationships with our students. Thank you.
Thank you. And next will be Ashley Judd, followed by Kathleen. Oh, is it Barlow? Okay, Ashley first.
Hi, good evening. My name's Ashley Judd, and I am a first-year licensed teacher that was hired this current school year to teach at Hidden Valley Middle School in Bluffdale. And I just am here actually in defense of hoping that we can come up with a district-wide policy to ban cell phones from classrooms. I have a 24-year-old son who has had a severe addiction to technology his whole life. Another son who's had a pretty severe one as well. They were exposed much too early to technology in their lives, and that was not something that I wished for, but it happened against my wishes. My son checked into a rehab center in Texas 2 years ago, which does help battle tech addictions. And that has been fairly successful for him, although it's been an uphill battle ever since. But that rehab center was formulated by a man named Nicholas Kardaris, who wrote a book called Glow Kids. And it is about the danger of tech addictions and the danger of early tech exposure, basically. And the book talks about how before a child is, I think they said 13 or 14, they should have very minimal exposure to any kind of screen technology. So I'm bringing this up because my colleague, Kathleen Barlow, sent an email to our school letting us know her strong feelings of the inappropriate cell phone usage and how hard it is to control in our school system. I completely agreed with her, and so a couple of days ago I decided to join her here tonight to go ahead and support this initiative. We were both hired to teach at Hidden Valley Middle School this year. And I student taught a year ago. I just did a career transition, so although I'm in my late 40s, this is my first year teaching in a secondary school. I student taught at a charter middle school in Bluffdale who do have banned cell phones. So I have been able to experience teaching in both environments just a little. And I will say that it's been a pretty shocking difference. Our school at Hidden Valley Middle School, our administration are very supportive of, well, the rule in the school is no cell phone use. However, it's just not widely enforced, and there really isn't a school policy that provides enough consequences for children who bring cell phones into classrooms. So basically, teachers are kind of left on their own to decide how they're going to enforce that within their classrooms, and because of that, there's just not a lot of consistency. And I spend several minutes per 45-minute class period trying to deal with technology and keeping kids from being on their phones. They'll sneak them any chance they get, and what bothers me about that is they're not learning how to be present in their environment, which we all know is so important for people to learn. So I'm here to just make sure that you all know that I am totally supportive of Governor Cox's proposal for phone-free schools, and that I really, really would love to see our district completely create a policy that goes all across every middle and high school. I will say that at the charter school where they were banned, and it was actually enforced, they had to keep their phones in their lockers. They were much more present, more focused. It was a more successful learning environment. And so I'm really, really hopeful that we can achieve something like that in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Kathleen Barlow and then Mayor Burton.
Good evening, I'm Kathleen Barlow. This is my book caddy, also my husband, but I just wanted to show you, these are a few of the books I've read over the last several years, kind of to do with this subject. I am here to add to Ashley's comments about you further considering Governor Cox's plea to ban cell phones in Utah schools. I did listen to the board meeting last month, and I was thrilled to hear what you guys were saying and that you're trying to figure this out. I taught in public schools in New Hampshire from 2012 to 2020. I teach French, so I taught in some middle schools and some high schools as well. And then my family moved here in 2020, and I took a little hiatus. I wasn't sure. I was focusing on my own kids, my own 6 kids at that time, and I wasn't sure I wanted to go back to teaching. But I did see a position at Hidden Valley this past September. The school year had already started, but I did decide to take this job to see if I wanted to continue in my teaching career. In answer to that, my last day at Hidden Valley is this Friday. I did resign last month partially because of struggles with my own teenagers, but also a lot of it had to do with just not feeling like I was equipped to compete with the devices that are in the classroom and that make teaching and teachers seem kind of boring. I also am a school member at a charter school, a school board member, sorry, at a charter school in Eagle Mountain where my kids go to school. It's a much smaller board. I joined that because of experience I had at that school a couple of years ago as a long-term sub, and I was really displeased with what I saw with screens. My experience with screens in the classroom, my experience at Hidden Valley this past year, and these are general statements, of course. There are a lot of great students who are really trying their best, but in general, I saw a lot of disrespect for authority. I saw that anxiety and depression have become the norm. I saw chronic absenteeism. I saw a lot of fatigue, kids slumped over in their seats that didn't seem like they could even sit up. I saw a lot of kids who didn't see the point in learning. They felt like everything they needed to know was on their phones. I saw not a lot of pride in their work, a lot of bare minimalists, a lot of no respect for deadlines, and which led to snowballing effect of missing work and then just giving up. I saw a lot of kids who really literally could not write with their hands because they just weren't used to that. They're used to Chromebooks. I do have an article that I wrote last year about, I don't have time to talk about it all here, 10 reasons that classrooms should be phone-free zones. My biggest number 10 reason is social and emotional learning. I mean, this has been a big topic for discussion, and yet this is getting in the way of kids being able to practice socializing with other kids, right? In fact, lunchrooms between classes, before and after school, I feel like those are the biggest times that kids need to be off their phones so that they can practice this. I have a lot more to say, but obviously I'm out of time. But just in closing, can I tell you that a previous director of a charter school once told me that banning cell phones would be hell for her because of student and parent pushback. And my response to her, as well as to you tonight, is to choose your hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Burton, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me come. This was a great day for me to be here because this is like West Jordan Day over here at the Jordan School District. So my part that I want to talk about, I saw is on the agenda, so I'm going to keep my comments really short right now and just say it's great when we work together, and thanks for letting us work together and take care of all of our residents and our kids. And as they're talking about screens, I'm thinking back when I was in high school and middle school and elementary school, we didn't have any screens on our windows, so I'm not sure I know what they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we had a computer glitch. If you're here to comment and you called earlier today and talked to someone at the district to get your name on the list, will you raise your hand? And did you sign up on the paper list also when you got here? Your name's on the list? Okay, okay. Is your comment, what's your comment pertaining to? Okay, we'll get to you in a minute then, and then you're on the list. Okay, thank you. Okay, that concludes our, just a second. Fees. Is anyone, I didn't see anyone that signed up to discuss school fees, but did anyone come to give comment on the proposed fee schedule for the 24-25 school year? Okay, great. Okay, seeing none, we will move on then to our special business items. And our first special... Is there any comments electronically? Oh, Mr. Larson, were there any electronic comments not related to items on our agenda? Okay, we will hear those now then.
Lindsay Curtis. To whom it may concern, I really feel it's a disservice to teachers who have been loyal to the district to not have help with placement when they've been through a risk situation. I think this needs to be addressed, not just new hires. It makes us loyal teachers feel like we don't matter and that fresh blood is better than us teachers who have been around a while. Do you understand how stressful being in a risk situation can be on a teacher? And then you want us to try our best teaching our kids when all we're thinking about is whether or not we'll have a job next year. Not cool. Thanks for your understanding, Lindsay Curtis. Jessica Anderson. I am writing to you on behalf of all kindergarten teachers in the district. We were recently made aware that there was a change in the Utah state law that took away the requirement for keep testing. As a result, our district made the decision to take away all testing days and have kindergarten begin on the first day of school with everyone else. It is frustrating to us as the teachers who would be directly affected by this drastic change that no one took the time or effort to reach out and gather our thoughts on how this may impact the teachers, students, and parents in kindergarten. Many of us have already individually contacted various people with district-level positions or members of the school board about concerns over this change. I decided it would be easier for everyone involved to gather data about the importance of our beginning year testing days and mail you on behalf of the collective group I represent. I sent out a short survey to each kindergarten teacher I could find using the staff directories on each school's website. I was able to reach out to 125 kindergarten teachers. 111 teachers took the time to fill this survey out, which is almost every kindergarten teacher in our district. We have a combined 724 years of experience teaching kindergarten, with the average teacher responding being in kindergarten at least 6 years. After reviewing the survey results, it is clear to me that it is an important issue that kindergarten teachers are feeling very stressed about. Attached, you will find the results of this survey along with several pages of comments from those wishing to express any additional feedback that the survey did not provide. I genuinely hope you take the time necessary to look over these results and comments so that you understand why we are so worried about having all of our beginning of year testing days taken away. To summarize the results of the survey, we feel like kindergarten beginning of year testing is extremely valuable to teachers, students, and parents. It was never just about a meeting of state requirement to administer a test. Teachers are able to gather academic data, social emotional data, and identify special needs students may have, like speech and fine motor delays. With this information, we are able to get started right away with intervention or make referrals for students who may need extra help with special services. Since we are teaching students who are entering the public school system for the first time, we do not have other options available to us to gather critical information about our students ahead of time. Administering the test ourselves and not having an aide do it is also important. Unfortunately, without the testing days, it would be quite a while before we could logistically pull students one-on-one during class time to do an assessment with them.
There's more to that one too.
Yes.
We all received that email, so I think we've all read it. So you can, is that all of them? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, our first special business item is a recommendation to approve the name for the new elementary school in Harriman. Mr. Barnett.
The name, is there a public comment on this? No.
Well, yeah, you'll speak, then we'll take a motion, and then we'll go to public comment.
The name that the board is going to recommend for the new school is Juniper Elementary.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Should I have motioned that?
Sure, yeah, make
okay.
a motion.
I motion that we name the new school in Harriman, that I motion that the name of the new school in Harriman should be Juniper Elementary.
I still second it.
Okay, great. So motion by Mr. Barnett and second by Mr. Robinson. Is there anyone here from the public that wants to address us about the name of the new school? Okay, is there any board discussion? All right, I just want to add that this was a great process involving the community. We received a lot of feedback and suggestions from names, a lot of feedback on the survey about names. And so we are excited to name the new school.
This is also something that was covered in a couple study sessions, so anyone can go back and listen to that.
Can I make a request? The dedication plaque typically only includes board members who were presently on the board when the funding was approved. Mr. Matt Young was the genius behind this. It was his brainstorm, it was his idea, it was his presentation to Facilities Committee, which we vetted and then brought it to the board. I would love to recommend that in the dedication plaque, Mr. Young's name appears as well, as a former board member.
Would it be appropriate to maybe even include all? Like, I know Jen Atwood had done a lot of stuff too. It might be a good tradition to always include the board members who first approved it and those who are still on there when the funding went through.
I have no problem with that. I just would love to see Mr. Young's name on the plaque. Do you want to add others? That's great. So I move.
Well, he has to make, if we're going to do it now, he has to make a motion. We can discuss it after that.
Move that we add the name, add the name of former board member Matt Young to the dedication plaque at Juniper Elementary School.
What would it say about his name? I mean, it wouldn't be under board members, or where would you want it, and what kind of designation would you want for him?
Former board member.
I would only approve it if we added Jen Atwood also. I think we always make decisions based upon all of us, and so I think it would be, even though he's the genius behind it, he did not approve this only. So if Jen was also included, then I would approve it. I'll make amendment that we include both board members.
Okay, so, is there a second to that?
I'll second.
All right, so we have an amendment that Jen Atwood is also added along with Matt Young. So let's vote on whether or not to amend the motion. Is there any discussion to that first? Okay, all in favor of amending the original motion so that Jen Atwood is added, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so now back to the original motion is that Matt Young and Jen Atwood get added to the plaque. Is there a further discussion to that motion?
So I'm not passionate including or not including, but it does seem unusual to me. Is there a precedent for this?
We're setting it, which I think is appropriate.
Okay, so we're setting this precedent, and what is the precedent to include former board members on a plaque? I mean, or the criteria to include former board members on a plaque?
The board members that actually approve the school?
When the bid comes in, when we approve the bid.
So there are schools that I dedicated that I'm not on the plaque. Now, I'm smart enough to know that not one person has ever seen the plaque, even though it's in the beginning of the school and all of that. But I think it is kind of ironic that I would dedicate a building when I'm not even on the plaque.
And so that would mean, since the funding was approved with the previous board, then Brian and I would not be on the plaque.
No, I think you should be on it too.
Because I wasn't part of, so I'm curious, like, who is usually included on a plaque? Because I'm okay not being on the plaque if the criteria for being on it is when the bid came in and the board members approved the bid, because I wasn't, it was the previous board. So.
But there's been other things that since then that you have approved for that school. And so that's why I think if we're going to set the precedence, it should be both boards. If there's a change in a board from the beginning to the end, we should recognize them. Because you have made decisions about this school.
The name.
Well, certainly the name, but I think the furniture and stuff like that, has that been approved yet? Not yet, but it will.
Do you want to make a substitute motion? I personally would like to have more information than who usually goes on the plaque, and at what point is that decision made? I think that would be helpful information.
You ready to make a motion on that?
I'll make a motion. I move that we postpone making a decision about what names are included on the plaque that will go on the new Juniper Elementary School until we get more information about the criteria, or like until we have further discussion at a study session.
Okay, so where's my parliamentarian? Is that a substitute motion? For
a substitute.
And is that in order? Okay, I'll rule that that's in order. So we have a substitute motion. Is there a second to that?
Clean that up. I'd like to make a substitute motion that we postpone deciding what names will go on the plaque until we have further discussion in a study session.
Okay, is there a second to that? All right, so now we have a substitute motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards, to postpone this discussion to a future study session. Discussion to that motion. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Nay.
All in favor, so we'll postpone that to a future study session. Okay, now back to the first motion to approve the name of the school as Juniper Elementary. So that was a motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Mr. Robinson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously then. So congratulations, Juniper Elementary, you have been named. Our next agenda item is a recommendation to approve a new administrative policy on service animals. So we have not had a policy in our district in the past. This is a new one. And I will start with a motion, and then we'll go to public input. First of all, Dr. Anderson, do you have anything you want to say about this?
This is a new policy. It's intended to be a district-wide policy and really clarifies and defines the differences between service animals, domesticated animals, and any other animals that may be used for instructional purposes and so forth.
Hey, thank you. Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the service animal policy AA 451.
A motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett to approve the new service animal policy AA 451. We will now go, actually, we should probably take an amendment before we go to public comment. Do you want to do your amendment now?
Yes, thank you. So if you look under 2.1.1, where we're talking about animal use to further instructional purposes, one of many reasons that an animal might be in our schools is our vet tech program, where students are able to perform procedures like spaying and neutering. And while I think the wording didn't intend this, I think it's easy to mistake that it's saying that an animal can only be in a school when it is kenneled, which would preclude them being able to use them for that purpose. And so I would love to offer up an amendment that we change that wording to say that animals may be taken out of a kennel when used for instructional purposes.
So that's an amendment to, let's see, to I-1.
So like make it say, are kenneled unless being used for instructional purposes.
So is your amendment a sentence?
So animals used specifically to further an instructional purpose as part of district or school program may be permitted in Jordan School District schools and administrative offices when the animals are kenneled. And then I would just add that sentence, animals may be taken out of a kennel when used for instructional purposes. So if there's a class learning about responsibility that needed to clean an animal cage, that would work there. It would work if you're doing a procedure in a vet tech program. I think it just helps us to have a little bit of clarity.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. George and a second by Ms. Richards to add a sentence that animals may be taken out of a kennel when used for instructional purposes. Is there a discussion to that motion to amend? I will just say, I think that's what it meant. Like, that's how I read this policy, but I understand that there was some confusion, so it doesn't hurt to clarify it. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion to amend, please say aye.
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 That motion passes. Okay, so now we are going to take public comment. We have the policy as written, but now an amendment to it. And we will start with, and again, same rules apply. State your name when you come to the podium, and you have 3 minutes. And we will start with Jessica Hall, and followed by Cleopatra Hall.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Hall. I graduated from the University of Utah in 1997 with a BS in civil engineering. I have been a licensed professional engineer since 2005. I've completed continuing education training at MIT, Boston University, as well as the University of Utah. My questions and concerns: how long will the animals be allowed out of the kennels per day? Will the students be allowed to hold the animals and monitor their post-surgery progress as they are currently doing? Will cats and kittens continue to be allowed to be conditioned to human interaction, or will they be confined to kennels? Cats and kittens will not be as adoptable if they're not comfortable with humans or dogs. Will Dr. Frampton's dog Riley be able to return to the classroom? He serves as introducing the cats to dogs and making them comfortable. There are many studies that show when they're initially introduced to other species as kittens, it makes them not afraid and ultimately more adoptable, which I think is the purpose of the program. It also serves to socialize and make the cats more adoptable. And then I wanted to ask some questions. Are you planning to make the same severe restrictions on the nursing phlebotomy section? Animal blood poses less of a human risk than human blood. Many diseases are confined to cats and dogs and do not pose a threat to humans. Human blood is considered a hazardous infectious substance according to the 40-hour HAZWOPER training, which I am currently trained in. It is far more deadly and dangerous than animal blood. As a professional engineer, I am certified in. OSHA does not define animal blood as a hazardous infectious substance. I have worked with my current company as a health and safety officer, preparing standard operation procedures, material data safety sheets, and
helped my company become OSHA compliant. I would be happy to offer my services pro bono to any of the JTech current programs where students are exposed to sharps and to verify that they are OSHA compliant. There are reported 300,000 sharp injuries per year in the United States alone, and the estimate is closer to 600,000 because half of them are not being reported. Again, thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next is Cleopatra Hall, followed by Peyton Hunt.
Hello, my name is Cleopatra Hall, and I'm currently a student in the veterinary science program at JACT. This program has been an amazing experience for me to get hands-on experience with animals in surgery. Limiting access of hands-on with animals would be detrimental to the program. I'm taking this program for the valuable hands-on experience that is not commonly available in other places. If not for the chance to work physically with animals, I would have gone to college early. I've finished all my high school requirements, and my reason for taking this course is the hands-on experience with animals and a licensed veterinarian. This program is not possible without animals. This program will suffer if limits are put on how we can handle the animals. Scratches and bites may happen, but you can learn from it. You'll learn how to avoid it and learn how to handle animals better. In a real-world situation at a clinic, you cannot avoid all potential harm. Technical colleges are meant to prepare you and teach you necessary skills for a career. Thank you.
Thank you. Peyton Hunt, followed by Ainsley Herkimer.
Hi, my name is Peyton Hunt. I go to West Jordan High. I'm obviously in the vet tech program. So with these restrictions, it kind of feels like the whole program is closing. I know it's not, but I don't understand how the education system expects any of us to learn about the animals or about helping the community and every living thing in it without the animals to work with. All we're trying to do is make a difference in this world, and it kind of feels like you're taking that from each and every one of us. It's not only unfair, but it feels like it's not okay. You expect all of us to work hard and do everything we can to make a difference in this life and the community, and as soon as we try, you take our opportunities. And if anything, you're leaving our teacher with barely a job. He's an amazing teacher, and that's hard to say about a lot of them. He works with the students. He has helped each and every one of us understand everything we've learned so far while being able to instruct us with the animals with it. We're spaying and neutering and socializing all these animals to humans and dogs and every other animal around them. And it feels like you guys just want to take it away. We are single-handedly helping society by helping sick animals get better, helping animals be put into great homes. This isn't okay, and I just don't feel like you should do this to us. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ainsley Herkimer, followed by Mindy Lewis.
Hi, my name is Ainsley Herkimer. First, I would like to address the kenneling. Now, prior to this policy, we had certain animals who roam free in the classroom. Most of them are cats or kittens, with the other % being cats. And feral animals are kept in kennels already. So by kenneling these kittens and cats for such a long period of time until they're needed for surgical use is inhumane to them and greatly affects their adoptability. It's cruel and inhumane to force these cats to be confined to a small space until they're needed for instruction. I would also like to address the policy regarding injuries. It's unclear what will be done when injuries are reported and the animal control is contacted. I think all of us are assuming that there's a good chance of euthanization, and in the policy it does mention that it includes minor injuries like scratches, which happens a lot. And I think by us students signing up, we signed up for the risk of being scratched and bit. And Dr. Frampton has never had us handle an animal we weren't comfortable with without knowing the risk that it entailed. Our first lesson over the summer with Dr. Frampton was about handling injuries and what to do if you got bit or scratched seriously. I do not doubt his ability to handle major injuries with care and handle them appropriately.
it kind of feels like this policy is an insult to his competency to handle these things without like a lawsuit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mindy Lewis, followed by Megan Lewis. Is Mindy here? Okay, Megan Lewis. Okay, let's see. Thank you. Yes, that's it. And then I think we've heard of all of us. So come on up, Julie.
Repair. I'm Julie Flannery, family nurse practitioner, board certified, registered nurse. My daughter is a student of Dr. Wyatt Frampton's Vet Tech program. I really did my research on his program before allowing her to come in from a different school district to participate in his program because it is phenomenal. The kids just love the program as it is. I'm very appreciative of the motion to allow the animals to be out for instructional purposes. I think that's a great move. I've never seen I work for the federal government. I've never in my life seen a local level policy added to a service animals policy. That's like a very poor decision to combine the two into one policy because that's ADA, Americans with Disability Association, backs up the service animal policies. So to tack on an instructional animal policy into the same program is a very poor decision on administration behalf. They belong in two separate policies. I am not as well prepared for this because I changed my mind after I heard there was an amendment to it. I know right now, as it sits, the students are not feeling the whole, the mottos of the school. Be curious. How can they be curious without animal participation in the class? But the amendment helps with that. Intentional. I guess we just all are wanting to know what the whole direction of this will be with instructional animals. And would it be possible to separate them out as two policies? Like let the American Disability Service Animals have that policy in place and then another one for instructional animals. It's never at any institution seen it combined with other types of animals. Service animals belong in their own policy. But thank you also for that amendment. I think that's the best direction we've seen all night. The kids are very distraught and very upset. And they're worried the animals will get euthanized if they're sent to shelters and all this stuff if they're not allowed to. So, but having them for instruction is a big, big improvement. Thanks.
Thank you. Would you like to come forward? Tell us your name.
Hi, my name is Samantha Trimble, and I'm currently a senior at Valley High School, and I am also a student at doing the JTech program. With me doing this program, I was really happy to learn that I was able to do a lot of things with animals because it's always been my dream to work with animals, like either it's an assistant technician or a veterinarian. Working with all of my amazing classmates, they have taught me a lot. Dr. Frampton has also taught me a lot with animals. I also wanted to talk about how the injuring part of it. Yes, we signed a disclosure talking about we are our own risk and everything. And Dr. Frampton has taught us how to pick up a lot of animals and listen to their cues and not when they want to be picked up or something, and we have to listen to those cues or we will proceed to get hurt. With me doing my internship at Copperview Animal Hospital, I have met a lot of kids who have done the vet program and they have been very successful at it, and met a couple of people who want to do this program next year and they are really excited for it. So that's one of the reasons why I'm up here, so they could take this program and learn from the animals. So from me being a little kid who has always loved animals and wanted to work with animals, I feel like you guys kenneling the animals or taking this program away will decrease the work that all of our veterinarians, vet techs, and vet assistants are working on every single day. Because me being personally in the field of having an internship at a vet clinic has taught me a whole lot about like animals and what to do with them when they're sick. So I hope you guys think about this very clearly, and thank you.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody? Did anyone sign up that I didn't call? Okay. Thank you. We appreciate your feedback on this policy. I will turn it to board members now for discussion.
A lot of good questions have been asked tonight, ones that I hadn't considered in the past. And as these people spoke, additional questions came to mind. You know, I'm wondering if the policy defeats the purpose of some of our programs, or maybe not completely defeats them, but weakens the purpose, weakens the educational benefit. I would like to discuss these questions as a board, maybe in a future study session before approving the policy.
I'll make a statement. I actually initially was going to motion to table it because I didn't know if we had enough time. So I want people to know and understand we don't make policies for one program. We make policies based upon the whole school district. I reached out to a lot of our teachers in our schools that are using animals. It's not just J-Tech. It's in every one of our schools. I shared with them yesterday our policy and asked for their feedback, and they liked it. They had some questions about administratively, like what the timeline of getting permissions and requests and all those kinds of things. So they had some questions about that, but they were supportive. I don't know, other districts have a policy. We don't. I think we need one. I'm ready to approve it with the idea that we would come back and revisit it if we found problems, which happens with policies all the time. So I'm kind of different than Brian. I think that I'm ready just to approve it with that open invitation, but I could also be good at tabling it. I just am starting to get frustrated that this has become a one program policy, and it's not.
I do also want to just clarify, I used a couple of examples when I was making my amendment, and I think it gave this feeling that only if there was a procedure could that legitimize having an animal out of a kennel. I think it's important to point out that if there's an animal who is going to be a part of an instructional curriculum, that decision is made by a teacher bringing forth a connection to curriculum, to administration, and then administration approving that curriculum. So those few examples that I brought out would by no means be limiting. So if part of your curriculum is socializing an animal, then that teacher could represent that in their presentation to an administrator, and that is provided for in this policy. I also have just a couple of suggestions that I would like to add to the existing policy. So if we are open to tabling this discussion, I'll save that for a study session. But if we're not going to table, I'll bring some up now. So I don't know if this is...
I'd like to make a motion that we table the policy until further discussion.
I'll second.
A motion by Mr. Barnett and second by Ms. Richards to table the policy for further discussion. Is there discussion to that motion?
Can we still hear him? Well, you're.
Oh yeah, I'll bring it up at a study. I just want
But
to
can
bring
we
it up
hear
in
it
the
now
right
to
setting.
decide whether or not I need to table it?
Have motions ready now, or does
Like, I just want to hear some of the key ideas, because
Well, I have one. I feel like the line in 214, the school administrator's decision is final, is unnecessary. I don't think we need to have that at all. We discussed in our last study session that there's a grievance process already in policy, and so I don't even know that it's accurate. And so that's something I would just strike completely. So that's one.
I'd like to investigate this idea that was presented about having separate policies for instructional versus service animals, rather than bundling everything into one.
I agree with that, and I'm having a hard time imagining a vet tech program without animals.
We're not eliminating
I know
animals
that.
by
I
any
just want to
means.
discuss it more. That's all I'm saying.
But
That's
that's
all I'm
the
saying.
misnomer, is many people are thinking we're getting rid of animals out of our school. We are absolutely
no.
not.
And I know that. I think we need to talk about it more.
So what I would ask is that we include all programs with animals, not just one.
This policy is written for all programs with animals, not just one. And if it's part of the instructional purpose, which it is in vet tech, nobody wants to get rid of vet tech. Nobody wants to get rid of animals in our schools. That is a complete just misinformation from people. I don't want to further that as a board.
And I would be interested in knowing what the curriculum for the vet tech program is, what the specific goals are, and how this policy affects those goals and other programs in the school district. I would be interested in knowing what the curriculum is and how not right now, but when we have further discussion, I'd like to know what the goals and the goals, like the syllabus of the vet tech program and other classes that use animals for instructional purposes.
Okay, so motion on the motion on the table is to table the vote, or to table this for a future agenda. Is there any further discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor of the motion to table, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I'm nay. Okay, so that passes 5-2. Okay, we will move on to our next agenda item. Thank you all for being here tonight. We'll move on to our next agenda item is recommendation to approve revisions to Administrative Policy DP 305, placement and assignment of personnel. Dr. Godfrey, do you want to say anything about this?
This is a policy that needed updating, that has had, I think, some layers of language, I would say, that created some confusion. We've had some good input on it and good discussion with the board, and I think this provides some greater clarity so that employees can know what to expect.
Okay, I will take a motion on this and then we'll go to public comment.
I move that we approve revisions to Administrative Policy DP 305, placement and assignment of personnel.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett to approve revisions to Administrative Policy DP 305, placement and assignment of personnel. And we have Robin Parker.
Hi, my name is Robin Parker, and I am probably the voice behind this change. And I feel that the reason I wanted to bring it up was to help protect the teachers. And I really feel that it was taken, and all the support for the teachers were taken out of this policy. We need the administration review that the policy talks about. It says in 2A4, it says prior to the time that an employee has been in the same assignment for 10 years, a review of the placement will be made by administrative committee. I was told when I brought this up by someone in the administration that it was happening, that they were aware of it, and that it was a good thing. And yet the same person in the administration also said to the board that it was ancient and nobody used it. So I'm a little confused about that. I think it needs to stay in there. I think a review needs to be there for a fair and fast judgment when a teacher feels their change in position is unfair. It needs steps and a clear directive. This would only be in place and considered if the correct policies and steps haven't been taken. The policy then on page 2 tells them what should be done. So if these steps haven't been taken, the only reason they would need an administrative review is if the teacher or if the principal has bad intentions. I understand teachers need to be moved and principals need to have that. But if a principal is evil or using their power in corrupt ways on these teachers as a punishment or corrupt, then the teacher needs to have the ability to make a swift call for a judgment. And that's why I think the administrative review needs to still stay there. It's something that I think, I've seen firsthand this happen and nothing happened. The teacher fought for it. The team fought for it. Parents fought for it. Kids were affected and nothing was done. That's why I'm bringing the policy into light, but it seems like the policy is being corrupted even more by taking out the steps protecting the teachers. That's all this policy is about how teachers are placed. Teachers do not need to be moved around every year. Now, in some circumstances, I get that. But there needs to be someone to come in, because if there was one person who could come into the situation that we were involved in, they could see very plainly that this punishment of this teacher was made out of spite and not for the best judgment of the teachers, the staffs, and the students. I please beg you to go back and change this, to look at it, and to keep teachers safe.
Was there anyone else that wanted to address us on this policy? Okay, we'll go to the board for discussion. I will just add, go ahead, Mr. Dunford.
I'm just wondering, why is this not a negotiated policy? It seems like this is something that the teachers' union would want to have a say in and be negotiated. I'm just curious as to why this is not a negotiated policy.
I was just going to add, actually, we do have a negotiated policy that I think addresses Ms. Parker's concerns, and that's DP 315. And it's the grievance procedure. So for any licensed employee that feels like the policy wasn't followed. So if the teacher feels like he or she was being moved to a different grade that wasn't in the best interest, which it says in our policy it should be in the best interest of the students, felt like that, the policy could be grieved under our DP 315, which is a negotiated policy, and that actually does outline, it has really pretty quick turnaround times for each step of that grievance process.
And it seems like even the next policy on our agenda, DP 358, about discrimination and harassment, that seems like that's steps teachers could take if they felt like their administrator was not correctly following this DP 305. Is that correct? I mean, just in case they aren't licensed, or I don't know.
Answer your question, Mr. Dunford?
Yeah, I've been in those shoes. I've been the teacher that was moved and shouldn't have been. And I just want to make sure that teachers have a voice, that teachers have a way of saying, I don't feel like this was justified. I don't feel like the policy was followed. And so if there is a teacher's avenue to do that, then I'm satisfied. But I want to give voice to, I love our principals. I think they do a great job, but I know from firsthand that there are those situations where a move was made and probably should not have been made because it got personal. And so I just want to make sure that the teachers have a way of speaking up. And if DP 315 is the way, then I'm satisfied.
Godfrey, are we on the right track with DP 315?
Yes, any policy can be appealed if appeal isn't the proper term exactly, but any policy can be grieved if an employee feels that the policy has not been properly administered. Then they are able to grieve that, and there's a very formal process that can be taken to various levels to address the concern.
So as I understand it, the presence of DP 315 is eliminating the need for every policy to have a grievance written into it.
Right.
Is that our understanding? We're not going to write a grievance into every policy because we have a grievance policy.
Correct.
Any employee can use the grievance procedure on
So DP
policy.
305 is, here's how it should work. If it didn't, DP 315 is the grievance policy to grieve that it didn't work the way it was supposed to.
That's correct.
How do teachers know about DP 315?
I believe they're informed about that at the beginning of the year as part of their as part of the crucial concerns and policies, but I'll double check that, and if it's not included, I'll make sure.
It's in the policy manual, so they could read the policy manual. So I speak as someone who's going through this at this very moment. Like, I have my employers doing this to me. But administration has to have the ability to move people where they need to move them. And like it or not, it's just life, and it stinks, especially when you're in the position of being moved. But I don't know. It's not a perfect world, and but I don't want to make an administrator make a decision based upon our policy. I'm aware that some administrators might use it punitively, and I know what it feels like to be in that situation, to feel that they are doing that. But I just do not want to take out of the hands of our administrators the ability to put people where they think is best to put them.
And they should not be using it punitively.
No, they shouldn't. And
so there is a process if that happens. Okay.
And then their supervisors can watch them. But I like the policy.
The motion is to approve the revisions to Administrative Policy DP 305, placement and assignment of personnel. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Nay. Okay, that motion passes. Our next one is recommendation to approve revisions to Administrative Policy DP 358, employee discrimination and harassment. And that is a policy, we've been discussing these together, 305 and 358, and have done so in the past couple of study sessions. And actually would like to thank Robin Parker for bringing that forward to us, as both policies did need changes. So we did make, one of the significant changes is the time. Okay, so the time frame to submit complaints changed from 45 to 180 calendar days, was one of the biggest changes. And then also putting in the complaint procedure there's a lot of cleanup language in this, but then adding to the complaint procedure, the step of being able to report the concern to the district noncompliance hotline. And then the final step was to the district compliance officer. And then as a board, we've discussed separating out sexual harassment from this, and that is something that we will still be looking into down the road. So can I get a motion on this policy?
I move.
We approve the revisions to Administrative Policy DP 358, Employee Discrimination and Harassment.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Ms. Dean to approve the revisions to DP 358, Employee Discrimination and Harassment. And we'll go to public comment. Robin Parker, would you like to come forward again?
If these policies go through, I don't think I want my name on them because they're not representing at all what I was hoping to get changed. So I don't want teachers to look back and say, I wish she wouldn't have said anything at all. With these two policies kind of going hand in together, I get that there is a policy for grievance that can be done, but that policy of grievance is way too long of a process. And it happened, and it didn't go through. No one took the steps. Nobody went through with it. So if there was a policy steps in that policy that you guys just approved, it would help the teachers. In this policy, in DP3, we had 45 days for an employee to file a complaint. You guys did extend it to 180. I think that's great, except for why do we need to limit it? Why? How do we put the victim of abuse on a timeline? In an age of mental health, we need to give that benefit to the victim. Why are we sitting here and telling them, you have only so many days? If they are a victim of harassment, and that doesn't mean to do with anything with Title IX or Title VII, I'm saying if they're having repercussions in their job and they don't want to make a complaint because that person is above them, they need time to get a new job, to get out of there. And as you know, school teachers don't want to just leave in the middle of their year. They need time to move, because if they make a complaint, then they are going to have the repercussions on them throughout that year. It's happening. It's happening in our schools. It happens to the teacher, the parent who complains. The kids are struggling with this because if you just, anyway, the person who made a comment, Lindsay Curtis, she's complaining about the same thing. Moving teachers around, not being able to make complaints. These two policies kind of go hand in hand. They are policies to help benefit the teacher. And I think you guys have really, really missed it. I know you guys got emails from me, that says, if we leave these policies bland, I know someone said we don't want to muddy the policies and we want short policies, but if those policies aren't addressing the problem, then we do need to make it a little bit longer and a little bit more clearer. I think principals are great. I think teachers are great. I think some principals let the power go to their head. They need to be checked. They need to be checked for their power, for their ability just to move any teachers they want, and for a grievance process for the teacher to actually heard. When the teacher put in this motion, she never heard back. I don't know why, because in the policy it says that they should have a clear and safe and informative discussion, and none of it was followed. So that's why I'm putting these policies out to you guys. We need more protections for the teachers. The teachers need to know that they have a leg to stand on so that they don't feel that their job is going to be gone the next year. Just like Lindsay said, there's so many teachers that are leaving. We need to keep these policies in place.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to discussion by the board.
So if we extend, I'm on. If we extend to 180 calendar days, as I understand it, that would give a teacher the ability to finish out a school year. Am I understanding that correctly? I do think that there's consideration that needs to be made when, I mean, how long can people be expected to remember details when a claim comes forward? And having a statute of limitations, I think, protects everyone involved, not just the person who's accused.
The Utah Anti-Discrimination and Labor Division and the Equal Employment or Equal Opportunity Commission, that's what they give us 180 days. So that's where that came from. I do think there's circumstances where it needs more time. And I think that's one thing that we need to look into the future if we need to separate out, particularly the sexual harassment policy.
And why not write that in that says approval could be given by the board to extend the deadline? I mean, I'm okay with the deadline. I'm okay with 180 days. That's what, if that's standard, that's standard. But I don't want anyone in a situation like that to miss out because of a date, because of the date. And so I would like to give the board the power to authorize an extension of the 180 days if needed.
Very open to that because I feel like I want to go ahead with this because it's better than what the employees have now. I still think we have some work to do on this. But do you want to make a motion to amend?
I would like to amend the motion that we add a sentence granting the board the right to extend the 180 days if circumstances warrant. I would hope that the teacher would feel comfortable calling a board member and that the board member could come to the board and say, I think we extend this under these circumstances. So my motion would be to amend the policy to give the board the right to extend the deadline of 180 days if the circumstances warrant.
I'll second.
Second.
Marilyn.
We have a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards, to add a line to the policy on B4, the complaint procedure, that gives the board the right to extend the 180-day calendar requirement. If warranted. Okay, discussion to that motion to amend.
I just want to bring up the notion that we can change these policies at any time. So if we approve it and something's not working, we can bring it back. There's not a time frame, so.
Okay, all in favor of amending the policy to add a line that the board can extend the 180 days if warranted, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Say nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, so now back to the original motion to approve the policy, now the amended policy. Is there further discussion of the motion? Okay, all in favor of approving DP 358 with the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Our next agenda item is a recommendation to approve the 9800 South property sale.
President, before we move on, could I request that executive committee look at, do we need to clean up DP 315?
Okay.
Would the executive committee look into re-examining DP 315?
Do we need to make a link in some of our policies to that?
That's what I would ask you to look into.
The hard thing with that is it can be used on almost
Every
anything. So at the very bottom, but maybe there's some significant policies that should be referred over there because it is hard sometimes to navigate the policy manual.
And so you're saying to consider whether or not changes need to be made to DP 315? Okay. And that is a negotiated policy, so that would have to be a conversation with our...
That's why I bring it up now, is so that we could, if that needs to be negotiated, we could get that started. Maybe the first question is, would JEA be interested in renegotiating 315?
The first question is, does 315 need to be cleaned up, right? We're not saying it does, just to review it. I wouldn't bring it to JEA until we had suggestions.
Okay, thank you. Our next agenda item is a recommendation to approve 9800 South property sale agreement. Ms. Richards.
Yes, you had on board docs, the contract that, and if Mr. Thomas would come up, the contract that, we're entering in on that sale agreement with, our 98 South property. I've discussed quite a bit. So, Mr. Thomas, what do you have to add there?
Just that we are moving forward with our due diligence on that project and doing our inspections, and look forward to closing if approved by the board.
Does it or does it not include the car wash?
It does not yet. I know that's a dream of some, but not quite yet.
I would like to buy the car wash and offer free car washes to every teacher in Jordan School District.
Does that include board members?
So, for those listening, this is to purchase the old, it used to be a Walmart.
The neighborhood
Walmart.
Across the street from Elkridge Middle School. Okay, I'll take a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve, yeah.
Property sale agreement.
To approve the property sale agreement on the 98 South property.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. George to approve the 9800 South property sale agreement. We'll go to public comment. Is there anyone here from the public that wants to address this? Okay, we'll go back to the board for discussion.
Any discussion?
I want to make a comment. I just think this is another way that Jordan kind of leads the way in creatively using space that's not needed. We're sitting in a building that had similar circumstances, that went through ownership, and we got a really good deal, and you'd think that we built this building for those purposes that we're using it, and it wasn't. It had several different things. And the same thing can be said with our administration building, that it was an unneeded building that we made great use to. And so I applaud our administration, our facilities team, and this board for moving ahead. It saves taxpayers money, and it's a great piece of property. And I think in years from now, people will be very grateful this board purchased this.
I can't wait to see a big J on it.
More than anything, I love the location. I think it speaks loudly about our needs and fulfilling the needs of several of our programs. So I love the location.
Probably as center as you can get.
It's hard to believe that 9800 South is the center of our district.
Right now. It'll soon be Mountain View.
I don't want to throw everyone for a loop, but I'm uncomfortable moving forward on this. I just feel like it was a rushed decision that the public hasn't had adequate time to hear about and weigh in. So that's my own, where I'm at with this one. I do think it's a great building and a great location, and something that will fit into our long-term building plan, I hope, once we get there. But
isn't that true with almost every property deal, though? We kind of can't share it with the public for reasons of why it's closed session.
And so exactly how long have we been talking about this? I think months, right?
Closed session.
In closed session.
I would say more than months. It was been
yeah. Yeah, that like Tracy said, it seems like, oh, we're just doing this right now, but it has been a long slog.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the 9800 South property sale agreement. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
A. I'm an A. Okay, that passes 6-1. Our next is recommendation to approve Salt Lake County pool agreement. Ms. Richards.
Yes, we've been talking about this for a long time, too.
At least 7 years.
At least. Finally, we have something in place, a contract to enter in with Salt Lake County for our part of a pool agreement. Mr. Thomas, do you want to add anything? I know you've been involved from ground zero.
From the get-go.
Oh, it is the pool in South Jordan, forgive me. Salt Lake County pool in South Jordan.
It would be in addition to the current rec center in South Jordan. So we're happy. I know the agreement, the discussions have gone on for quite some time. The agreement's gone back and forth, and I think we're at a point where everyone is ready to move forward if approved by the board. I think it provides a great opportunity for future swim teams. It would be up to 2 swim teams for a total of a term of 20 years to use.
When would the swim teams actually have access to it? I know that's a guess because construction hasn't started, but when would be your best guess?
I think if it's approved, well, depending on the county schedule for construction, I believe it was for the 26 school year.
26, 27?
Mm-hmm.
So winter of 26, 27.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the recommendation to approve Salt Lake County pool agreement.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to approve the Salt Lake County pool agreement. And we have someone from the public to address us, Amy Rock.
I am Amy Rock. My oldest son graduated from Bingham High School in 2021. My second son graduated from Bingham in 2023. And I have a daughter currently a 6th grader at Monte Vista Elementary. And all of my children are competitive swimmers, which is a bit inexplicable because I can barely swim. Can't really explain it, but while classroom learning was primary and important for my high schoolers, nothing defined their high school experiences more than Bingham Swim. And it would take a lot of time to list everything Bingham Swim taught my children, but suffice it to say that as a parent, I'm so very grateful that they had the opportunity to develop in a unique way as humans because of the experiences they had on Bingham Swim Team. However, being part of Bingham Swim community hasn't come without its challenges, and I'm not just talking about the 4:30 a.m. practices. As a parent, I could see the problems on the horizon for Bingham Swim Team, even before my oldest began swimming at that level. In fact, I checked today and I sent my first email inquiry about Bingham Swim's future on January 12th, 2016. That's more than 8 years ago. It quickly became apparent that one jurisdiction would not be able to fund the type of facility that was desperately needed to make Bingham Swim a viable sport in the future. And this became even more apparent when the county closed the Marv Jensen Recreation Center without a replacement facility within our school district. For nearly 8 years, Bingham parents and swimmers have worked with county officials, South Jordan City, and the Jordan School District to work on a coordinated solution for our swimmers. This multi-jurisdictional collaboration has been quite the journey. In fact, a large group of parents and swimmers attended the Jordan School District School Board meeting on November 27th, 2018 to ask for your help. Some of you may remember that meeting. So now here we are, more than 5 years after that meeting. All of the swimmers who came to that 2018 meeting have graduated, but a few of us, including some of you on the school board, have been along for the whole 8-year journey. I may be getting a little ahead of things, but I'm hoping the board will approve the pool agreement. And so with that in mind, I want to say thanks to the whole school board for your support. And I personally want to say thank you to my school board representative, President Tracy Miller, for her advocacy. And although they are not here, I also want to acknowledge the efforts of South Jordan Mayor Don Ramsey and the South Jordan City Council, along with the Salt Lake County Council, and especially County Council member Dave Alvord. Thank you all so very much. For the past 4 years, Bingham has been practicing at the Kearns Oker Park Fitness Center, which is a wonderful facility, but a long way for teens to drive for 2-a-day practices during winter months. I'm confident that many more students will have the chance to swim for Bingham at a closer facility. And even though my sons did not get the chance to enjoy Bingham's new home pool, I am excited to cheer on my daughter there when she swims for Bingham in 3 years. So thank you.
Thank you. I can't believe it's been 5 years since we started this discussion.
I still have Amy's emails.
What?
Okay, discussion of the motion.
I like it with one clarification. This is a district pool, not a Bingham pool.
I'm gonna say that.
Just right now, you know, there'll be probably a couple teams there, and you know, I wish we were a district that had a facility for everybody. We've looked at that. It's just so expensive for our district to do, but I'm so grateful and happy that this is one of the things that I felt that was not done as a board member, a goal that I had coming in, and it wasn't finished until tonight. So thank you.
My biggest concern with this project the whole time has been the number of students being served by this expenditure. And while, like everyone else here, I want to offer students every opportunity that they want, but in my mind, there has to be a limit to the amount of money that you spend on these types of things. And this, in my mind, is too much money to be spent based on the number of students it will serve.
Further discussion. Okay, we have a motion to approve the Salt Lake County pool agreement. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay.
Nay.
That passes 6-1. And our final item is a recommendation to approve the 70th South Pedestrian Bridge property donation.
Yes.
Richards again.
Sorry about that. Out right by Heartland Elementary, the city of West Jordan is planning a pedestrian bridge across 70th South. And they have come to us and asked for just a small piece of our property that currently is the playground at Heartland Elementary, just a small portion of it, to be able to build this bridge across 70th South. And it would be a donation on our part, and the contract is attached to your board docs. Hopefully you had time to look at that. Mr. Thomas, do you want to add anything?
Just that I'd like to recognize Mayor Burton and his team. We've worked with them for quite some time, and for their vision, support, and foresight, and and cooperatively working with UDOT as well to make this happen. So I think it'll be a great compliment to the community, and certainly enhance the safe walking route for the students attending the school.
And I can't recall, but do we have a timeline on this?
No.
Not at this time, okay. Then I would make the motion that we accept the recommendation for the pedestrian bridge, our property donation for the 70th South area.
A motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. George, to approve the 70th South Pedestrian Bridge property donation. And we'll go to public comment. Mayor Burton, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I do. Sadly, this has been more than 5 years. We've been working on this for a long period of time. In fact, the city has been purchasing some property on the north side of 70th South that we have acquired for the bridge to land on. And if you choose not to donate this property, we could build the bridge and have it stop before it reaches the ground. And no, we wouldn't do that. But I want to thank you for working with us on doing this. I wish I had a timeline, but this makes it that much closer. We're waiting to hear back on another grant from Wasatch Front Regional Council, which I think is going to go through, and we've done the design and everything else on there, so we're ready to pull the plug. I shouldn't say pull the plug, because we're ready to go forward and make this happen. So thank you very much for this and working with us in cooperation with that. The speed limit on that street in front of that school is 35 miles an hour, but just a little bit to our city to the east is 50 miles an hour. And people have a real hard time trying to figure out they're really supposed to slow down. It's true we have crossing guards helping them cross, but that's still a tricky situation because of the amount of traffic that's there and what's going on. So this is much safer than having that. And we've gone out and looked at it a few other times, and then sometimes there's evening events that happen when crossing guards aren't there and kids are walking to school for evening events. We have added another street light there to make it more clear that it's the situation, but some people don't follow rules very well. So this would be a great benefit and increase the safety. So thank you for working with us on this. Every little bit helps, and this will help a lot.
Thank you for working with us and your care and concern for the safety of our children. Okay, is there anyone else from the public wants to address this issue? Okay, any other discussion from the board? We have a motion to approve the 70th South Pedestrian Bridge property donation. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now, we usually do consent at the beginning, but I knew we were going to have a lot of people here tonight, so thus it's just placed right here in the middle of the meeting. So can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
I motion that we approve the consent agenda items A through D.
I'll second.
By Ms. George, second by Ms. Dean to approve the consent agenda items A through D. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Just to note, that also includes a calendar change that we've discussed in the past regarding professional development days aligned with parent-teacher conferences.
President Miller?
Yes.
May I run and get my charger real quick?
Oh, yes. This meeting's going too long. Everyone's computers.
It's been a long meeting. Mine's almost gone.
Can I get a motion to accept consent agenda items?
I make the motion to accept the consent agenda items A through E. Do you want me to list them?
Nah.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Consent agenda items A through E. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, on to our bids. Our first one is, can I get a bid for the first one? Okay, first one.
I move that we approve the bid for Mountain Creek Middle School Chromebooks and Google licenses.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. George to approve the Mountain Creek Middle School Chromebooks and Google licenses. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the bid for Information Systems E-Rate Network and Wireless Access Point Upgrade.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. George to approve Information Systems E-Rate Network and Wireless Access Point Upgrade. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for C?
I make the motion to accept the bid on the facility services seismic evaluation.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Dean to accept the bid for Facility Services Seismic Evaluation Services. Any discussion to that motion?
This is being funded by a grant. Is that correct?
75% of
Part
it
of it.
is.
75%.
Grant that we've waited a long time to get.
Yeah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We're finally moving to accept this bid.
Right. That's exactly how I feel. Okay, all in favor of approving the bid for seismic evaluation services, please say yes.
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 That passes.
Can we do E and D together?
Okay, I'll take a motion for D&E.
I move that we approve the bid to replace the bleachers at Copper Hills High School and Riverton High School.
Second.
Motion by Ms. George, second by Ms. Richards to accept the bid to replace the bleachers at Copper Hills High School and Riverton High School. Any discussion to that motion?
So these are, I don't know if people care to know if that these are the summer projects. These are the capital projects that we're approving now.
Yes.
These are the things that will happen this summer.
Also like our students to know that bleachers are $50. Please treat them fair.
Stop jumping at the basketball games.
Okay,
To make a motion to amend some cheers then.
Stop having fun.
You stop winning.
okay, all in jest. All right, motion to approve the bleachers at Copper Hills and Riverton High School for this summer. Please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for
We do F, G, and H.
F and G? They're all parking.
They're all parking lots. I can make that motion unless someone wants to.
F's not.
Okay, let's do F. Go ahead with F.
I can make it. Can we make the motion to realign the parking lot at Mountain Ridge High School?
Here it says
Not the parking
driveway.
lot. This is the
says
exit.
driveway.
Entrance, driveway. It's kind of, we park in the driveway.
Okay, the motion is to approve the bid for the driveway realignment at Mountain Ridge High School. It was a motion by Mr. Robinson, second by
Mr. Dunford.
Dunford. Okay, discussion to that motion. This is the north entrance, right?
This is bringing it down to the cross section so that we can put a light there.
City has agreed to put a light there.
It's both.
Oh, it is both on this, both north and the south. Okay, thank you.
They went out to bid separately, but we're combining them in the motion.
All right, any further discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor of the motion for the driveway realignment at Mountain Ridge High School, please say aye.
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 Unanimously, can I get a motion for
I'll make,
President Miller, can we instruct Mr. Larson to notify Harriman City that we have approved the bid, and so they can move forward with all of the purchases they need to? They were looking at buying the equipment for the light, and it needed some headway. So if we could get that.
Talked to the mayor today about it, so, but it's better to come from the district.
If we could instruct John to let them know that the bid was approved tonight, I would like that.
everyone on the board good with giving that instruction?
For sure.
Larson?
Yep.
Okay, great, thank Okay, 4G.
I'll make the motion to approve the parking lot improvements at the Auxiliary Services Building.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Dean to approve the parking lot improvements of the Auxiliary Services Building. Is there discussion to that motion?
They've been very patient waiting for this. It's well needed.
All right, all in favor of the motion to approve the bid, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. I will get a motion for H.
I will make the motion to approve the bid for the parking lot addition at South Jordan Middle School.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. George to approve the parking lot addition at South Jordan Middle School. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of approving the bid, please say aye.
Aye.
Unanimously. I'm going to make the motion on this one. I move that we approve the bid for the remodel at Riverton Elementary School.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Miller, second by Ms. Dean. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 That motion passes unanimously. That is the end of our summer project list, and just, oh, that's not on our summer project list, though.
Yeah.
I'm getting to it. I just wanted to,
President Miller, I move that we approve the Bingham High School remodel Phase 7.
are there any seconds to that motion?
I'm sure that's coming.
We are very happy. We're very happy that Bingham High School was done, and very happy that it is not on our list for this year. And then the other thing I just wanted to say is that our summer projects have all come in within budget this year, and so we are happy about that we're able to move forward with all the projects that we intended to move forward with.
Great job to our facilities team for doing that. It's a great job.
Okay, I got a motion for Jay.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the boiler replacement at Oker Hills Middle School.
Motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Ms. George, to approve the bid for the boiler replacement at Oker Hills Middle School. Is there discussion to that motion?
I seen it. It needs to be done.
Okay, all in favor of approving the bid, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. I now need a motion to adjourn our Jordan School District Board of Education meeting and convene as a local building authority.
I'll make the motion to adjourn our local meeting and move to reconvene. I couldn't think of the right word. Reconvene, or just convene as local building authority.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. George, to adjourn our Board of Education meeting and convene as a local building authority. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Can you just give us like a 1 or 2 minute synopsis of what we just did? Because people have often said this is really super weird, which I think it is.
All right. Mr. Larson, would you like to give us a synopsis of what we just did?
As outlined in state statute, the school district and other entities are allowed to have a local building authority. Sometimes cities will go under the name municipal building authority, but the statute allows this process to take action for approving things such as lease revenue bonds. But the board, these two entities are two public entities of which they have separate rules and procedures, but the rules of the local building authority indicate that its board of directors is comprised of the Board of Education members. So, of course, the building authority could meet at another date and time, but out of convenience for all involved and frankly for a little more transparency, we do it in the same evening. But the Board of Education just needs to convene as the building authority to take action on behalf of the building authority, similar to what cities would do, and again, as outlined in statute, that they can do.
Right, we last met as a local building authority on January 24th, 2023, and I need a motion to approve those minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes from the January 24th, 2023 meeting of the local building authority of Jordan School District.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett, to approve the minutes from the January 24th, 2023 meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Okay, now I need a motion. Well, we'll just say quickly what we're doing here. We have current plans to build a school up in Daybreak in Village 9, and have decided as a board that we wanted to use lease revenue bonds for that school. And so tonight we are considering a resolution in order to use the lease revenue bonds. This is not the final vote on it. At our future meeting, there would be a public hearing ahead of a vote, but this gives our staff and our bond council the authority to move forward and proceed with this. Mr. Larson, you can either clean up what I said or add something else.
You did very well. A couple things to add maybe is that This gives us direction to move forward with the other processes, legal work, financing arrangements to at least begin that work and get moving on it for the March 19th meeting. This would allow the building authority to reimburse any of the expenses that were incurred by the Board of Education from proceeds from a lease revenue bond that would be issued at a later point in time. So the purpose of that is that the construction can begin, work can proceed, but a lease revenue bond doesn't have to exist beforehand. It can come about afterwards, even with some costs that have been incurred. And I might recognize Mr. Jonathan Ward is here with us tonight. He's our financial advisor with Zion's Public Finance, and a very good advisor at that. He's also a resident of our school district, and I think a good advocate for us, a good friend. So if Mr. Ward, if you have anything to add, or no, you're good. All right.
Okay, and I would also like to note on this lease revenue bond, that does not require us to raise taxes. We were able to make those payments out of our existing capital funds. So can I get a motion, and will you just please read it as written?
I move that we approve the consideration of a resolution expressing intent to reimburse certain capital expenditures from the proceeds of up to 50 million, sorry, of lease revenue bonds of the authority and providing for related matters.
I'll second.
By Ms. George, second by Ms. Dean. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor of approving consideration of a resolution expressing intent to reimburse certain capital expenditures from the proceeds of up to 50 million of lease revenue bonds of the authority and providing for related matters, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. I will now take a motion to adjourn our local building authority meeting.
One clarifying question, if you don't mind, maybe for John. The motion says bonds of the authority, lease revenue bonds of the authority. So the lease revenue bonds are issued to the local building authority, is that right? Not to the school district? Okay.
Right. Local building authority issues the bonds.
Okay, motion to adjourn and convene.
I move that we adjourn this meeting of the local building authority and convene as the Jordan School District Board of Education.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett to adjourn our local building authority meeting and convene as the Jordan School District Board of Education. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, welcome back to our Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Thank you to all of you that are still here with us. We are now on to our superintendent's report. Dr. Godfrey.
I will just say how excited I am about the new decorations in this room. That was a huge surprise, and I think it's fantastic. It looks so great, and I love that it's student work, and it's a great representation of the vision that's now part of Portrait of a Graduate, and that's a thrill. So that's very exciting. It's been an action-packed board meeting, but that's what I'm taking home. It's the excitement from that side. So
I thought it was interesting that there is something that Superintendent Godfrey didn't know about was going on. He knows about everything going on in the school. We were able to keep it from him.
Well done, board.
yeah, that was. I'm not surprised often. You are right, and that was a delight. That was really cool.
A smaller one though, he can put on his desk.
That was really cool. Nicely done. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank Ms. Richards. She is the one that kicked this whole idea off, and it's been in the works for quite a while. So thank you, Marilyn. And then Ms. George for did all the planning and coordination work.
I like the stripe in this room. It's really good.
Okay, committee reports and comments by board members. Does anyone have anything to report on? Yes.
I do. Just one idea. We've been talking, Mr. Robinson and I have kind of been talking about the facilities committee maybe taking on looking at potential boundaries as an option, working toward our long-term building and housing needs. We would like to do that as a facilities committee if you would like us to do that.
Explain a little bit more what that means.
Well, I think we need a lot of options in our housing and what we're going to do as a district. And I think one option could be to look at extensive boundary changes to use some of the buildings that we already have, perhaps, or it's just another option that could potentially answer some questions for us.
I think we kind of stumbled across that again tonight, earlier in the study session. Absent this long-term plan, it's hard to make short-term plans, and it's kind of like which comes first, and do we do these globally? And it's good that we approve the seismic studies now. We'll see what that comes back. I don't know, is there a timetable when that comes back? August. So
yeah.
then if we're looking at like a big boundary change or whatever in the fall time,
Ask, I thought that we had already requested our staff to be preparing that. I understood there was a forthcoming presentation that they had already been commissioned to work on.
Yeah, this is just being in conjunction with that. So as we're building that, I guess we're just asking, can we continue to build that long-term plan with that as an option also?
We had given staff that direction. So you're saying can facilities committee work with staff on that?
Correct.
I don't have a problem with that, but I think that lots of board members will maybe want to put in their 2 cents as that process is being developed. Can we have opportunities so that other board members could join in those conversations?
It's probably everybody. We'll have to kind of somehow have the facilities look at it and then maybe break it into some of the smaller groups, and then obviously bring it back to the board.
And with the resounding understanding that we're not suggesting we're going to be making boundary changes. We just want to look at that as a very viable option should we need it down the road.
I do think that inviting individual board members into that discussion is important, just because each of us are quite tuned in to the needs and problems that we see in our communities, and I think that's an important piece to ensure that we're capturing.
No, I totally agree, but I think we need a place to start. So that's what we want to facilitate.
Board members okay with that? I am, as long as other board members get pulled into that.
This is a big deal. I mean, I think between building schools, creating boundaries, I think also cities need to be brought into this. I think this is a huge deal. I hope it brings clarity to what we need to do in the future to house students. We may even want in that process to re-pull out, because we have new board members, the continuum. that we have and make sure that that's still in check, and I'll agree with that continue.
Right. I in no way want to take this on if the board isn't behind us.
Clarify too, the assignment was given to our staff. It's still with our staff, but facilities committee is going to give, and I'm requesting that all board members get to give some input. Is that what your understanding is?
Yep.
Okay, so it hasn't changed the direction that staff's been given the assignment.
I
Godfrey,
don't
you're
understand
unclear.
exactly how that will work. You said you want staff to be responsible and to work with the facilities committee, but then to also inform additional board members. So I don't know exactly what that would look like.
I'll just bring up the way that we dealt with it during the decision, or the research prior to the decision to close West Jordan Elementary. When facilities had agenda items that pertain to individual board members, a member of the facilities committee excused themselves and invited that board member to take their place in that specific meeting.
And I think that's what we're trying to avoid, because I remember back, I was surprised with that whole thing, because the discussion was happening and I wasn't a part of it, and the first time I heard about it was in a meeting. I think that what we're suggesting is those conversations should be had with a broader group, with everybody. And we're not asking to draw the boundaries. We're asking, do we build a building or not build a building based upon, and have some of those discussions by facilities, and make sure we bring it then into study sessions. I'm at a loss of whether or not we need to build a new school after tonight, but I think that needs more study, and more study beyond what you can do in a study session.
I'm a little unclear on what facilities committee is.
I'm not advocating for it to go a particular way. I am just looking for clarity about what role you want staff to play.
I think our role is, do we need to build a school or not build a school? And so part of that decision to build a school or not build a school is contingent on moving boundaries around. So that's, I think, what we're asking. We're not asking to draw lines. We're not asking for input that way, but we're asking for input on, can we have some input on boundary changes that could influence the long-term building projects of this district?
Here's how I envision it. I envision staff comes back to the board and says, here's the end result of what the work we've done. And then at that point, the board would give facilities assignments to tackle. I think you're going to have a hard time going from staff to facilities to board. I think you need to go from staff to board to facilities. So I think we need to hear, as a board, we need to hear the result of what staff is coming to, and then say, you know what, we need to break this into sizable chunks. Can we have facilities tackle this question? And then they get a task from the board that they need to complete, rather than this vague idea that they're going to take to the board. That's how I would see it coming out, is staff to board to facilities.
That's what we directed staff to do.
Yep.
Was to bring back the whole board a plan.
Then that master plan gets broken up into, you know what, that's something facilities can save the board time in tackling. There is no question facilities is going to have to tackle a lot of issues. But I think that if facilities receives the assignment from the board, it will go a lot more smooth.
That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for a certain time frame or a step ahead or any of that stuff. It just needs to be part of the whole overall discussion.
Okay, so is everyone One on board, is the board on board? Then with the original assignment, that staff brings back a long-term building plan to the whole board, and then we assign it out, the pieces that we need to facilities committee?
That's fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
okay,
Just wanted to offer our committee.
right, okay. Any other reports?
I have something for GIAC, or Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee. The GIAC open house is March 6th here at JATC South, and it'll be from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. Come and meet our student leaders in our multicultural clubs. Bring your ideas of what is working in Jordan School District and your celebrations. Anyway, employees and families of in the Jordan School District are all invited. So 4:30. I think. Oh, I just closed my. I think it's 6:30 possibly. So I wrote on my calendar 6:30, but I wanted to check the peach jar.
Okay, and then also that night is USBA's spring meeting, and then you got the email to RSVP for that. And if you can't make it to that night, you can go to any night that USBA is offering it if you want to. Okay, any other reports? Okay, I have two things. Jordan Education Foundation is going to start presenting their Outstanding Educator Awards next week, and that's where there is an outstanding educator from every school. And I will email that schedule to you. You're welcome to be there for any of the schools, particularly in your area, if you want to be there and see those award presentations. Those are lots of fun. And then we have a calendar committee, and we need a new committee member from the Riverton feeder system. And so the name I would like to present for board approval for that is Angela Greer. So I guess I'll move. I motion that we approve Angela Greer to be on our calendar committee.
Second.
So motion by Ms. Miller, second by Mr. Barnett. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Wanted to let you know that Mr. Anderson reached out to Mr. Barnett and myself about that, and since it was the Riverton feeder area. So thank you. And good luck to Angela. It's a great committee to be on. All right, any other? Just one more thing really quickly. Portrait of a Graduate and the strategic plan are out to design right now, and the plan right now is that we'll be voting on that in our next business meeting, March 19th. So excited to see that product.
Should I mention JLC, or do you want to?
Oh, yeah, there is a JLC meeting, and I guess we'll cover it in legislative reports in just a minute, but there is a JLC meeting this Friday, so we'll talk about that more in a minute. Okay, that is the end of this agenda. We will take a break, and we have to go back to a few study session items, and we'll do that at night. Oh, do you?
Are they good?
Okay, this is the Jordan School District Board of Education. We are back in our study session, and our agenda item is an update on a request for proposal for a cell phone policy survey, which is Dr. Godfrey's item.
Thank you. We have purchasing department and our business administrator, John Larson, have worked on this project, and we have Lighthouse that is prepared to provide surveys. The total cost is about $75,000. That would include, here, I need to pull it up here. I believe I left my iPad in the room in the transition. Let me pull up what that would pay for. That would mean, that's if we went with the highest number of surveys and the highest number of focus groups. So what they recommend is a mixed mode survey to begin with, which would be online and telephone. We told them we wanted telephone, and they said online and telephone combination is more effective and less costly. So this estimate includes that particular option. For $29,650, they would do the mixed mode online and telephone for 900 individuals, 300 staff, 300 students, 300 parents. And then as a result of that, what they do is they pull people from that they've surveyed, and they do focus groups. And the way they do those focus groups is at their facility. Again, this price is for the in-person focus groups. I don't think a virtual focus group has much value personally. So I'm putting my own bias in here that when they say phone and email is a better combination to get better results and it's cheaper, I say yes. Even though it's more expensive for in-person focus groups, I think that's going to be much more effective. People play off each other, and there's more interaction, and I think it's more useful. So that's what I would recommend. 9 focus groups, then 3 of parents, 3 of staff, and 3 of students, and those would be separated out. And so for all of those focus groups, there's a group of people in the room. There's a two-way mirror, I believe it's called. So it's a mirrored window, and board members and staff members can be behind that window, and Lighthouse will conduct an interview of focus groups based on their attitude toward cell phones. So they would pull a group of parents together that support a cell phone ban, and then they would have a discussion with them. And has anyone participated in that at Lighthouse before?
Awesome.
Isn't it fascinating? Bring in some snacks and some drinks, and they announce to the people who are in the focus group on the other side of the mirror. You have some board members, the superintendent. It takes about 90 seconds for everyone to forget that and speak very freely and openly. And so instead of getting secondhand or information, you really get to see how people feel. So that's what that total cost would be. So it would be 41,150. What's the actual total on that? Let's see. About 70,000 to do the mixed mode online and telephone, and to have 90-minute in-person focus groups. So that's kind of the maximum input with what I think, based on past experience, would be the best format. Now we have price breakdowns for other options, and so this was a request for proposal or a request for information. No. Qualification. Or was this an RFQ? P. Professional services solicitation. So in other words, price isn't the first factor. It's who can do what we're really looking for. And Lighthouse is that group, and then we negotiate the price based on the exact way that we put those services together. So it's a good process. I think we had 11 or 12 groups submit information on that, and Lighthouse, being local, was an advantage to be able to do those in-person focus groups. But we can there's every iteration of this, and doing just online surveys and no focus groups or virtual focus groups, fewer focus groups, surveying smaller numbers. We can talk about how to reduce the cost, but that's the maximum package.
Talked about wanting a lot of different groups involved in this, and is that included here?
Mhm.
So
That
you might
includes-
have employees with parents in these focus groups, or would they be divided?
They would do 3 student groups, 3 employee groups rather, and 3 parent groups.
Okay.
They would not combine them, partially because of the age of the students. They wouldn't want other adults in with the students, but and just to see how teachers are feeling about it, how parents are feeling about it. And by employees, I think that would mostly be teachers, I would assume.
And they would be randomly selected from the survey people.
Not randomly from the survey. It would be a curated group from the survey responses. So it would be people who, for example, on a telephone interview, for people who give very complete answers and who feel a particular way, fit a particular demographic. So maybe, so they have methods for choosing strong candidates for a robust and meaningful focus group experience. And they invite more people than they plan to accommodate, so that if they have no shows, then it's very interesting. I was actually selected once to participate, not on a school-related one. So I showed up. I think they paid $200 in cash, and then they chose not to use me. It was like
Best $200 you ever made.
it was like I'd won the lottery. Like, what should I do? I'm skipping down the road. I have time back and money. It was really something. It was really something.
Did you have
But-
to sign an NDA? Oh, because you didn't participate.
I didn't even
'Cause I've been in
participate. They didn't
2 and I
want
had
me.
to do like an NDA.
didn't
So
want
you'll never know what I was.
At any rate, I think well,
I just want to make sure that that they push, and not if they just simply say, do you favor or not favor, that's not telling me anything. I want them to know. I want to know, what damage do you perceive cell phones are doing to your child or to your students or to you and your peers? How far would you be willing to go to do a ban? I honestly am predicting this is the next prohibition. If we're going to pass this, we're passing another prohibition. And we're removing an item people are addicted to. And if parents aren't 100% behind it and willing to put some skin in the game, it'll never work. So I really want to know from this, how much skin in the game are you all, students, parents, teachers, willing to put in?
and if we decide to go with Lighthouse, that's exactly what the next step would be, is what questions do you want to be sure we ask?
Okay.
And they are professional interviewers who will follow a thread. And 90 minutes with with a group of people. That's an in-depth discussion of the type that you're describing. But the initial survey will have questions like that so that so they can do a good job of choosing who participates in those groups. So I think this is a process that can accomplish exactly what you were asking for.
And it needs to be broader than the cell phone, because it's the watch too. Like, how do you control that? Because
devices, yeah.
So it's educational distraction devices. So
we would have an opportunity to give input into those questions.
Yes.
Because yeah, I agree. It's like, I don't know anybody who thinks the child should have the cell phone in the class. It's what to do about it. You know, do they keep it in their backpack, pocket, pouch in the back of the room, locker, leave it at home altogether? Can they have it in the hall? What about a medical? I mean, there's so many nuances.
Right.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Right.
Are you willing to buy something, contribute some money, so that we as a district can have some resources?
About the watch, what about the AirPod? I mean, it's little things like that we're trying to work out in a policy that we want feedback on.
Right.
Okay.
I'm all for getting the data, getting as much information as you can get before you make a decision. I think that's critical to making a good, well-informed decision. This approach sounds pricey. Like, I'll just be blunt. Sounds expensive. This is an expensive data grab. And, you know, I'm wondering if we can still make a good decision without spending that much money, you know. And I'm also a little concerned that the pool of people that are available to participate aren't going to be the type of people that Bryce is hoping for. You know, people that know, like this stack of books that we saw today. You know, those 2 stacks of books that talk about all the dangers and all the problems caused by screens. I'm worried about the fact that that person that brought the books is probably 1 in 10,000 people that has familiarized themselves with the dangers and harmful effects of screens on kids. And so I don't know if we're going to be able to find enough people that would match what Bryce is hoping we can find. So I don't know how valid the information is going to be.
I feel like we don't want only people who have read all of those books. I feel like we want a lot of different points of view and backgrounds. And I think also, as far as just making a policy, I think part of this process is letting the people we represent be a part of the process, and not just the people who would email us or come and speak in a board meeting, but other people. I think we're showing that we want to hear from a wide variety of people that we represent.
Honestly, that's why I want to that's why I want to spend the money. I know Lighthouse. I've had experience with Lighthouse, and they get to those people. They find those people. Anyone else I would be nervous about. But that, to me, the price is, I'm willing to pay that because I know I'll get the data I'm looking for.
the price is just over $1 a kid, and the results we can get off that dollar is huge. We also ought to be exploring other things, reading those books and all those. I think those who have read those books and are educated are already self-governing their kids and teaching them. It's the 9,999 that don't know the dangers that we do need to grab information from so that they can buy in on this too.
Or know the dangers and don't want the battle.
Yeah.
So I agree with Brian that the price is high. Is there a path forward for less money using Lighthouse? It sounded like there's all these different options and we can tailor it.
The lowest option is 45,000. The highest option is 71,000. 45,000 means 600 surveys and 6 focus groups instead of 9, and virtual focus groups instead of in person. If you want to do 60 minutes instead of 90 minutes, that number could be reduced below 45,000, but they have found greater success with 90 minutes that they get better information. The other thing we can do is simply do a Qualtrics survey and analyze that result, and that would be very inexpensive. Virtually no cost, maybe a few $1,000s to ask someone to analyze the results, but that would not be a statistically significant, carefully curated result. It would just be who responded and what did they say.
Well, and I like Lighthouse better than doing that because they are able to address all the nuances and get better feedback.
I suppose there may be, but
I just wonder if we can do the lower end of Lighthouse instead of the upper end of Lighthouse.
Yeah, the lower end is 45,000, 6 groups instead of 9, 600 surveys instead of 900, and virtual focus groups. And we can do anything in between.
At one point, we talked about, is this data that we could share with another district? Is that a possibility? Surveying a broader geographic area and going half-seas with Granite or something?
I'd be for that, just teaming up with the surrounding district if they're interested.
Brought that up and decided it was for the conversation.
We did discuss that, and we can do that. The broader the group, the less Jordan-specific it is, of course, and we do tend to have a unique perspective sometimes, I think. And the Qualtrics survey, you know, we have a good product there with Qualtrics, and if we wanted to send something out, you know, we could set up groups of people for the board to meet with, and I mean, we could try to do some other things that were kind of done in a that would be a less scientific approach, but would still give us a lot of information, be a lot of input.
We've heard from maybe half a dozen people, either in person comments or by email, voicing their, providing us information, their opinion, some of the studies, and that's been free so far. We haven't had to spend anything on that. And so I'm wondering, is like what Tracy was saying, is there somewhere in the middle where we're spending $10,000 and staff is doing some of the work and maybe we're doing some of the work to gather that data? You know, we've got a budget meeting coming up and we're potentially adding for kindergarten teachers, $150K or so, 50,000 for 3. And now we're asking for another. That's a third of the money that we're wanting to give to kindergarten teachers. It's easy to to say, yeah, I want this. This is good. This is beneficial. But you got to put a limit on this money stuff. Money. You know, there's just. It seems like it's an easy decision for this board to say, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. It's needed. We're going to find budget for it. But we don't ever say, we don't need that anymore. Well, I don't like to speak in absolutes. I haven't heard very often.
Right. I was
where
going
we
to say
say
that.
Yeah. I haven't heard very often where we say, let's cut this rather than spend more money. And it's not that I necessarily oppose getting this data. I'm just tired of approving more and more money.
So I would move that we go with Lighthouse at the 45,000 range.
The opposite. This is too big of a ticket item. We either do this or we don't. If we're not interested in doing it full scale, then let's just stop right now. This is going to cost us dearly to accomplish.
Okay, so I made a motion.
way
Were there
in.
any seconds to my motion?
I'll second that one.
Okay. Now you can make a substitute motion if you would like, but is there discussion to my motion?
I move that we go with Lighthouse and we go with the 70 whatever thousand.
Okay, so motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Robinson. Discussion to that motion.
Maybe we need to have a preliminary discussion. How committed are we to this? Because I'm sensing a lot of hesitance to even do a lot for it. And if we're not in, this is going to be the fight of our lives. And if we're not all in, we don't do it.
I feel like this conversation is leading towards this bygone conclusion that we should get rid of cell phones. They're evil. The screens are bad. I'm uncomfortable with that. I don't know that that is representative.
That hasn't been stated, so, you may feel that
The fight of our lives?
That,
Well,
it is gonna be.
And for me, we need a successful cell phone policy that we have community buy-in for.
Yep.
Or it won't be successful. I think using Lighthouse is very valuable because that is a way that we can get a good cross-section of opinions. I think we can also use LEAC and GIAC to get input. I think when we have a policy written, we'll send it out and get input from everybody, just like we did on the dress code policy, maybe town hall. So I think we have a lot of options to get, and we should use a lot of options to get broad community feedback.
Nikki said something in jest, but I wonder if there's something more there. What if educational elements was to do something for it? I mean,
not kidding about
we already
that.
have them in place. They've already got some groups. If they were to send something out, it would be interesting. It might be a lot less.
I think that's something that their company does.
I don't know. They're certainly good at surveying the public. Well, yeah.
I'm not. We could certainly talk with them. It doesn't sound like something that they do, but I could talk with them.
Because they already
And-
have
and
some
if-
groups already set up that we trust.
I can talk with them. I can bring back something that's in the $10,000 range. We can. I'm open to whatever the board directs. We can talk to Ed Elements. We can. Whatever you'd like. We can facilitate. Any direction on this.
So do you want to vote on the motion? We have a motion to go with Lighthouse at the 75,000 range? Or are you not ready yet?
Well, and for me, part of it is with I feel like if we go with Lighthouse, we might find out that people don't want a district-wide cell phone policy. It could be that teachers want something different for their own schools, or so I think that is also part of the value of going with Lighthouse is we can find out before we make the effort to make a policy, we can discover, is this what our community, our families and our teachers really want? Like, what direction do they want us to go in? And it could also help inform administrators of schools to know, I mean, like if we don't do a district policy, it could help us know what kind of direction we want to go in. And so that's what I'm thinking.
Bryce, what exactly did you mean to be all in on this, or not at all? I wasn't quite sure what you were getting.
We
at
have
there.
cell phone policies. Every school has a cell phone policy. Every teacher has the right to get them out of their classroom, and no one's doing it. There are policies in place. Every teacher who's pushed back to me say, well, we just need to write a policy. Well, we have a policy. Why do you have a cell phone problem if we have a policy? This is not something that can be solved by writing a policy. This is an addiction. This is an addiction at the level we've never seen before. These youth are addicted to their phones, and I recognize that there's an educational element to it, and so finding that balance between how do we use a device that they are comfortable using, and how do we remove the addiction? We're not going to solve this problem by writing a policy. There's plenty of policies in place. The only way that we solve this problem is if parents and all of us come together to say, how do we solve the problem? What is the problem? Is there an addiction here? How do we start to help the youth increase their education? And that's hundreds of hours. That's major commitment. That's community. That's this board. That's teachers. That's students. That's rethinking education as we've known it. And I don't know that we have the appetite for that.
And for me, it's less about an addiction. For me, it's more about the classroom learning environment. That's what I want to address, how we can best help teachers have the environment necessary to instruct effectively, and how we can help families understand their role in creating and maintaining that instructional environment with regard to electronics in the classroom. So I'm not looking as a board member to address screen addiction. I am looking to address effective learning environments in the classrooms in Jordan School District.
Well, what's stopping a teacher or school from already doing that? Why do they need us? It seems to me it's like that should be a local decision if that's going to be the case. If that's what we're going to do, a teacher can already set a policy, and a school can and we do have teachers and schools that have done that. Why do we have a blanket statement for everyone unless we're going to address the real problem? The real problem is the addiction.
Well, and so I've talked to several people in my own circle, and also I've received emails that I'm sure you've received, and not everybody has the exact same thought on cell phones in classrooms. And so I would like more clarity personally on what a broader range of people think about that. And when I'm talking about an addiction, I'm thinking of something that requires some kind of intervention and treatment. And I don't think that the school district has the means or the responsibility to treat addiction in students.
I agree. I think we've just spent the better part of this school year talking about these soft skills that students need to be successful adults. And one of the most important skills I can think of is boundaries. A student who understands how to put a cell phone away when it's not the appropriate time is a functional skill that will serve them as adults, that will make them employable. I think that in the climate that we live in, there are real fears attached to sending a child to school. And this is one mother's opinion, but I want access to my children when they are in a public school. I want them in an emergency situation to be able to text their mom. So just this conversation shows me I'm not entirely sure that we are on the same page in terms of what our end game is here. I am very uncomfortable with dictating my values and beliefs to the students of Jordan School District. If there are those who feel that there is a screen addiction epidemic, then I think they have every right to pursue that in their own home. but that's not an educational. We're out of our lane if that's where we're going.
100% agree. I think we should, if we do move forward, we look at it as there's a problem in our classrooms. Our teachers can't teach effectively, like Lisa was saying. That's how I would prefer to approach this. Not there's an addiction problem in the youth. And so as the public education system, let's try to fix that. Yeah, I totally agree. We're out of our lane if that's how we're approaching it. But there is a problem that we've heard from some teachers, and I'm guessing many more would agree, that it's really hard for them to teach because of screen.
So if that is true, we should not have done any of the mental health things that we've done.
Well, I've questioned that.
Because we stepped up because there was a need in the community for those resources in our schools. And by far that has saved kids' lives. That has been such a powerful and positive thing from my perspective. But unfortunately, schools have to step up when there's a problem. That's just part of our society today.
So I feel like there is a huge difference between treatment for addiction and mental health interventions. And so I don't agree with your statement that if we're not willing to treat an addiction in school, then why are we doing any mental health interventions? If that makes sense.
Legally required.
Getting way off on this.
I know, I just want to clarify too. I mean, we don't, the mental health that we do is based on what the child's at school. We don't do their long-term medical mental health. That's not our
Not at all.
role. Okay. All right, so the question is, do we want Lighthouse to gather feedback from parents, students, and teachers? And if so, at what level?
Can I ask a question about Lighthouse specifically? I haven't been involved ever with them, and some of you have, and you speak highly of them, and I trust your opinions. But can someone maybe hypothesize a little bit on what we would get back from them for the money that we're giving them? What types of information would they give us outside of 70% of the parents said that they don't want cell phones in classrooms because of these 10 reasons? I mean, maybe that would be helpful, but I mean, can you imagine the type of information that Lighthouse is going to give us for the money that we're giving them?
For me, it was the observation. It was for me to see a discussion being taken place and to actually hear people speaking about this subject. It's not a survey or anything like that, but I was actually be able to be in the group listening, but they didn't really even realize I was there, so they spoke open and frank about what we're speaking about here, because there's just a wide variety. And to me, hearing different points of view and how to address it and all of that would be really valuable for me to be able to even make sense in my own mind of where this should go. I have no idea where this is going to end up.
Something that I'm really uncomfortable with is this idea of finding that well-read parent. I think that is purposely skewing data. I don't exactly know what Dr. Godfrey, when you were explaining the process.
He said well-spoken, not well-read.
Listening to, well, I was referring to another conversation there, and now I'm transitioning to this one. When you talked about they take the conversation that they had on the phone and they kind of lump them together and put like-minded people into groups. Are the groups all like-minded, or is there a wide variety of opinions represented?
They've done it different ways, and they can do it however we want them to. So if we choose to go with Lighthouse, they can structure those groups the way we want them to. They can also have some recommendations about what they think would be most effective. in answer to your question about what are we going to find out, hopefully some things that we wouldn't be able to predict. Because if we can predict it, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily need to do a Lighthouse survey about whether teachers would like to have a raise, because you probably know the outcome. The question about cell phones would so if you went with Lighthouse, then you would do the online and phone survey that gives you an overall sense for how people feel, and it's a more scientific survey than let's just see who answers. They keep calling and they keep sending out online responses until they get 600 responses that meet a certain demographic from which they can extrapolate broader conclusions about how people feel generally about cell phones. And it would give you the type of data that on which you could base a decision that may be unpopular with some groups, where you could say 80% of parents feel this way. The reason for the focus groups is that you get some in-depth sense of how people feel about something. For example, when we did one about bonds, we found some attitudes about the district that we did not expect. And we saw a pattern of these attitudes about the district that we could not have predicted and didn't expect. And it was a result of this combination of broad survey, small group discussion. So you may feel as a board that you have better information on which to base a bold policy decision. But I think it's a fair question to say, is this something that we want to undertake? Because if it's not, if you're not thinking that a district solution is what you want to pursue, then you don't need input to help you create a district solution if that's not what you're looking to accomplish. Does that make sense?
To me, I don't think we're ready to spend the money. I don't think we're anywhere near on the same page.
The last Lighthouse survey gave us 372 pages of data. I know it was studying a different topic.
But we knew the questions we wanted to ask in that survey.
We helped create those.
I don't think we even know the questions because we're not all on the same page.
Not even close, yeah.
But, okay, so this is the page that I'm on. I'm curious, no, I mean, and I'm wondering if this is, I'm interested in, are there school policies that teachers at those schools feel are implemented well? And are there solutions that people can see for this? And what do families and teachers think about this? I mean, I have a general idea about this, and I'm less curious about what students think about it, because unequivocally, the students that I've talked to have said that, oh, we need cell phones in classrooms. But
that's exactly the group you need to capture, because they're the ones that can control this.
Anyway, so I am just interested in what people think and what their thoughts are, and if they have solutions for this or things that they've seen that are working well. Anyway, if they think that we should have a district policy. I mean, that's what page I'm on.
Do we need to table this for another meeting?
I remove my motion.
Okay, I move to table this for another meeting.
Second it.
Any discussion of that motion?
Do we form some kind of an ad hoc, or do we wait for administration to bring us back something? Or are we just going to put this off to the side and just see what everyone else does?
Yeah, is there some kind of assignment between when we discuss this again?
No, I want to finish this same discussion that we're having. I just think we need to become clear as a board of what we're looking for in a policy. And so do we need feedback from a Lighthouse or not?
What's making
oh sorry.
Sorry. What's making me a little uncomfortable is this idea that the board has to decide the direction of the policy before we seek input. I really felt like the input that we needed to seek was to understand the values and priorities of our constituents. I'm not sure that we know yet. And maybe the day will come when we say, okay, now we can use this deep dive on one side or the other of this issue, and that could be provided through Lighthouse. But would there be a possibility of just sending a survey to teachers and saying just some real base level things? Does your school have a cell phone policy? Do you feel empowered to enforce that policy? Do you feel empowered to remove a cell phone that has become a distraction? Do you understand the procedure for properly confiscating personal possessions? Those are the things that I want to know. Is our policy as it sits empowering teachers to manage their classrooms in a way that is appropriate? If not, then maybe we need to be a little clearer. I'm just not sure if teachers feel that they know what the policy is and they have the authority to enforce it. So that's what I would like to know. Is there a problem?
Yeah, and I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that we will have a district cell phone policy. Anyway, and I like...
We have one now, right?
I mean...
The question I meant to ask was not, are you committed to doing a policy? And so now let's find out what that policy ought to look like. It's if you're on the other end of the spectrum and you know you don't want to address it at a district level, then seeking feedback doesn't make sense if you're not planning, if you are absolutely not taking action. It doesn't mean you have to. It's just if you know you don't want to, maybe you don't need the input to.
What I need to know, first of all, is what we have right now enough? It seems like we've heard from a handful of teachers who feel like it's not. I don't think that that's representative of our district.
I've heard from teachers at certain schools that their cell phone policy is enough at their school, and they feel like it works well. I mean, I've heard from both sides, but I've heard...
If that's
I have
common, then
also,
why are
but
we
then I've
stepping
had
in?
teachers from that school come and say that it's not enough.
And I've heard from teachers who are probably some of our strongest teachers in the district who are frustrated with the lack of any guidance as far as cell phones. And I've heard a lot of those, a lot. It's frustrating.
It puts our teachers in a really difficult situation because they want to be friends at some level with students. They want to have a good relationship with the students. And so when they have to confiscate something, it messes with that friendship, you know. Yeah, I don't know how to solve that. One of the examples I think we talked about last time was some kind of a sleeve on the wall that everyone walks and puts their cell phone in this thing. It's some kind of a pocket. That removes that uncomfortableness of a teacher having to go over and grab someone's phone. So there are probably some creative ways to make it work, but we just have to explore some of those maybe.
Except some of the kids have figured out a way around that too. They bring a disposable or an old cell phone, put it in the pocket, and they have their real one on them.
Used to do that in my class.
They figure out a way.
Lost a few too, so there becomes some liability. Are they putting their phone and watch and?
So, yeah.
So do we know if we want a district-wide policy or not?
No.
We want a district-wide solution.
Well, that's something that a survey could do, right? Ask, would a district-wide solution help?
Yeah, and I like Nikki's suggestion, like the questions that you brought up, because that could show exactly where some breakdowns might be happening, you know?
Do you want to start with just a within the district survey to teachers?
Yeah, I think that would gauge the importance of, or the desire at least, for us moving forward with considering a district-wide policy.
Is this something that we can approach the parent advisory committee and ask what direction they would have each school? We could even have them come prepared to discuss it. We have our meeting on April 2nd.
Personally saw their role once we kind of figured out what our direction was as the board and maybe had a draft policy, we take it to them for feedback.
It's just an idea. I don't know how to get to where we want to go. I think we all agree where we want to go. I think we disagree.
I'm not sure.
Curious.
I'm
Where
not
do we
sure
wanna
on
go,
where we
Jared?
want to go.
I think that we would love to have an educational environment that kids can learn. I think that's where we want to go.
Yes, we all agree that.
What that looks like and how to get there, I think there's at least 7, and probably in the district, 10,000 different ways. Thanks, Governor, for opening this can of worms.
I think these discussions existed before that, so, yeah.
How many people want a district-wide solution?
Solution?
Beyond what, I
Solution
mean,
or survey?
sorry, beyond what we already have in our policy, do you think we need to do more than what we already have in our policy at the district level?
And see, I don't know. I don't know if I do or not, because I'm not in a classroom every day. You know what I mean? And so I want to know what teachers think. And this is, with this issue, my first thought is getting the information from teachers.
You know, we have a district-wide dress policy. It's not working.
They're not addicted to their clothes.
Well,
That's
some
the
of them are
problem.
addicted to
We
not
wish
wearing
they wanted
clothes.
them a little more.
I'm just saying, if we're going to do a district-wide policy on this or solution on this, it's got to have some teeth.
All of us are all in. And who does what? Which part is mine? Which part is yours?
I think the problem is we have a generation who are dealing with devices that their parents never had to deal with, and so their parents aren't equipped to teach them and educate them on how to deal with it. Parents today don't know how to help their children overcome the obstacles because those parents never had those obstacles. We're battling we're using last battle's armor for today's battle. And until that changes, we're going to get slaughtered. Until we put on the new armor and change the way we fight the battle, we're just never going to accomplish what we need to accomplish. We got to rethink everything. I'm in. I'm all in. I have had a front row seat to the problem for many years.
So, and where I'm at, I would like to see a district policy more stronger, or giving teachers a little more teeth than our current policy.
So what's the teeth? Like,
That's what I don't know yet.
we got a consequence on if they pull it out in class, we're now
I want-
suspending them from school, or?
Right, that's what I don't know yet, and I want to know the appetite of our teachers and.
Because we have a dress code standard, but it's not administered. And so are we just going to create a policy that it's not going to be administered?
And that's where I want lots of feedback from our students and our teachers and our parents to figure out what exactly that looks like.
And in my opinion, that's the $75,000 That's the $71,000 survey.
$1 kid.
And I am still all for the survey. I was just gonna cut it down to the 45 version, because I think that gives us enough of a start.
Take a vote.
We also have an option to just start with doing a survey to our teachers within our district on our own. Those are the three options on the table right now. Anything else?
Well, I was wondering if Bryce was going to reinstate his motion.
I don't think we're ready to spend $75,000. I think this board has to make some decisions and come to some consensus before we should spend $75,000.
I'm not even sure we're ready to make any of those decisions.
The irony is, I don't know that the board will get where we need to get without spending the $75,000. So I don't know what the right course of action is. You have to have credit to get credit, but you have to get credit to have credit. And so unless we pay the money to get the questions that bring us to consensus, we'll never come to consensus. But is it worth the money? I don't know.
The way I've looked at decisions like this, the people in District 2 elected me to make decisions. And not a lot of them knew me personally. Maybe they knew a little bit about me. They read my bio. And they got a flavor for what my core values are. So they entrusted me to make decisions for them, for this district, based on my core values. I don't have a problem with this 7-member board making a decision without getting input from every person that we possibly can who lives in the district. They entrusted that decision making to us. We're not necessarily obligated to go knock on doors and query people and find out how they want us to vote on something. They voted for us to do that. Now, I don't want to sound like I don't care what other people think, because I do. And I've listened to people, and it's helped me formulate my opinion on things. But in the end, the 7 of us are elected to make those choices. We don't need to spend $75,000 to go find out what everybody else thinks. We need to vote how we think. You know, I approached a legislator once, and we differed on something. And I told him, this is how I think. And he ended up voting the opposite way. And that's his prerogative. He can vote however he wants because the population entrusted that to him. And if they don't like the way he's doing things, they vote someone else in. It's the exact same thing that will happen to each one of us. We don't need to spend the money. I mean, we've talked about getting community buy-in, and it's not going to work unless we have community buy-in. I'm not convinced of that. I'm not saying that's not true, but I think we can make whatever we decide, I think we can make it work.
But I think I need information in order to make that decision. I don't want to make a Darryl Robinson decision. I want to make a right decision, and I need more information in order to make that decision. You know, I think about the state of Utah spent some money to figure out whether or not we needed a flag. You know, well, you may or may not agree with what was the outcome, but they spent the money to back up moving forward. So they moved forward with what the majority of the people wanted. You know, there's sometimes you need to invest money to get data, and this is one of them, because we can't even agree as a board how we're going to get to where we're going.
I think each one of us could get the information we need without spending any money. I mean, you have a huge group on your social media. I don't have that. I think each one of us could get the information that we needed on our own without having to hire someone to give us that information.
Okay, let me do the poll. So we've got Lighthouse at 75,000. We've got Lighthouse.
71,000.
71. Lighthouse at 40-something thousand. We've got an internal survey by the district. We have board members just gather your own information. And we have table this for 2 weeks and then decide. Who wants to go first? Bryce.
Eventually, I'd like to spend the 71,000, but I don't think we're ready today, so I don't.
What's our next step then?
I think our next step is, never mind. I vote to spend the 71,000. I think you have to. I think the 71,000 will bring this board to consensus. So my vote is to spend the 71,000.
Brian.
My vote is Nikki's suggestion to query, to survey the teachers.
I say do the 71,000 Lighthouse services.
I vote for the 71,000 Lighthouse services so that we have some direction and focus.
I'm going to rank order mine. So my first choice I don't think that one has to negate the other. I would like to start by surveying teachers, and then once we have some direction, move towards the $71,000 survey. And my least appealing option would be to spend more than half the money and get less than half of the value for it. So my least appetizing choice would be the 40-some-odd thousand.
Okay, do we need to re-vote if that's a new option on the table? To start with the teacher survey, but then go to a Lighthouse survey?
Why don't you and I say, and then we'll say, would anyone change their vote?
Sorry,
Okay,
I know that
what's your vote now?
rank order voting is.
So I really like Nikki's proposal, but what I don't like is a divided board. So I really want to go 71. I will tell you that I'm looking through our last Lighthouse survey, and it is phenomenal. Like, it is absolutely incredible. And I think some people who are pushing against that have not seen what we get. And so I would recommend that we forward that last one to anyone who doesn't have it. But I think I'm into it. I think I know what teachers are going to say already. I could survey them. I think you're going to have it all over the board, and I don't think it's going to bring us to any kind of consensus. I would love to do that step, but I also want to move forward as a board. So I'll go 71.
What are the teachers going to say?
I think you're going to have some say, leave it alone, let me do it. You're going to have some that I want the district to have a policy. There's going to be some that says, well, I don't care because I'm going to quit. I think you're going to be all over the board. I don't think if we survey teachers, I don't think there's going to be a huge consensus one way or another. It's going to just be a mixed bag. Where Lighthouse has a ton of information, not just how you believe, but why you believe. And I think that's what we get out of Lighthouse. And it can't be gathered in other ways.
Okay, so that's 4 to go forward with the full Lighthouse survey.
Okay, can I clarify a question then? Mm-hmm. When I asked if the Lighthouse survey, I think that we can find data to support nearly any conclusion. And when I asked, are we specifically targeting one answer, or are we looking for diversity in responses? I heard you can have whatever you want. So what do we want?
I think we're going to have to come back with questions. The next step, if we're engaging with Lighthouse, is to answer the question you just asked, but also to bring back potential questions and talk through those. So there'll be a lot to talk about, how that's structured and how all of that looks.
We should have asked those who were going with the survey if they would change, since Nikki proposed that after. We never really asked that question. So would anyone change there?
Does anyone want to do an internal survey first before doing the Lighthouse? Okay, I think we have our direction then.
Thank you.
I didn't hear what your vote was, Tracy.
It's the prerogative of being the president. You just get to calling yourself last. I still would have gone with the scaled back lighthouse, but. Okay.
President,
Yes.
just a little matter of order for the minutes. There was a motion to table. Got seconded. Can that be resolved?
Oh. Okay, I withdraw my motion to table. Would you like a motion for the 71,000?
It's direction, yeah.
I move that we direct staff to move forward with the $71,000 survey from Lighthouse Services.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. So that passes 4-3. Thank you for keeping us on track. Okay, legislative review.
Very brief.
We do have one thing we need to talk about before Friday, though, so.
I can be as brief and as prolonged as we. I think first, this is the last week. The session ends Friday at midnight, and this has been a productive week. I think just the main highlights or updates for the week are there is the fiscal picture is coming into a little bit more clarity. It appears as though public education will receive a 5% WPU increase. That is that includes the 3.8% automatic WPU inflationary rate that was part of the compromise with SJR 10, and it includes a 1.2% WPU on top of that. That's where we get the 5. In case you're wondering, that does include the 3.8 automatic inflation. So,
I like to call it a 4% WPU increase because they're taking away our ability to charge fees, which is worth a 1% WPU increase, and not funding that ongoing. So,
yes,
the headline really, they'll say 5, but it's really 4.
What was the increase for vouchers again?
The
About a
increase for
50%?
it's HB 529. That's the Utah Fits All scholarship that was originally proposed to receive $150 million ongoing. That's approximately, it's about 4% WPU, a little more, and that was scaled back to 50 and then 40 million of ongoing money for a program that has not been. It's still in pilot. It's still in pilot form. So Tracy mentioned, or President Miller mentioned HB 415. That's the fees bill that we've discussed a couple of times in this session. That is on track. It appears as though it's got momentum, and it now has some money attached to it. There is $35.5 million of one-time money attached to that fee to be used statewide.
It would eliminate all fees?
It would eliminate all curricular fees. The extracurricular fees and some co-curricular fees would still remain in place.
Still have the 5-year takedown on it?
It does. It has a runway of about 5 years, I think, to be implemented by fiscal year 29.
Oh, we get a $35 million push this year?
$35 million statewide, one time.
Oh, statewide.
Statewide.
That's coming to us.
Yeah. That would be nice.
The Utah Fits All.
The other things of note. Keep in mind that the Bill of Bills has not been passed yet. That's the fiscal bill. But I think just of note, a couple of things on the executive appropriations list that was published this year. I mentioned the one-time in school fees, the WPU increase. There is going to be some money set aside for teacher supply money. The 32 hours of paid professional hours are going to be funded again, $75 million one time on that. And there were a lot of line items rolled up in the WPU add-on for at-risk students. That will be sorted out by John and his team later on.
What about Beverly Taylor Swanson grant?
Beverly Taylor Swanson was given a $3 million one time. Or no, it was $3 million ongoing.
$3 million to expand the program, yeah.
That will be expanded statewide, which means it will likely be a decrease for a lot of the programs because statewide there are an increasing number of Beverly Taylor Sorensen programs. It just gets watered down a little bit. So the likelihood of us having to subsidize that in our own programs in our own schools is high. There is money for it, but it's likely to be watered down. A couple of other bills of note. There were a couple of referendum bills heard today. HB 173, that's Representative Perucci's referendum bill, was pulled from committee today. That's a piece of good news.
That's surprising.
Committees are now done. So unless it's brought straight to the House floor, that bill will not be heard. Representative Shipp's bill on referendums went down today in a vote of 5-1. So that referendum bill is dead.
Oh.
This was the bill that had thresholds built into it that if there was a supermajority that passed something with the bin, it did not impact taxes. It only impacted non-tax board decisions, property or things like school names, for example, things like boundaries and things like that would be subject to referendum.
Can I ask a question on that one?
Sure.
As an example, we just passed something 4-3.
Yes.
That would be referable then?
It would be subject to referendum if 10% of the district, I can't remember the threshold, it's very high. If I think almost 10% of the voting district within our boundaries got a petition, signed it, turned it in on time.
And then we vote on it, right?
And then it would be subject to vote.
In November?
Yes.
So we couldn't act on that decision until November?
Correct. Yeah, that bill failed 5-1.
Good.
The something to watch this week, the school safety bill is still very much in play. That's HB 84. There have been several iterations of this bill. The latest allows for a school to do a safety assessment, and the school guardian, the armed guardian component is still in there, but under the assessment, there is a possibility that that armed guardians would not be necessary in all schools. There's more to come on that. That's still being worked through, I believe.
It was cool in that bill that we've done a lot of those things that they're asking people to do. I thought that was right.
Reimbursed for.
We won't get reimbursed, but hey, that's a good thing to be ahead of the game on.
Yeah. Another bill of note, HB 303, that's Representative Stenquist's bill. It was formerly referred to as the classroom neutrality bill. That bill failed on the House floor with a vote of 33-39 yesterday.
The bills.
And that's a look at the bills that have been received quite a bit of attention and impact us in a way. Thank you.
The library materials bill.
HB 29, sensitive materials in schools bill did pass. There was an iteration of the bill that would have allowed LEAs to, if, when you reach the 3 LEA threshold of 3 districts throughout the state or charter schools removing a book, it would trigger a statewide removal of the book. There was a provision that would have allowed each LEA to review the book within 60 days to decide whether or not they wanted to pull the book. That was amended after it passed the Senate to now be in the hands of the State Board of Education. Now the State Board has the ability within, I believe, 60 days still to review a book that has been triggered by the 3 district removal threshold. And the State Board now has the power to say yes or no to whether or not it should be a statewide ban.
Has the governor signed that?
I don't know if he's signed it yet. I would be surprised if he doesn't.
So, and I have a question too. Does the State Board of Education keep track of all of the book challenges? Like, do we send a report of every? So
Yes.
they know which ones have
Yes.
been challenged or removed.
That sets it up so that they are receiving reports when books are challenged successfully.
Can I ask another question on that one? Now that assume the governor signs it, does the state board then get it before we do and look at it? Do we have to have attorneys look at it? I'm asking, when does our committee that we have in place jump in and start to make our policy work with this?
I think it's likely to pass and be signed by the governor. It takes effect, I believe, July 1, and we can start looking at it as soon as it's.
They clarify the criteria for which books are removed?
The bill outline stipulates two things. It's an objective category and a subjective category. Objective, it means that it meets the definition outlined in section 76. We all know the numbers and all of the descriptions and depictions of things. If it meets any of those criteria, it's categorized as the objective, and it should be automatically removed no matter what. The subjective material is something that doesn't quite meet the 1229 and 1227 statute. It could be could be more subjective, and so it could be reviewed by the district committees.
It's a real fuzzy line, though.
Yeah. The of note in this bill was also added indemnification in case districts or LEAs are sued.
So back to this question, are we going to wait for a model policy from USB, or do we just start working on our policy?
I don't think the bill requires USB to create a model policy. I guess there could be one coming, but I haven't heard anything on that.
Ahead with ours.
I think we could.
Neutrality bill
Yes.
that failed.
It did.
Remember some of the concerns that caused it to fail?
Well, there was an amendment made so that they removed the term social belief from one of the teachers weren't allowed to display certain things that a social belief. That was supposed to have helped the bill. The main concern was that the bill was so vague and non-specific that it was just created more confusion and questions than it did answers. I think that was the overarching concern in that. I think the intent, people understood the intent to be different than what the language in the bill actually stipulated.
It was difficult to define in words.
Yes, that's a great way to say it. So with that being said, I think the other discussion is just...
I just have one question.
Sure.
I haven't heard much about a surplus this year. Are they talking much about that?
They had a small, they had more ongoing and more one-time than was anticipated, although it wasn't a lot. And some of that money, you can see the executive appropriations list. I can send that to you if you'd like. But there were some programs that got funded and others that didn't get their money. There was not a big surplus to be spent this year, which poses its own challenges. Sorry, that was really quick. I hope I didn't talk too fast. If you have any questions on specific bills, feel free to let me know. I just want to thank the board again for the amazing support and just the engagement. We had a great day last Thursday with our student body officers. It was a good day to interact with our legislators, and it was just fun to see them down there interacting with their individual board member or reps from their areas. A lot of fun. So thanks for your support with that.
Larson, did you have something?
I was just going to add on the funding piece that executive appropriations removed another $50 million out of the voted and board guarantee program. It's on top of the $50 million they did 2 years ago. And they chose not to fund the bill that was passed last year requiring additional funds be added to the voted and board guarantee program. So that program is being slowly defunded, which is unfortunate for the poor districts in the state.
A question about this additional $40 million for Utah Fits All. So the original bill passed with a supermajority, but as they continue to add money onto it, is that something that is voted upon that citizens can referendum?
Well, the bill is HB 529. It's the amendments to the original Utah Fits All program amendments. So far, it passed the House with a 59-13 vote, which is at this point a veto. It's a veto proof. Has yet to be heard in the Senate, but it did make it out of Senate Ed Committee 5-0. So I think to your question, it's likely to receive a veto-proof majority as well.
Okay, JLC last Friday had a big presentation that I've attached to board docs. that we went over, JLC is grappling with the decision of whether or not to support the constitutional amendment that will be on the ballot in November. That was something that the legislature passed last session to go on this November's ballot. And JLC was part of the negotiations for that last year, gave a conditional support, wanted to see how things turned out this legislative session. But now they're deciding they will vote this Friday on whether or not to support it at the ballot box. We discussed this as a board already. But the information that we received on Friday, and Nikki, you can chime in, I just attached because I wanted you to have all of the information. So if you look at the constitutional amendment G1 first, on slide 2, it basically talks about the structural imbalance. So there's 3 taxes. There's the income tax, sales tax, and property tax. And there was just a lot of money in income tax that was dedicated to K-12 and higher education. And that's the earmark that the legislature wants to remove so that they have more flexibility. And if you look at slide 2, the right-hand column, it shows that because there's been a lot of surplus money in income tax, they've just been making gradual income tax cuts. So even though we have the earmark, it doesn't mean it's being sent to education. And then if I'll just go down to there's some graphs on slide 5. There's some graphs, some correlation to the money in income tax funds and the money given to education. And
So what is LFA on slide 4?
That's the legislative fiscal analyst.
Okay.
They're money people.
Keep defunding things.
Microphone is not off on that.
I don't know who said that.
So Constitutional Amendment G passed a few years ago, and what that did was that opened up income tax, so it's not just K-12 and higher ed, it's also for children and people with disabilities. So that passed in exchange for having an inflationary adjustment to the WPU and enrollment growth and the creation of the Economic Stabilization Restricted Account. So those are the things we've never had. Prior to that, we would battle every year just to get enough money to cover the growth in new students and just to get enough money to cover inflation. So now, by statute, we're getting growth and inflation on the WPU. And then this Economic Stabilization Fund is money that's set aside so that if we don't have enough money to cover growth and inflation, they can pull it out of that fund. If they don't need that fund to cover growth and inflation, they can give it to the schools as one-time money, which is what they're doing. So that's what happened in the past. Then the next slides are SJR 10. That compromise, and this is what's going to the ballot in November. If you look on slide 4, it's to take the inflationary growth or funding for growth and inflation and the economic stabilization account and put those in the Constitution, because one of the concerns of JLC was this is in code and we can support removing the earmark, and the next year you'll just turn around and change what's in code. So it's putting that growth and inflation piece actually into Constitution. They can't change it. That's if this passes in the fall. And then in code, a couple of the things that were agreed to is that right now statewide we have declining enrollment, but the agreement is to hold it the same for 5 years. So they'll keep funding it at the level as if there were the number of students that there are now, even though it's declining. So there'll be higher levels of funding for the next 5 years, and then a potential review. Also, if it passes this fall, there'll be an extra 2% added onto the WPU. So that's what we get if we support it passing this fall. There's members of JLC that don't want to remove the earmark. And we've discussed that before, just on the principle of we should have money set aside for education. So do you have any questions or?
I think slide 4
What-
is
what do you wanna
also something that's pertinent to this conversation. So it goes through and outlines what we sent as the conditions of our support.
Slide 5.
Slide 5, sorry. Slide 5. And so you can weigh for yourselves whether you feel that the legislature had met these conditions this session. So one was increase in funding for public education beyond inflationary increases, which it sounds like is likely to happen. Increased emphasis on local control and flexibility for local school boards. Reduction in administrative demands. Elimination of unfunded mandates. Automatic inflationary adjustment to the certified tax rate, and commitment to items of importance to the public education community. So those were the conditions that we sent forth, and now it's our job to weigh out whether they've met our conditions and whether we will support.
Do they think they met these expectations?
I don't think they even remember that there was a conditional attached to the word support.
I think that they will say that they met them because it's a tight budget year. At least this is what leadership reported to us in JLC. It is a tight budget year, and education is getting inflation, growth, and WPU, and no other agency is getting that. So they will say that we have prioritized education above.
And they'll
what's in the
point to their
state.
state agencies that received a 3% increase.
Which I love, but some of these don't have money attached to them. Think that they did any of those.
I'll say it again. The story they're going to tell is not the full story. And if we don't oppose, the full story's not going to be told. And that's my concern, is no one's going to tell the full story. And the public is only going to hear their story. I don't want to oppose because I'm happy with some of the concessions they've made. But who's going to champion the untold story? The public is not going to hear the full story.
That's a very valid point. Is there a way to tell a story?
And not oppose. I don't want to come out in opposition to what the legislature wants to do. I just want the full story to be told so that the public can have all the facts in front of them when they make a decision.
So we could vote to not approve or oppose, but to educate.
Is that what we're doing here? Are we voting?
They have to vote on Friday.
Yeah. Oh, so
Or
you
can
want
name
what
it.
we?
RA at JLC. There's a special meeting
Yeah.
added.
We get a vote on Friday.
I think we can do that, though, Bryce. I think that we could, whether or not we oppose or agree with it, we can educate the public on what the impact of this is.
I think my concern is, we oppose it and we, put a big, huge fight into it and win. And so the legislature, so the earmark is there. What does that do for us?
The same as it always has done
Nothing.
for us.
It does nothing.
It could do
and
worse.
It may even be worse.
But the problem is that when anything that we really could throw the weight of the community behind is referendum proof, when do you stand up to the bully? Because they're taking away all of the ways that we could.
But I think our fight needs to be,
Tell the story.
like Bryce said, to tell a story. We need
How do you
the
support
legislature.
something and then speak against
The
it?
legislature would like flexibility. I will give you flexibility if you will fund our schools. And if you need flexibility to fund our schools, that's great. But and it's not even just fund our schools with less restrictions. Because
They can hardly fund our schools less than they already are, though. I mean,
Ask for
we're second to last. So, they almost couldn't not do. I mean, I appreciate the extra that they've done, but the unfortunate thing is 49 other states have done the same thing. Or more.
But if we oppose it and win, we actually will lose our growth and inflation that we could have.
That alone
I
probably
don't
is
want to
worth not.
oppose, I don't want to support.
So what do
I'm
you,
right in the middle, and I just want,
Want to educate.
I want the public to know what's happening.
so what do you mean? We lose it for the next year,
Forever.
forever?
Potentially. I mean, it's still in code.
But the thing is,
Looking at it as leverage.
Lose it as a guarantee.
It's very likely that if we make them angry, it will disappear.
and we don't have any recourse if the state legislature is acting in opposition to Article 10 of the Constitution of the state of Utah. Do we have any recourse? Because
we can sue.
the Article 10 says that the state legislature will fund public education.
It doesn't
And
say
so
what
if they
level, though.
decide not to, do we have a recourse?
It says they have to fund it, but it doesn't say at what level, does it? They're gonna fund education regardless. Their choice is not to fund it as high.
Okay, so we've got support, oppose, or don't take a position on it. And educate. Don't take a position and educate.
That's me too.
Okay.
What?
I don't know why my gut just wants to oppose this. The little oppositional seed inside of me, I just think, anyway.
A little education to a broad group of people can go a long way to affecting change.
And I think that's why you would want to oppose, because that gets the message out to people.
And the thing is, probably if we take no position and we educate people, it's not up to us whether or not this passes in November, right? And it might not pass, and it's not our fault if it doesn't.
It needs a 2/3.
Because who's listening to JLC?
2/3.
Do you know what I mean? Like, who is listening to JLC? I mean, maybe the legislature, but the public isn't.
But if JLC chooses to oppose it, they have a whole campaign planned.
Oh,
So
okay.
it'd be a big mass media campaign.
Okay.
If our board decided we wanted to take no position but educate, how would we be allowed to educate? I mean, can we use our,
We can do like we would a bond.
We use every tool at our disposal. We use our communications team, we use Skylert, we use every tool at our disposal to educate parents on what this is really about. And we're honest. Here's the good. Here's the negative. Here's what you're not being told. Here's what you are being told. This is the carrot they're dangling in front of you. But if you bite at that carrot, here's what comes after it. We just tell our story to our constituents, and I can live with myself then.
but that's legal. I guess that's my question. Can we use,
I think
of
we have to
these
treat this like a
avenues to-
bond, don't we?
Yeah, you can educate. You
we
just
would
can't
have to treat
say
this as a bond.
as long
we
as you
support
stay
this,
neutral,
we oppose this.
you give both sides of the story, then it's okay.
We can't say we encourage all of you to vote such and such a way.
That was my question. I really wasn't making a point with that. It was really curiosity.
I think we could make some really cool PR statements that would be very effective very quickly.
And you should know that JLC has been passing around a folder asking people to write op-ed articles. And
So if you'd like to write
if
one.
anyone's interested, I'll put your name on the list.
So I'll go no position and educate also.
That's going to be an option in JLC. Do you?
I mean, the educate would just be us, I will just say no position to JLC.
Amend the motion.
Or you just
Amend
don't
the
even
motion.
vote. I've seen people not vote before.
Yeah, we've taken the position of no position on bills.
Yeah.
I think that you just tell them what we plan to do. We plan to Because I'm with you guys. I don't think we take a position for or against. We do educate. We let public know.
But do you think JLC should not take a position also?
I would throw that to them and then let them decide.
So
But
Tracy,
that's
let me
what I
rank
think we
mine.
should do.
My first choice would be to take no position and educate. If that's not given to you, then I would say oppose. My last choice would be to support.
Oppose it at the ballot box, and your
if-
last is to support. Okay. Anyone else want to rank
I
theirs?
think you need to know, if you only get yay or nay, you've got to know from us which yay, either a yay or a nay. So I would say, if you have to say yay or nay, I choose nay.
Okay, who else?
If those are the two choices, I would also say nay.
That made me think of a horse.
That's because it's after 11 o'clock.
Dozy dotes and maresy dotes and little.
I too would say nay, second. Yeah.
If we can't go no option, I would support it at the ballot box. I think it is better for us.
To support it?
Uh-huh. Than to oppose it.
That's where I'm leaning.
Please take no position.
We can try.
You could just stand up and say, Jordan.
We can choose to educate
If
no
that's
matter
the
what.
choice, then we refuse to vote because we don't want to take a position. We want to educate and then just not vote on it.
And we're going to educate our people anyways.
Yeah, we could also do that.
Because I agree with you, Tracy. I think we're better off favoring it the ballot box. My only concern is the public is not going to get the full story.
But we can tell our people the full story.
Can we do both?
Yeah.
Sure. You could favor it and educate?
That's what I'm leaning towards.
Yes.
If we have to go one way or another, I would almost rather favor it and educate.
Such a conflicting message.
Well, I don't think those who oppose or those who are in favor of it are strongly opposing and strongly in favor.
And the thing is,
I think they are.
Yeah.
Well, in this room. In this room.
Oh, at JLC,
There's some
there
very-
are emotions.
very
in,
strong
in
feelings.
this in this room, I think that we're not far away from what.
So JLC leadership had a meeting with legislative leadership that pushed our meeting late last week. And they came back with that same response of like, we need to remember not to think emotionally. We need to remember not to tie this to other bills and other decisions. And it's that patronizing, I don't know, pandering feeling that makes people want to stand up for themselves. But it's just what happened in last year's JLC when representative after representative and then the governor came in and just chastised us. And it was a little bit demeaning. It really was. And so it makes it hard not to tie emotion there. And besides the fact, we said conditional support and you did not meet all of the conditions. So I just hate the message of saying it's okay.
I agree.
We don't stick next to what we say.
I agree that they didn't meet all the positions. I think that
I
was-
don't see
I
how
think
they
that was a
could
bad idea to
possibly-
send that conditional support in the first place. So
I don't see how they could say that they have increased local control and flexibility and eliminated unfunded mandates. I think this has been just more unfunded mandates than I've experienced in my time on the board.
I think everyone would agree they didn't meet all those conditions.
And
But
this
does
is,
that mean, are we better off to oppose or support?
I know, that's the problem, because they're playing chess and we're playing checkers.
and the thing is, that I keep forgetting that this is for how you're going to vote at JLC. And I think I trust both of you to vote however you feel is best. Because
It's all Tracy.
I mean, I can feel how I feel about it personally, you know, because a lot of it is my own personal feeling. But I think considering what is best for the school district and public education, it's hard for me to wrap my brain around what would be best, you know. So it's hard for me to say what I want you to do at the JLC, like how I want you to vote. Anyway, if that makes any sense.
And you're all welcome to come to JLC if you want to hear the full discussion. It's an exciting meeting. 11 o'clock Friday.
11 o'clock?
Huh.
Tracy, I changed my vote. No vote, favor, oppose. But that's the margin between 2 and 3 goes.
I think that's mine as well. Although it tastes like vinegar coming out of my mouth. They've painted us into a
know.
corner.
Yeah, I
We
know.
don't have a leg to stand on. Even if we win in opposition, we lose. And we need to protect children. So I have to swallow the vinegar.
Okay. Marilyn, how are you feeling?
I've just been gonna say, I'll trust whatever you vote.
Okay.
I'm pretty much leaning the same way as Bryce right now, although I would probably lean more heavily to no, but I'll trust in your vote.
How big's the margin between favor and oppose? That's where I'm at, and it depends on the sentiment in the room. If the sentiment is, we need to make a statement so that the story's told, I agree with that. If the sentiment in the room is, this is gonna hurt us in the end.
I don't wanna shoot ourselves in the foot.
I don't wanna shoot ourselves in the foot, which I think is an inevitability if we come out in opposition to them. I just want the story to be told. That's all I want. So, given the fact that we can tell our own story, I'm okay supporting it at the ballot box.
I'll trust your vote.
It would even be cool if we told the story with the legislators. I mean, if we could get
Here's
with
what
them,
they're trying to do.
this is
Let's
what
be
we're
honest.
trying to do, and
Here's what they're trying to do.
this is the possible ramifications, and I mean, that would be the best, is if we all educated together. I don't think we have to have an adversarial relationship with them.
Okay, well, thank you for the. It's
Why do I feel like throwing up right
I know,
now?
it's not easy.
It's a great night tonight. We're all on the same page.
I'll take a motion to go into closed session.
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. George. All in favor, Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Richards? Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Dunford? And I'm a yes. That passes unanimously. We'll go into closed session.
Great enthusiasm from everybody.
I'm so sorry.
No go.